Boom, boom, yak, boom, 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 yak. They wonder how I dance like that. 2 steps forward, I'll be right back. Pop it, lock it, drop it, pop it, lock it, drop it. Boom, yak, boom, boom, yak. They wonder how I dance like that. 2 steps forward, then I'll be right back. Pop it, lock it, drop it, 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 pop it, lock it, drop it. Boom, boom, gat, boom, 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 gat. They wonder how I dance like that. 2 steps forward, then I'll be right back. Pop it, lock it, drop it, pop it, lock it, drop it. Boom, boom, gat, boom, boom, gat. They wonder how I dance like that. 2 steps forward, then I'll be right back. Pop it, lock it, drop it, 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 pop it, lock it, drop it. Pop it, lock it, drop it. Pop it, lock it, drop it. They wonder how I dance like that. 2 steps forward, then I'll be right back. Pop it, lock it, drop it. Pop it, lock it, drop it. Yeah. Yeah. They wonder how I dance like that. 2 steps forward, then I'll be right back. They wonder how I dance like that. 2 steps forward, then I'll be right back. Pop it, lock it, drop it. Pop it, lock it, drop it. Boom, boom, yeah. Boom, boom, yeah. They wonder how I dance like that. 2 steps forward, then I'll be right back. Pop it, lock it, drop it. 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 Pop it, lock it, drop it.
Hello. Oh shit. I forgot to turn my little light thing on here. So, something interesting I found. There's been a lot of clips that people have been asking me about. I ran across a treasure trove of a very old live that Ziggy had. Hey, Kawana. How are you today, honey? Jody Sue jumps on this panel. I left it just a little bit before Jody gets on because to me it's funny to hear these days and age. But you're going to hear so much information about the washing of the feet, the red truck, Jackie Dobbs, all the little clips people have been looking for are in this one live. It's interesting. We're also going to go over some Jackie Dobbs stuff as we listen. Jody's on his panel for about 2 hours. I broke this up, at least an hour of it up last night because I was going to make videos out of it, but I just do not have the time. I can make 10 million videos out of this one live of Jody Sue for 2 hours. But I think it's important to go back and listen to about the cabin, about her search, where she was standing, the placement of her feet, where the dogs were, where the tree trimmers were, everything she heard, where she was standing as she looked under the bridge looking for Summer on Simpson Loop instead of the other side where she has switched and led people to believe. The look on Candace's face and why she switched to why she didn't like Candace anymore. Talk of Squall. Josh gets on panel. Yennefer's on panel. And my favorite is Scott H. you're going to hear just how close Jody Sue and Scott H were at the beginning of Summer's case. Because Scott knows everything as he builds her up because they're just locals. I think this is an important one to listen to. I hope you guys will enjoy. I'll be back. Let's get started.
And that time frame is when they put Summer down in the shed. She screamed. That's when Jody heard her. But that was the time that Jackie Dobbs picked Summer up because they sold her to him. He went traveling down the road. He has this red pickup truck. Somebody that saw the red pickup truck. He went to the hotel, I don't know, in Kingsport, and that's where his wife was. She took the red truck to wherever she went, and he was now in the blue Blazer. Nobody knows where he is now, by the way. His wife divorced him 10 days after that. And I believe this. It all makes sense.
Well,
I have a feeling this is a no.
I think Jody
What?
Sue wants to chime in. She came up here.
Alright,
Oh, hi,
so
Jody.
just to clear that up, Dobbs was only on the property for a couple hours. He did not live there. He didn't even have his tent out yet. Somebody had eyes on him most of the time he was there before cops removed him. The hotel he stayed at was not in Kingsport. He and the wife were already separated and having issues prior to him coming to that piece of property. He never met Candace and Dawn. The red truck was not anywhere in the vicinity. He was indeed.
Jody's first lie. We're already going to chime in, so I have to go through these 40 parts. Hold on. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go through this. I'm going to look for clips, and I'll bring them up in a little bit. I want you guys to listen. Dobbs did meet Dawn. They had a conversation. Dawn came down the hill on the 14th, and he stopped and asked Jackie what he was doing there. Dawn had a blank stare. He looked funny. Dawn B did a very in-depth interview with Jackie Dobbs, which is interesting, and I wish we had a third hour to add it to this, the whole thing, because what you're going to hear is a lot of detail, but it's going to take me a minute as we go through this to look through the 40 clips I have. As you can see, I broke them up yesterday. They're all labeled, so give me a minute. I'm going to pull some out while you guys listen to Jody talk about Dobbs, and I shall return.
In the blue vehicle today, and if you go on my Facebook, those pictures are there. The red truck was not here. We know when he left Tennessee. We also, and the videos are there, but they're locked on Facebook because nobody can buy any facts, truth, or data you give them. The video of us talking to a lawyer and what days Dobbs actually left here are up.
See them the whole time you were up here?
Did I see who?
Them, Don and Candace. Did you see?
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I got there on the 14th of June in 19 and 20 and 21. I got there right before 4 o'clock. And guess who the first person that comes by in a white Sonoma pickup is?
White Sonoma.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's God.
Yep.
He comes by. And he asked me, what am I doing? And I explained that I just bought the property. I showed him my plat. We have a short discussion. I tell him I'm a veteran. He said, thanks for my service and everything. It's a real short discussion, and then he goes on. But I told this to Chris Cobalt. I've been talking to Chris Cobalt, and it seemed to me that Don had something on his mind.
And this was the day before?
Yeah, the day before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he seemed like he had something on his mind. You ever see a man have like 1,000 mile stare?
Yeah.
That's what he seemed like. He might have just been doing some good drugs. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, he goes on. The first time I ever met him, all time I ever spoke to him, he goes on down toward the end of Big Beach Creek. He goes that way.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure he alerts Andy Bernard that I'm on my property.
So Jody knows that Dobbs is on the property because Jackie Dobbs runs into Dawn. And right after Jackie Dobbs runs into Dawn, here comes Jody, Sue, and Andy. And there's another part I'm going to go look for where he talks about the crew of people where he believes Candace and Grandis were down at the bottom of the hill as well. On the 14th, where there was a gang of hillbillies that came to beat him up.
Okay, I'm out there. I got my chainsaw out, and it won't start. So I had a bow saw in there, and I started that little road that goes up. It's an old road.
Mm-hmm.
I started cutting a couple little saplings off there.
Yeah.
I'm ignoring their trespassing sign because I know they're bullshit.
But I've not released that. Anyway, so
Do we know what hotel he stayed at?
I do, yes. And
Do you think they would release any video of that day?
what?
Any surveillance video of that day?
There is of Dobbs.
Yeah, at the hotel.
Jody and Andy Sue just raising sand. So he goes on, and I'm pretty sure he alerts Andy and Jody Sue that I'm around. And about 15 minutes later, here comes Jody and Andy Sue just raising sand. Just raising hell. And that on the 14th, I know that Don Wells was home before 4 o'clock because I made my first Facebook. The Ben Hill Hell post was made right before 4 o'clock.
And this is on the 14th or the 15th?
The 14th.
Okay, day before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So Don's home before 4 o'clock on the 14th. I know that. Anyway.
Why would I have the surveillance video of Dobbs at a hotel?
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying, do you think the hotel would have a surveillance video of that day?
Hell on me. I'm short of them. So Andy and Jody Sue are raising hell on me. I'm showing them my plat and trying to explain myself. They're not having it. And they bring down the old plat from 1976. I believe somebody said it was.
No.
Yeah, in the state. So we're going back and forth. Yeah. And excuse my throat. So they call. I guess one of them calls the law in.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there talking to the law. I turn around and there's a whole gang of hillbillies out there, right down the road. A whole gang of them. I think Candace and Grandis was in that mix, but I'm not sure. There's a whole gang of hillbillies there. And yeah, I could tell I wasn't too much welcome there.
Huh.
Although on the land, I was trespassing on my own land.
Yeah.
But
I know the feds got it, and I know they talked to Dobbs for
Okay.
fact several times. We know this
Was
to be
he
true.
was
In
cleared,
fact,
right?
to the questions they told
He
us
was cleared?
he was cleared. Yes, but from what we
Okay.
know, they
He wasn't cleared. I also have clips with the knees that I'm showing you. Like, it would take me forever what Dobbs was going to do with the property. Give me 1 minute here. I've spoken myself to his son. You heard them. Let me go through all these clips so you can hear them about all the stuff that they're going to talk about. So as you see, hold on. Here we go. This is a 3-minute clip. I'm going to come down for this one. This is him about talking to the feds. There's several clips. I'm only going to share this one.
Okay. So who all interviewed you? Was it who all interviewed you? Was it the local police?
no, I on the way home on the 16th, Andy Bernard called in, and that's what the tone in his voice, real menacing when he called me. And he told me he was give me the TBI's number, so I called the TBI. Before I left Tennessee, I called them, and they didn't say not to leave Tennessee. So, and I didn't have a place to stay in Tennessee, so I went back down to Cleveland and tried to stay with the wife for a few more days, and then she got tired of me, and I went to stay with my sister, and so here I am now, here in beautiful LJ with my son.
Okay.
Hey everybody, welcome back. So earlier I made a live about JD and his involvement, or what I feel could be his involvement in the Summer Wells case. And for now, what we know is just his involvement as being a neighbor transient. But one thing that I was able to put together was JD's wife had accidentally sent someone in the Summer Wells area an audio that they found was a little bit weird, and it got sent to me, and I am now playing it just because I think it's something that should be brought up. Please use your best judgment when viewing this information and listening to this audio. Please don't go reaching out to these people, as many people have already reached out to them and tried to get answers, and what we know is what we're showing you. Again, this has all been shared with TBI already, so it's not something that you need to go out and share, but I am sharing it with you guys and condensing it so you all understand. Also, his wife has filed for divorce as of recent. I have questions, and also listen to this audio.
Because
Hey,
I
that
said,
look good, don't it? Boy, that know that look up good. That night you wrinkled that one.
I said it makes me horny. God wants me horny.
Who? Who wants you that way?
God.
Oh, God.
God makes me horny.
Oh, yeah.
He gave me to you as a present.
You might have to give him back.
You knew what to do with it.
You might have to give him back, honey. But you might have to do.
That would make me horny.
You are that. Zachariah. Yeah, all day. Here, go around for a little while. Dog and drive. Yeah, you're trying to early about it. We're going to do that.
So Amanda Vita put this video out. She said, I have questions. She doesn't tell us who sent it to her. There's no authenticity to it. We don't know that this was Jackie Dobbs or his wife. Let's listen to this clip again. Hi, Earl. You're here. This Butdell call is LOL. God makes her horny. They said she said Dawn. I hear God. I would like to talk to Amanda Vita about this clip. I would like to know who sent it to her. I think when you're going to put something out like this, you have to put proof with it. This was put out here, but there's no context. This is all that was put out with it. Who is Zachariah to Dobbs? I don't know a Zachariah. I never seen a Zachariah and his family. I know he has a son. Him and his son weren't close. They got close after Summer's case. He tells you about that in these clips with Dawn B. I can't wait. Hubby's making steak. Let's listen to this clip again, because this is one people have been asking me for a lot. But we do got to get back to the Jody Sue and Ziggy stuff, because more than Dobbs, I don't want to spend time. I'm going to spend another night to put a video together and just go over the Dobbs stuff. We're just doing some of the clips people said. I'm going to let that fly by because this is so juicy. To me, Dobbs is a nothing burger in this right now. I'll bring that up one time. But this interview I have is going to blow your mind.
Okay. So who all interviewed you? Was it,
It'll be lots of memories.
Who all interviewed you? Was it the local police?
No, on the way home on the 16th, Andy Bernard called in, and that's what the tone in his voice is real menacing when he called me. And he told me, you give me the TBI's number, so I called the TBI.
Uh-huh.
Before I left Tennessee, I called them, and they didn't say not to leave Tennessee. So, and I didn't have a place to stay in Tennessee, so I went back down to Cleveland and tried to stay with the wife for a few more days, and then she got tired of me, and I went to stay with my sister, and so here I am now, here in beautiful LJ with my son.
Okay.
Hey everybody, welcome back. So earlier I made a live about JD and his involvement, or what I feel could be his involvement in the Summer Wells case. And for now, what we know is just his involvement as being a neighbor transient. But one thing that I was able to put together was JD's wife had accidentally sent someone in the Summer Wells area an audio that they found was a little bit weird, and it got sent to me. And
so this could be anybody. Somebody in the area of Summer Wells, a local, accidentally got sent this, and they sent it to Amanda Vita to put out, but nobody ever fucking confirmed that it was Jackie Dobbs and his wife. I don't think Jackie's guilty. I have listened thoroughly to this interview with him and Don B. And I feel bad that he was thrown into all of this, to be honest with you. I've also spoken to his son at the beginning of Summer's case, and he's a very nice man, an actor, sort of like a comedian. He got a really nice friend who was also in there, and I think I spoke to her too. I don't have my Facebook no more to go back and look. But I'm going to tell you, I don't think Jackie Dobbs was involved, and I also don't think this is Jackie Dobbs and his wife. Unless somebody can come forward and prove that it is, I don't know what to tell you. But you know what? Squall Tit played a lot of fucking games in Summer's case. Jody's a local. Scott's a local. Annie Saranak's a local. What local sent you this? How can you prove the authenticity of this recording that has been going around and talked about for almost 5 years?
JD's wife had accidentally sent someone in the Summer Wells area an audio that they found was a little bit weird, and it got sent to me, and I am now playing it just because I think it's something that should be brought up. Please use your best judgment when viewing this information and listening to this audio. Please don't go reaching out to these people, as many people have already reached out to them and tried to get answers, and what we know is what we're showing you. Again, this has all been shared with TBI already, so it's not something that you need to go out and share, but I am sharing it with you guys and condensing it so you all understand. Also, his wife has filed for divorce as of recent. I have questions, and also listen to this audio.
Because
Hey,
I
that
said,
looks good, don't it? Boy, that
I said-
look up good. That night you wrinkled that one.
I said it makes me horny. God wants me horny.
Who? Who wants you that way?
God.
Oh, God.
God makes me horny.
Oh, yeah.
He gave me to you as a present.
You might ought to give him back.
You knew what to do with it.
You might have to give him back, honey. But you might have to do.
That would make me horny.
You are that. Zachariah! Yeah, all right. Here, drove around for a little while. All the time. Yeah, you're trying to earn it. We're over here. We up there.
That makes me mad, and I really want to give some time. Zachariah would be somebody in the Bible, Gene. She was saying God makes me horny. Zachariah is a name in the Bible. And I don't believe that was Jackie Dobbs. To me, it sounds more like Blue Solo Cup. That could be anybody. So on my channel, this video is going to be squashed until we talk about Jackie Dobbs again, because I pulled this all out in pieces and I want to give it a lot of time. I'm going to just let Jody Sue talk about Dobbs. You guys can chat about it in here, but I want to get past the Dobbs stuff tonight because I do have to give this time. That's why I broke these videos up, because I'm going to be making videos out of it. Okay, so let's go back to this, and we're just, Jackie has been questioned by TBI, FBI. He names the FBI's, the people who came to him and spoke to him, he names them and everything. Y'all really should have given him a really good listen on Don B, because it's a lot. And Don B has since taken that down. I couldn't find it. Luckily, I had it uploaded. Whew. Thank God. Okay, let's go back to this.
We laughed about that one last time we talked to them, and I think both beds were Andy's workplace asking questions of him about others inside of place and other things. But because I had told them that he would have a better idea of certain faces in vehicles, so they went over to ask him about that. And while there, I know that he asked them about Dobbs, and for one of the last times, and they have questioned him and questioned him and questioned him till hell's frozen over. Dobbs was only there for a few hours. He never met Candace and Dawn. The red truck was not here. He had the blue blazer thing, the top, what the hell it is, Trailblazer, older model. Either way, he was only here for a couple hours, and that was the day prior that he was on Ben Hill, not the day Summer vanished. And him and his wife were obviously having problems. He mentioned that, but guy has an issue with women. I'll let you know it, but not high on the list. But yeah, like that.
Is he a possibility on your list?
Not even.
Yeah, okay.
But I mean, I'm not the police, right? It's what they say in the end. But I mean, that there. I mean, like, you know, just what we know. The red truck of his was never there. The wife was never here.
My daughter accidentally took my vape earlier. She just come in. I have Jody Sue playing, and she was like, Jody Sue's still on there. She wanted to say hello to Jody Sue. God. So she worries about Jody Sue. My kids have been watching me for so long, they know what's going on. And my daughter has great concern for Jody Sue, believe it or not. It's crazy. Hey, Kylie. Okay. But Jody, even though I'm on here about the trash your ass, my daughter said hi and hopes you're well. All right, guys. Let me get back to the video.
He was driving the blue Trailblazer here. He never even got the tin out. He got the little grill out, had the dog and a bag of dog food, some gas, that type of crap out. Chainsaw. That's about it. He was only on the road for a couple hours.
So if you go to his Facebook, which I haven't, but Gabus has,
he was bad
and if you go on there, you'll see missing people after missing people.
Yeah.
And it pretty much started around when Summer went missing.
It didn't start when Summer went missing. He was like that for eons prior to Summer missing. He's one of those QAnon Wayfair followers, and that's all he posted long before Summer and the property sale and all that. And yeah, the dude's weird, obviously has some issues. Even I thought that the night that we found him on the property, he set my gut off a little wrong. We went around that night making sure he went to the hotel. He said he was going and asked us and the cops that removed him from the property about he wanted a name of one, and we gave him several, and he was none of those. But anyway, the hotel he stayed at was not in Kingsport. And it's out there. It's well known what hotel he stayed at, but he often goes through his Facebook and changes up and down.
I'm in my row.
You know, changes dates on things. This guy's weird.
Yeah, yeah. You know what's interesting though, if you think of what's interesting is that conversation that Ziggy played about with Dawn, where he says, well, I think she's in a hotel room. Or was that with you, Ziggy? I'm so confused. But and that's why I was like, oh, this is interesting.
Well,
okay, I'll touch on that a little bit. So in the interview with Dawn B, Jackie Dobbs is quite embarrassed a little bit about him sharing posters of missing people. He said it was innocent. He said when he started his Facebook, they would often pop up on his thing and he followed them and he would just share missing kids. And people took that like he was following missing children for kidnapping Summer. Was that the thing he said was his mistake or something? He said something about a mistake. I can't remember. But you know what, guys? How many of you follow missing and exploited children and share their posts? Think about that. Is it really odd or is it a help to share missing people? Have they ever popped up on your Facebook and you followed them? Have you ever donated to them or to another organization? I just don't find Jackie Dobbs. It's odd. You think it's odd? I don't think it's odd because for at least 10 years before I covered Summer on YouTube, I followed missing and exploited children and I shared their posts. Not just them, but others too, my locals. If the news came out with somebody that was missing in my area, it's odd that he quit. Well, I don't think it's odd he quit. I think he quit posting because everybody accused him of kidnapping Summer. I think the guy didn't know what to do, Kawana. But when I go over the Jackie Dobbs stuff, we'll get a better feeling. I feel like it humanizes him. In this interview he did with Dawn B, and I really can't wait to go over it with you, but I do want to make videos, and I know Jody takes a little bit of time at the beginning of this interview to talk about it, and I probably should have just skipped it, but I didn't want to because it's sort of going to be my introduction. I think next week I'm going to take a lot of time to go over Jackie Dobbs and his YouTube and him playing the guitar and talking to his dogs. I mean, I do find Jackie a little suspicious. The Georgia connection for me is suspicious. The things Fred says about Jackie for me are suspicious. But when you really sit down and listen years later to his interview with Dawn B, it kind of sort of just humanizes him to me. And I did personally speak to his son, and his son's a really nice guy. Like, he's funny. He's a comedian. He's big in New York. He runs around. Or somewhere, maybe not New York, somewhere else. I can't remember. I don't Facebook, so I may be missing something. Yeah, Kawana. I just think a lot of people subscribe to exploiting and missing children on social media. So I don't find that odd. And he was posting way before Summer went missing, like years before Summer went missing on his social media about missing kids. So I don't know. All right, let's go back to this because this gets into the billboards and Chase and all kinds of stuff. The tree cutters, like this is really a lost interview of Jody Sue. We're just touching the surface, and I only got an hour through it, and I cut it into almost 60 parts. There's 60 points in this I have to talk about in 1 hour.
Yeah, only if you like say, well, Dobbs was there November whatever when Dawn was playing the crack fairy and look a hotel room. I mean,
Crack fairy.
That's pretty funny.
Oh, he was. I know. He said he was handing out crack for 2 days.
Yeah,
the most interesting thing about that call.
Hold on. Let me. What was that, Jody Sue?
The most interesting thing about that call was Don finally admits his own people in Knoxville instead of trying to sling it in at other people that make no sense for 6 months. And his own people we don't hang around because we only hang around good people. He finally admits that connection.
Sorry. Fucking mute button. This was done December 29th, 2021. This was at least a few weeks before Ziggy talked to Fred for the first time ever. You hear them talking about the crack fairy and Knoxville trips, and it's interesting because you hear it without Fred's take. This is before we knew who Fred was. So you're going to hear Jody Sue talk about it, and we don't hear nothing from Ziggy about Playboy or this is where you remove all of that. And you hear about Dawn's trips to Knoxville without Fred. However, I think it's interesting to listen to Ziggy's demeanor. And she doesn't talk much in this live. Most of this live is Jody Sue and other panel guests. Very little from Ziggy.
Openly into the world, which is not cool. And the hotels and all that shit, and then the slips of the tongue. That's what should be striking most people as the point. But trying to put Dobbs and a hotel mentioned in a call in November or whatever by Dawn together is just wildly like, where are you going with that?
Well, I think that what I'm saying that is that when he, in my theory, in my opinion, by the way, is when he picked up Summer from the shed and she screamed, he took her to the hotel, and that's where Dawn comes up in his head that she's in a hotel room, but she's not, of course, any longer. So, I mean, if you listen to Dawn, he gives clues here and there when he talks, but then he backtracks. And I really believe, I know a lot of
lips and everything everybody says, you know, little bits of truth, a little bit of this, a little of that, but it's also not far-fetched. Even if at the end of the day, by some miracle, those two are not involved. I mean, as a parent, you have to think, what are the possibilities, right? And that's a possibility. Sex trafficking is a real possibility, and I guess Don would know, considering he's tried to sell one of his own on street corners before. And what he says in there, I mean, think about it. In a fashion, he's done this to his own sisters, his son's done it. I mean, you've got all this pattern of behavior for decades from him. He says in the phone call with Ziggy that he himself has picked up in hotel rooms. Did anybody catch that? And then the other day you have him, calling one of the young girls that's 12 around Allie, saying she has a banging body. Then you've got this other call where he's talking about his own daughter being raped by his own son. And he's like, well, I gotta give her props, so she cried and everything, but she didn't go running like cattle and reporting, so I gotta hand it to her. I'm like, what the hell? I mean,
yeah, that was weird when he said that.
From a predator's point of view, because he himself is a predator, so he can imagine what the possibilities are for Summer.
I love everything that you put out there, and I think that it's great that you debunk a lot of the stuff that's put out there. And I think that it's easy to get caught up in conspiracies, but I think it's good to.
Jody continues to talk about this. What she's telling you is she doesn't put it past Dawn to be an essayer. She doesn't put it past Dawn and Candace to traffic Summer. In this interview, the clip I've been looking for that I have said to you guys I'm going to find over and over and over, I found. And that's the clip of Jody Sue saying, we were digging long before when they went to Utah. Long before Summer went missing, Jody had an inkling she's going to tell you about the boys. And the boys saying how daddy's abusing mommy. And how it would travel down from one child to the next, to the next, to the next. And Josie would be the speaker. Josie always the speaker. I didn't listen to the second hour of this, but I'm praying. There's a clip I'm looking for of Jody Sue where Jody Sue said one of the boys went to school and told the school something really fucking bad daddy did. And that's when CPS started coming to Dawn and Candace's home. Jody does know things that we don't know. But in my opinion, her stories have changed tremendously. Her attitude has changed. Her friendships have changed. She's almost flirting with Josh and Scott in this interview. We're going to be here for a while because she's on panel for 2 hours. And I slept till 3 o'clock, got up, daughter came and got me, went food shopping, came home, finally got dressed, put some makeup on just a little bit ago, and now I'm live. So I am well refreshed with coffee, check this new weed vape I got today. This shit is cool as fuck. I never seen these before. You put your herb in here. Look at this. This one's from Snoop Dogg. It's a cheap one. I paid $20 for it where my husband works. But you put your weed in here. It comes with these little tools. You got to clean it. It has a little coil at the freaking end and no fucking lighters. This thing is fucking amazing. You just put it in here. You light it up. You turn it on. You hit the button 5 times to turn it on. You hit it and it burns your fucking weed with a little coil like a toaster, man. This thing, and it lasts forever. So I highly recommend buying one of these fucking little vapes you put your fucking weed in. There, they just got some free PR for me. Okay, let's go back to this.
To stick to, it's good for Don to always say, look away from my property, look away from what Candace and Don really are.
He's been doing that for day one. They
Exactly.
just notice they mention everybody else's like drug stuff. They mention all these small time bits and pieces. They're always like, oh, we only hang around good people. The rest of the community, meanwhile, are standing there going, what the fuck did they just say? They are the bad people in the community. The hell they just say about the rest of everybody over here smoking like a gram of pot? The fuck did they just say, these crackheads? Like, are you serious? And here they are never mentioning.
So I want you to keep in mind this is all also, and you're going to hear it. Right after, they're going to talk about Squall and Candace in the interview they did where Candace is on Squall's panel crying. And you're going to hear Jody Sue talk about how angry she was because Candace switched her story. I'm telling you, this has a lot. Love My Flower Vape by Tommy Chong. Oh, I'll have to try that. I never heard of that one, Gene. But I am amazed. Like, I literally 3 bowls today, and this thing has lasted me all fucking day. Like, and I got a second one because the first one I bought, I had to buy 2 of them. My daughter dropped it and broke the glass thing in there. So I got an extra battery on it. So when this runs out, I just hit it. Dude, this thing is fucking amazing. I'm telling you. So far, it's only day 1. I'll let you know in a couple. But I might get to retire all my little bowls I got to clean and all that other shit all the time. If this thing pans out after a couple days.
Their own massive drug dealers. They're big city ones. They're not mentioning their own traffic. And I think that's what set Dawn off for all the phone calls with the N-bombs. And that particular call with Ziggy was I had done live on my Facebook because we'd all been asked a set of questions in there that the whole community laughed at when we all got together and were talking about it and see each other. He was trying to put his own like Scarface type of big city traffic with POC rolling in these big Suburbans like Scarface through Ben Hill, trying to make them like they were some other type, but into somebody else's traffic, right? The cops looked at us and laughed while they were asking us. We all slow blinked back at the cops and were like, are you serious? Dawn said that and they were like, yeah. And we're like, oh, hell. We all had a good laugh. And then as community members started saying, you're like, did the cops ask you? And we're like, hell yeah. And we all were like, because we know it's false targeting by that damn Hill. It's just enough of their own truth trying to mix in and sling it at people it doesn't belong at. It's bullshit. And that's what they try to do the whole time.
How did he think handing out 2 grand worth of crack was going to make him look good? That's the interesting part, that I think that he thought that narrative was going to be helpful. Like, and then that means he has to admit that he bought that crack. Now he has to say where he got that amount from, which means someone is
trying to tell you all that nobody's listening to. They always have money. I know you all think they're poor because of how they look, how the house is. They have always had money like that to drop.
She's going to get into the abuse over at the Wells. She tells you they always have money to drop. Dawn and Candace always have money. Now, Dawn has a really good job. I think working for Tucker was a high-paying job in drywall in their area. Dawn was hired at the place in Utah, which I have looked at myself, and it's fucking amazing. If famous people live where Dawn was working, and we'll go over that again one day. What I did was I took an image that where he was building from his Facebook, and I put it in Google Lens. And it took me right to the building he was building. It matched. You could see like famous people live where Dawn was building. He had quite an extravagant, amazing fucking job in Utah. Candace with Jose ruined that for Dawn. Is that something Dawn's mad about? Does Dawn not want all of these children? It seems like he doesn't love them, in my opinion, as much as Candace does. When you see the pictures and stuff, you hear Dawn say, well, I really was at work all the time and I didn't do nothing with my kids and things of that nature. Those are just concerning things to me. Like, you have no memories with your kids. Well, this one time we went on a boat with Allie and her kids, and you know what I mean? He didn't know their birthdays. He didn't. Like, to me, that's just extremely concerning. But Jody's going to talk a little bit about their dynamics, their money, their, how they have it to spend. We hear Dawn say he has trafficked in the past. We hear her say he's not talking about his own traffic that comes in. Now we know after this that Dawn was going to Fred, take me to your dealer in Knoxville. I want to go find my daughter. I'm the crack fairy. Like the alien shirts they used to have where there's the alien and the ship and it says, take me to your dealer, and they're smoking. I had one of them. Any of you have that shirt poster? Why are you going to Fred to ask him to take you to his dealer in Knoxville? Just strange shit to me. My dinner's here. I'm going to let you guys eat while I eat my steak.
At a dime's notice. They do have money like that.
Yeah. That's common in this area for people.
Well, for people like,
and they have money. I'm from here, Jody, too.
Yeah, and like my own family, like you would not think. Well, like my pap, when you see him out, like it was, like down to earth type. My ex neighbors, others in the community, they live and they look like some of the biggest businessmen around here that are part of the, the commissioners and all these people that are rich. They dress normally. They don't show it off. You would never guess in a million years what they're actually worth. Candace and Dawn are a little different, though. There's something there, but Candace does not have money. Dawn does. He controls shit that way, but they do have that type of money, and they can drop it. He can go on 3-day vendors a lot to bigger cities, and he comes back with money. That speaks of some control of his use and of, it's a thing, but I've been trying to tell everybody for months, nobody listens. That he could afford that much is not beyond the realm, but that he did so. No, what he means is he went down there recently on another fucking bender, and the cops followed his dumb ass, and now he wants to pretend in his own mind and wants to offer it out because he knows, like the rest of us, the cops are watching these streams. They're watching all of us through this. And he wants to be like, yeah, let me see if I can confuse them with more lies, like the feds are stupid. Or like any of you all are stupid, Nobody's stupid to think somebody's going to give out $2,000 in crack.
No.
Be like, and then
I would be
run
on
them.
him for drug distribution. How is that not drug distribution? He should have been charged for it. If he's
Just because you give it away, it's still crime. That's for sure. And then I outrun them. Like, what? They won't even let you completely away with the DUI, bro. They're not letting you away with $2,000 and crack and outrunning them.
Josh, is that really you?
Oh, yeah. Is this the 5 o'clock free crack giveaway?
Jody Sue, was he home that day?
Dawn?
Yes.
There was no noise from that hill. I recall kind of faintly early that morning hearing gravel coming on as they were leaving. But nothing much. And then during those critical hours, was there kids? There was no kids playing, no doors shut, no camper doors, no anything. No dogs barking when we were out on the hill like they should have been. There was nothing.
Hey Pam,
Jody Sue?
I keep muting you while you're not talking because you have background noise.
Oh.
That's why I'm muting. Oh, sorry. Go
Jody
ahead.
Sue, I have a question. So did Dawn control Candace? Because when I watch like Chris's videos, you notice she's always looking out the side of her eye at Dawn, and he has his arm around her at all times to make sure she doesn't.
That I know the internet's trying to turn it, and this was part of I think why the internet thought I was trying to protect Candace. There's a domestic violence thing there, right? That connects us in a way. But I've heard those children come out far more often and say, I've never heard them come out and say, Mom's hurting Dad, but I have a million times, including right before all of this, heard them come out and say, in a chained effort, one will tell the other, come out to the oldest and be like, Dad's being mean to Mom again. And if you watch his behavior through the women he talks to, look what he's doing. He's over flirting with them. He's doing whatever. He's gaslighting, and Candace is obviously intoxicated. It's going to make it worse. She's used to this her whole life. She has her own anger issues. And if you notice the age difference for her being poor, part of the system, she probably married Don, got with him thinking, well, look at this lifestyle. This is great. At least free booze, whatever, right? So,
Yeah, I really believe that she's
we
not like
dropped. She'll probably be back.
that she's not the greatest person, but I'm probably the only one, but I really do feel like Dawn is the one that set this all up. Candace is part of it.
Oh, Jody, so you dropped for a second. I don't know.
I think it's a storm starting to move through, but
okay.
It's always him that has to go to the bank. He has the cards. He keeps the money. That's why Candace is doing so many free activities with the boys. She doesn't have money to do it, but he'll leave her with like 20 during the day or whatever. And when Grandis is around, she has a little bit more freedom in what she does because I'd say some of that money comes from Grandis to where she's able to do and come and go a little bit more, paid activities, a little more things.
I think she feels more protected when Candace is there, or when Grandis is there. I feel like she feels more protected.
Yeah, there's a reason Dawn doesn't like Grandis. And that's because I like one of the last episodes, Grandis is one that called the police, and Grandis will help Candace leave for months with the kids after a domestic violence situation. And honestly, the kids are calmer, a little better behaved when Grandis is there. There are less teens, less partying, less everything. But Grandis has her own little flavor of freaking wonky, so.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I really do feel that Dawn is the one that set this all up, and Candace was. I mean, he's setting Candace up right now to take the fall because he doesn't want that third.
Often, but he's also setting anybody and everybody else up he can get it to stick to since day one is my feeling.
Yeah, that's true.
I think, and I'm starting to think some things that I've not said publicly, just because I'm sure Josh knows kind of where I'm going with my theory. I think there's something up the way I first met Candace the first time I met her. And I think sometimes the right people and the right predators maybe meet each other.
I agree
and
with
y'all
that.
have their own roles. Possibly.
Josh, I caught your live the other day with the wheels on the bus coming off. That was amazing. I think you do really, really good work.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I like
it just so happens that Don has a bus in his front yard.
It runs though. Grandis, that's her bus, not Dawn's.
Yeah, I can see Grandis just trucking
And they
down.
brought it back on the trip that Dawn was so pissed about because they'd been gone for months after he beat the crap out of Candace. And he was so pissed she'd taken Summer. And then when they finally come back, Grandis has that bus and it sat down there at the main road for a while. And then they finally brought it up hill. And good God, you should have heard that day. And then it wasn't, too far after that Summer bench, but it runs good shape. Like, but she was planning on making it into like an RV or some, I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
Partridge Family bullshit. I don't know.
I'm guessing it's going to sit there for now.
Yeah, it's my guess too.
Until she needs to run off again.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I tell you, Don, he's just lost it. I mean, he's my whole theory on Don now is if he doesn't know what's going on, it's because he's being willfully ignorant or he's involved, and neither one of them are good scenarios. So,
I'm going to go with the latter.
Yeah, well, there's more than one way to be involved, though, right, Jody Sue? Like, you can still be involved after the fact. Like, if he came home, something happened, and then he helped out, or he's just keeping his mouth shut. I mean, that's still.
Damn, I can't get this food down because I have to keep typing and talking. I'm going to go with the latter. There's Jody Sue right there. I'm telling you 100% she believes Dawn's guilty. Keep listening.
Still being involved.
My first videos, Josh, public kind of caught on to something I wasn't going to say then, and I'm still trying to. They noticed, they're like, well, she never says Dawn was there. I'm like, well, common sense, though, right? Is it right? But it was literally in my stomach. I could never say 100% he wasn't. And because of doubts we had because of Utah and because we were digging for proof on stuff before Summer went missing. A little too fucking late on that front. But we
digging for proof on stuff before Summer went missing. So she is really hating on the Wells. Prior to Summer going missing, so much so she's digging.
I think she feels more protected when Candace is there, or when Grandis is there. I feel like she feels more protected.
Yeah, there's a reason Dawn doesn't like Grandis.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because I like one of the last episodes, Grandis is one that called the police, and Grandis will help Candace leave for months with the kids after a domestic violence situation. And honestly, the kids are calmer, a little better behaved when Grandis is there. There are less teens, less partying, less everything. But Grandis has her own little flavor of freaking wonky. So,
right? Yeah, I mean.
Trying to swallow my steak. Grandis also has her own little flavor of wonkies. So we hear Grandis has a wild bill staying in her shed. And that Grandis also brings people up. We hear about Grandis's infatuation with Jose, right? Grandis has her own wonkies that come up on the hill.
I really do feel that Dawn is the one that set this all up, and Candace was. I mean, he's setting Candace up right now to take the fall because.
Oh, just wait. The dramatics are there, Jean. The dramatics are there. She has a pretend heart attack on Ziggy's panel and a little bit coming up. Keep watching.
I've thought that often, but he's also setting anybody and everybody else up he can get it to stick to since day one is my feeling.
Yeah, that's
true. I think, and I'm starting to think some things that I've not said publicly, just because of I'm sure Josh knows kind of where I'm going with my theory. But yeah, I think there's something up the way I first met Candace, the first time I met her. And I think sometimes the right people and the right predators maybe meet each other.
I agree
And
with
y'all
that.
have your own roles. Possibly.
The very first time she met Candace, she thought Candace was a predator. Y'all following?
Josh, I caught you alive the other day with the wheels on the bus coming off. That was amazing. I think you do really, really good work.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I
And
like
it just so
watching
happens that Don
you too.
has a bus in his front yard.
It runs though. Grandis, that's her bus, not Dawn's.
Yeah, I can see Grandis just trucking
And
down.
they brought it back on the trip that Dawn was so pissed about because they'd been gone for months after he beat the crap out of Candace. And he was so pissed she'd taken Summer. And then when they finally come back, Grandis has that bus and it sat down there at the main road for a while. And then they finally brought it up hill. And good God, you should have heard that day. And then it wasn't, too far after that summer bench, but it runs good shape. But she was planning on making it into like an RV or some, I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
Partridge Family bullshit. I don't know.
I'm guessing it's going to sit there for now.
Yeah, it's my guess too.
Until she needs to run off again.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, Don, he's just lost it. I mean, he's my whole theory on Don now is if he doesn't know what's going on, it's because he's being willfully ignorant or he's involved, and neither one of them are good scenarios. So,
I'm going to go with the latter.
Yeah, well, there's more than one way to be involved, though, right, Jody Sue? Like, you can still be involved after the fact. Like, if he came home, something happened, and then he helped out, or he's just keeping his mouth shut. I mean, that's still being involved.
My first videos, Josh, public kind of caught on to something I wasn't going to say then, and I'm still trying to. They noticed, they're like, well, she never says Dawn was there. I'm like, well, common sense, though, right? Is it work? But it was literally in my stomach. I could never say 100% he wasn't. And because of doubts we had because of Utah and because we were digging for proof on stuff before Summer went missing, a little too fucking late on that front. But we've been digging because we knew something was wrong. We just couldn't figure out what. I couldn't with a straight face say. But I thought with a straight face, I was saying, well, I don't think Candace is involved. But now, judging by that last vid chat her and I had and seeing more tears from her and emotion that night, knowing she was lying to me, knowing she had helped target my kids and I and all this other shit, then she had that first day Summer went missing and I caught her at the creek and we talked. She was like, Summer's missing. I was like, I know. I was like, I'm looking and everything else. Knowing she showed more emotion in that fake ass con video chat she had with me the other day than she had for Summer that first day. I'm like, nope, no more. That face was a lie. There's something wrong. But Dawn, those first few days when I made that first 6, that last vid chat her and I had and seeing more tears from her and emotion that night, knowing she was lying to me, knowing she had helped target my kids and I and all this other shit. Then she had that first day Summer went missing and I caught her at the creek and we talked.
So Jody's going to go into coming out of the creek and where she looked. I want you guys to listen to how her stories have changed since then. Tell me what you catch. You're going to hear her start at Simpson back then. Not at Beach Creek, not across the street. How do you go look under the bridge while Candace is calling before Candace calls? Why are you looking for Summer before Candace calls? or before Candace tells you what's going on. Why, when Donnie comes down the hill, do you say, I know, I know? You already know Summer's missing. I mean, she could be yelling, Summer. Summer could be hiding in the house. Right? The neighbor's already out. Jody, this shit don't make no fucking sense. Even today.
Oh, she was like, Summer's missing. I was like, I know. I was like, I'm looking at everything else. Knowing she showed more emotion in that fake ass con video chat she had with me the other day than she had for Summer that first day. I'm like, nope, no more. That face was lied or something wrong. But Dawn, those first few days when I made that first 16 on those videos, I couldn't with a straight face or a heart say Dawn's not, and so I just avoided it. And the public sort of caught on to it, but I was like, nah, it's not what I mean. Just but
one of the things that really was weird, if you remember when I can't remember, it was like Squall's channel or something that she was on, and
don't say that name. If you say it 3 times,
Is this proof Jody, Sue, and Josh were talking prior? In a big, organized, connected group. So Jody at this point tells us about the video, but she doesn't mention yet. It isn't even until a year later that she mentions that it was Squall that was there during this video conference. But immediately after, Josh is going to say, well, what about that chat with Squall and Candace? So Josh is already aware that Squall was there before we are, the rest of the public. Right? Because Jody, you wasn't talking to creators behind the scenes now, was you? With your little girl crush on Josh, who's going to finesse and romance scam another woman out here on the YouTube streets, right? Did you help Josh do that too? Just speculating.
I was about to say you're gonna Jody Sue's favorite person there.
I figured Jody Sue has a lot of good friends on here, but
oh yeah, they're down there somewhere.
When I was watching that, and she's bawling like she always does, and I'm not exactly sure if she says I want to tell what happened to Summer. I wish I could tell what happened to Summer, but after that, Dawn says, well, why? He says, well, why do you think I'm back to this whole time, baby? Like he's putting all his faith in what she has said. And that's him basically saying, look, this is your deal. I'm backing you, but whatever happened to Summer, when it comes down to it, it's on you.
I don't know if it was AB or you, somebody the other night that was going through one of their first interviews, on the one where she's so messed up, right? And they're sitting there, and it was the one with Ansley Daniels, and they're sitting there, and Candace is allowed it, so it was harder for her to control her facial reactions. But Dawn says in that part, he goes, about her being kept or her being dead, and Candace immediately is like, the look on her face is, but to me, it says, well, what the hell do you mean? Like, almost like, you told me it would be okay, or she's going to be okay, or wherever she is, almost like, but wait, that's not what the hell you've promised me with my daughter.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I remember that. I saw that.
It was very telling. I think the one theory that I've always stuck with of what happened here was something did very bad happen to Summer. And the one thing I've always thought was Candace needed Dawn to get rid of her, because Candace would have said to Dawn, hey, they're going to find out if you've done anything to her, in a CM way, and they're going to find out. So you better get rid of her. And I think that's really what's happened.
You know what really pisses me the fuck off watching this? How many times have we heard Jody Sue say they're putting SA on Summer? They're putting SA on Summer. It's so sick. You guys are so sick. You're attacking Summer. You're attacking Summer. What the fuck is this bitch doing on this panel right now with this fucking Karina lady? With Josh? Did she not just accuse Dawn of SAing his daughter? Yet she'll get out there till this day and attack all of us when she started it. She's why we're all here asking questions, right? Because Jody Sue put DV on Summer first. But hey, what do I know?
Happened here. So they kind of
I
got so
think
much
it
dirt on
might be a
each
little bit
other.
more serious than that.
Well, but that,
Yeah, I don't
I
think
get
it's
what you're
that.
saying.
I think
But that's
I
just
really
a
think they
theory.
sold her.
Well, these
Is
are all
that
theories.
is that the interview where she turned around and if looks could kill, Dawn would have been dead right then?
Yeah.
It was more of a shocked look, like a what the hell do you mean?
Yeah, it wasn't.
Before she could control
Like
it.
she was still holding up for some sort of maybe someone was coming back. But
Like
I mean,
somebody had promised her Summer would be okay.
Or it could be, hey, we're going to go on TV. How about we not say Summer's dead? And then he does it anyway because he's a complete idiot.
Well, the thing was, you all started seeing the past tense language, right? And it to the public, it had that Boswell flavor, right? But from hours after Summer disappeared, he was already using past tense with us. He said she was dead, that he hoped she was. And I told him, I was like, Dawn, because we were all sitting there at the end of my driveway, and I was like, Dawn, have some hope, please. I was like, I'm not big on hope. We know Hope is a cool motherfucker. I'm not big on it, but please give her some hope. You know she can run like the wind. You know that if she gets a chance, maybe she can get away. We're just hours in here, Dawn. He was like, well, I hope so, but I don't think so. And then he went immediately after that, and the person you see in the past few days with his little trolls that are coming from PG and other places are putting out a certain name in chat right now and doxing him. That happened to be the kid's family and Andy's family that came to us and we're like, dude, this motherfucker's trying.
So who gets Ziggy in touch with Fred? What day did Ziggy go down to Tennessee and meet Fred for the first time? January what? Who do you think got Ziggy in touch with Fred?
I've got that often, but he's also setting anybody and everybody else up he can get it to stick to since day one is my feeling.
Yeah, that's true.
However, I think, and I'm starting to think some things that I've not said publicly, just because of, I'm sure Josh knows kind of where I'm going with my theory. I think there's something up with the way I first met Candace, the first time I met her. And I think sometimes the right people and the right predators maybe meet each other.
I agree
and
with
y'all
that.
have your own roles. Possibly.
Josh, I caught you live the other day with the wheels on the bus coming off. That was amazing. I think you do really, really good work.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I
And
like
it just
watching,
so happens that
watching you
Don
too.
has a bus in his front yard.
It runs though. Grandis, that's her bus, not Dawn's.
Jody hates Robin. Jody has said things to me like Robin has the same exact car as Dawn and Candace. When she comes up there, Robin goes up there with her little snacks and Robin's all sunshiny. Jody don't like Robin, and I've never seen any evidence of Robin and Jody Sue talking. However, Shay's safe place and Robin are best friends. Shay's safe place and Chicken on a Stick were also very close. Out of nowhere. Valkyrie and Robin were friends. There are people out here who have been buddying around with Robin, but it's not Jody Sue, according to her YouTube persona or when she speaks to people. She hates the church, and Andy and her both believe the church is involved. They've both told me that. Yes. It was ruled the scream was unfounded. However, Kawana, you have to remember the police can lie to save the integrity of the case. It could be they didn't want Jody Sue to come out here and fucking tell anybody about the scream, and Jody Sue hindered the case by doing so. To me, Ronnie Lawson seemed a little ticked off in that when he said it was unfounded.
Yeah, I could see Grandis just trucking
And
down.
they brought it back on the trip that Don was so pissed about because they'd been gone for months after he beat the crap out of Candace, and he was so pissed she'd taken Summer. And then when they finally come back, Grandis has that bus, and it sat down there at the main road for a while, and then they finally brought it up hill, and good God, you should have heard that day. And then it wasn't, too far after that Summer bench, but it runs good shape. But she was planning on making it into like an RV or some, I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
Partridge Family bullshit. I don't know.
I'm guessing it's going to sit there for now.
Yeah, it's my guess too.
Until she needs to run off again.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, Don, he's just lost it. I mean, he's my whole theory on Don now is if he doesn't know what's going on, it's because he's being willfully ignorant, or he's involved, and neither one of them are good scenarios. So,
I'm gonna go with the latter.
Yeah, well, there's more than one way to be involved, though, right, Jody Sue? Like, you can still be involved after the fact. Like, if he came home, something happened, and then he helped out, or he's just keeping his mouth shut. I mean, that's still being involved.
My first videos, Josh, public kind of caught on to something I wasn't going to say then, and I'm still trying to. They noticed, they're like, well, she never says Dawn was there. I'm like, well, common sense, though, right? Is it right? But it was literally in my stomach. I could never say 100% he wasn't. And because of doubts we had because of Utah and because we were digging for proof on stuff before Summer went missing, it's a little too fucking late on that front. But we've been digging because we knew something was wrong. We just couldn't figure out what. I couldn't with a straight face say, but I thought with a straight face I was saying, well, I don't think Candace is involved. But now, judging by that last vid chat her and I had, and seeing more tears from her and emotion that night, knowing she was lying to me, knowing she had helped target my kids and I, and all this other shit. Then she had that first day Summer went missing, and I caught her at the creek and we talked. She was like, Summer's missing. I was like, I know. I was like, I'm looking at everything else. Knowing she showed more emotion in that fake ass con video chat she had with me the other day than she had for Summer that first day. I'm like, nope, no more. That face was alive or something wrong. But Dawn, those first few days when I made that first 16 on those videos, I couldn't with a straight face or a heart say Dawn's not. And so I just avoided it. And the public sort of caught on to it, but I was like, nah, it's not what I mean. But
one of the things that really was
first day Summer went missing, and I caught her at the creek and we talked. She was like, Summer's missing. I was like, I know. I was like, I'm looking at everything else.
The first day I caught her at the creek, and she says Summer's missing, in which Jody's first words, I know. Is that admittance? And that's not the first time Jody said that.
Knowing she showed more emotion in that fake ass con video chat she had with me the other day than she had for Summer that first day. I'm like, nope, no more. That face was a lie or something wrong. But Dawn, those first few days when I made that first 16 on those videos, I couldn't with a straight face or a heart say Dawn's not, and so I just avoided it. And the public sort of caught on to it, but I was like, nah, it's not what I mean. Just but
one of the things that really was weird, if you remember when I can't remember, it was like Squall's channel or something that she was on, and
God, don't say that name. If you say it 3 times,
I was about to say you're gonna say Jody Sue's favorite person there.
I figured Jody Sue has a lot of good friends on here, but
oh yeah, they're down there somewhere.
When I was watching that, and she's bawling like she always does, and I'm not exactly sure if she says I want to tell what happened to Summer. I wish I could tell what happened to Summer, but after that, Dawn says, "Well, why?" He says, "Well, why do you think I'm back to this whole time, baby?" Like he's putting all his faith in what she has said, and that's him basically saying, "Look, this is your deal. I'm backing you, but whatever happened to Summer, when it comes down to it, it's on you."
I don't know if it was AB or you, somebody the other night that was going through one of their first interviews, on the one where she's so messed up, right? And they're sitting there, and it was the one with Ansley Daniels, and they're sitting there, and Candace is out of it, so it was harder for her to control her facial reactions. But Dawn says in that part, he goes, about her being kept or her being dead, and Candace immediately is like, the look on her face is, but to me, it says, well, what the hell do you mean? Like, almost like, you told me it would be okay, or she's going to be okay, or wherever she is, almost like, but wait, that's not what the hell you promised me with my daughter.
Yep, I remember that. I saw that.
It was very telling. I think the one theory that I've always stuck with of what happened here was something did very bad happen to Summer. And the one thing I've always thought was Candace needed Dawn to get rid of her, because Candace would have said to Dawn, hey, they're going to find out if you've done anything to her, in a CM way, and they're going to find out. So you better get rid of her. And I think that's really what's happened here. So they kind of got
I think it might be a little bit more serious than that.
Well, but that,
yeah, I don't think it's
what you're
that.
saying.
I think,
but that's
I really think they sold her.
Well, these are all theories.
Is that the interview where she turned around and if looks could kill, she'd
Gene, I respect your thoughts on this case too. Anybody who comes into my chat, and I don't actually know these people. Like, I've spoken to them through the years, but it's not like I've ever had a hangout with Jody Sue and we went for coffee, or, I've spoken to Jeannie, Dawn Will's stepsister. You have to go by their demeanor and what they say to you. You have to pick and choose. Is what they saying to you truthful, honest? I don't know that any of these people have ever told me the truth, or I don't know that they've ever lied to me. Summer does deserve the truth. The general public deserves truth and speculation. Well, I think we're going to speculate. Nobody understands why it's been 5 years and we can't find this little girl. You know what's really crazy to me is we're watching right now the Savannah Guthrie mother that's missing. And I covered it the other night. However, I don't know that I want to cover it again. And the reason being is this is somebody who has the money. They're demanding ransom for Bitcoin, right? Like, I want this Bitcoin, give me this money, and there's Guthrie's. We can give it to you, anything you want. And I agree, they should. I'm not by any means saying I don't want this lady found, but it pisses me off that we're seeing so much FBI involvement and hearing about all the technology and the Quantico and all of the crazy things they're doing for this lady that's 86 years old and has lived her life. Summer was 5. Why doesn't every missing person deserve the same thing that Savannah Guthrie's mother's getting? It's disturbing to me. Not that any person ever deserves to be missing. God, I pray every day they find this woman. Right? I think it's wrong. Like, how is somebody going to steal somebody's whole ass mom? But what about Summer? Why doesn't she get Trump to comment on her case? What about Monkey? Doesn't that bother people? We see all this exploitation around this missing old lady. But there's a 5-year-old little girl that doesn't have answers. I mean, she was 5 at the time of her death. I didn't mean to say that at the time of her disappearance. Please, I didn't mean to say that. Jesus, don't hold me to that. I read that Trump was notified as asked for help. Yeah. And he's helping. He's deploying this and doing that and giving the best labs. But that lady's in her 80s. Summer just would have turned 10. Why doesn't Summer and every missing kid on this earth get what this older woman's getting? It's heartbreaking to me. I've been struggling watching the press conferences and the families speak. But that's another thing, too. We also don't see Dawn and Candace getting out there like you see them. Right. Our taxes should cover that. You're absolutely right, Jean. She's 84, Summer's 10. Summer was 5 when she went missing. I would love to see Summers be found and survive till she's 84. That's all. Okay, let me get back to this. I'm getting off topic. I could go on and on about that shit. And little John's son was found. Like, the black guy got no coverage. Hardly.
Dawn would have been dead right then.
Yeah.
It was more of a shocked look, like a what the hell do you mean?
Yeah, it wasn't.
Like she was still holding up for some sort of maybe someone was coming back. But
Like
I mean,
somebody had promised her Summer would be okay.
Or it could be, hey, we're going to go on TV. How about we not say Summer's dead? And then he does it anyway because he's a complete idiot.
Well, the thing was, you all started seeing the past tense language, right? And to the public, it had that Boswell flavor, right? But from hours after Summer disappeared, he was already using past tense with us. He said she was dead, and that he hoped she was. And I told him, I was like, Dawn, because we were all sitting there at the end of my driveway, and I was like, Dawn, have some hope, please. I was like, I'm not big on hope. We know Hope is a cool motherfucker. I'm not big on it, but please give her some hope. You know she can run like the wind. You know that if she gets a chance, maybe she can get away. We're just hours in here, Dawn. He was like, well, I hope so, but I don't think so.
So here's Jody Sue. She's going to start introducing Fred to Ziggy without saying Fred's name. And the things that Dawn said to Fred. That's what we're going to hear. Jody Sue starts talking about how Dawn talked about Summer in the past tense, night 1. And how he was talking about the resurrection. And I think this is important because if this is what Dawn was really doing, night 1, I don't know.
And then he went immediately after that. And the person you see in the past few days with his little trolls that are coming from PG and other places are putting out a certain name in chat right now and doxing him. That happened to be the kid's family and Andy's family that came to us And we're like, dude, this motherfucker's trying to set us up. And I was like, yeah, there's something wrong here. But he went to them and said one of the wildest statements I've ever heard. But because this person has mental issues too, I didn't know how to parse it apart. You have to speak this person's language in order to know. And there was a statement made to them about how Summer was taken and sort of killed. It's sort of a mix between Bible verses, but that Summer was taken to be cleansed because she was dirty.
What?
Insane.
Hey, Scott.
Not killed, murdered, not just taken, but killed,
Yeah, it's
murdered,
me.
dead because she needed to be cleansed because she was dirty.
Say,
So Fred says when he comes on here that Dawn says we'll see her in the resurrection. However, there is a J is for Justice, I believe, interview that Dawn did where he says something very similar to what Jody Sue is saying. I'm going to have to find the clips. And it was, I hope that Summer doesn't take the sins of her parents or have to pay. I hope we don't have to pay for the sins of our children. Or there was a couple times he spoke about it, but there was something that was really similar to what Jody Sue is saying right now that Dawn has spoken about publicly here on YouTube. So that's a little concerning to me. It sounds way out there, don't it? Like, but Fred was saying resurrection, but here Jody's saying Fred was saying something else. Summer needed to be cleansed.
Scott, brave boy.
Hi, Scott.
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Hey, Scott. Long time no hear.
I'm in the panel, Ziggy.
How you like that LiDAR? It's amazing, isn't it, Scott?
That was pretty cool.
My favorite part. How do you like that LiDAR? It was pretty amazing, wasn't it, Scott? Jody Sue's going to tell you about the screen test that the PIs did. But guess what? Before we hear it at YouTube, Scott and Jody have already talked about it. And nobody knows Scott's face, but Scott has somehow already listened to the screen test. They're going to tell you right now. Who came out here with Scott H, Jody Sue?
Cool. Did you like that?
I did. I had the, yeah.
You kind of muted out a little bit there, Jody, so I couldn't hear
Or did you guys hear that also? That Dawn and BK.
And if you notice that LiDAR proves why I can hear the sounds on that hill, unlike other people, it proves why 125 picks up the sound the way it does.
Right.
Yeah,
Did you
but
hear that, Jody Sue?
made that long ago. Thank you.
What was that, Josh?
One thing I wanted to say why I wanted to come up was, back to Jody Sue and her very first interviews. A lot of people were talking about those when she very first did them, or she had done them on Facebook and then they ended up on YouTube. And a lot of people were saying, she's talking in these secrets and these riddles, and people still say that to this day. And Yennefer is from,
and that's true. And I've said local, that there are riddles.
Local.
How many times have we heard Jody Sue say, Jennifer Parrott, the local show around or whatever she calls her? She's been sitting on panel with Jody Sue this whole time, not saying a fucking word. Scott comes up, talks about Yennefer being there and her Yennefer and him, Yennefer, and Jody Sue all being local and knowing about the area. And I don't know, it sounds to me like these three know each other. What are your thoughts?
Jody Sue is local. In those first videos that Jody Sue put out, if you're from this area, you could read between Jody Sue's lines just like she was speaking it.
Yep.
You really, really could. And that's something that now, regardless, we can take everything that Ronnie Lawson said, whether the scream was unfounded or not. Jody Sue's already said, throw all that stuff out. Throw out everything that she said. But there's certain things that Jody Sue said from jump, the very beginning since Jody Sue got on YouTube, that are now not from Jody Sue's mouth, but from Don's mouth, are filling in the blanks of the things that Jody Sue was leaving out. But being a local, we knew exactly what Jody Sue was talking about.
And I still do that. And Scott can see it. He's local. And he can see what I'm doing. And I'm sure it's not apparent to you all, but I know law enforcement and things like that are seeing and hearing. And it's my easiest method to be like, here, this is what I've found this week. Or here, that way I don't have to make here it is, but also there are pieces in there I still try not to give away because they do, not the police, but others listen and gain, and I don't want them to be able to hide and cover. It's like I won't say outright exactly what pieces I'm still looking for, and things like that. And at the end of the day, it's not my job, right? Not law enforcement. But for me, if I can find a way to delete that scream, if I can find a way to delete this or delete that, then because there are things I'm trying to unlock for me that maybe can be helpful to somewhere in that case, no matter how this ends. And unfounded to me means they can't prove or disprove. And that's unfortunate. I wish it could. And I'm fine with being wrong. Have been since day one. But that car door and that flash of a vehicle and the timelines and start putting everything together, I do. I mean, I
have a question. When you said that you saw that vehicle, you saw a flash of red, but it wasn't the same red as the Subaru, correct? Isn't I want to start calling up? She dropped.
How dare you ask her a question?
I know. Damn.
What were you going to say before, Josh?
She'll be back.
Oh,
yeah. I don't think she's dropping intentionally.
I was just saying.
I'll just come back.
Okay.
So
Continue,
my question. Okay, so the question is when you said that you saw that red, that flash of red. Now, trust me, I understand what the gravel sounds like, the different vehicles, because I am local. I understand what you mean by all of that.
Yeah.
But isn't
have you watched the video of where Keys is running down the driveway? Have you seen it?
Yes.
Okay. That vehicle, when it made its way up that day, not far beyond where Keys, where you can first start to see him and say yucky running down, that vehicle had to stop somewhere up there because there's a right.
Mm-hmm.
And then you start around a loop and you go around their house. That vehicle did not make a complete circle. It did not go up to the main house that day. The traction was wrong on it for the Subaru. Now, whether that be because it didn't go up to the part where that traction would click over for that Subaru, or whether it's that it was an entirely different vehicle altogether, but it was not. It was like the clear coat on it was gone. The red was wrong somehow, or dusty, because there would have been no reason had I recognized it as theirs for me to ask my son, who was that? But that's exactly what I did. Because I had a view, he had it sort of his back turned, and he looked to the neighbors. So I didn't really catalog, but my brain did hear, and I saw, but there was something wrong with that vehicle that day, and the cops and feds told me as the days went by it would solidify where it was supposed to go, and that would be normal, and I told them not to leave me, to leave it the hell alone, and it did eventually, and they respected that. They were like, we want to ask you more about it, we'll let it solidify, and then So.
But I always
hold on.
If it wasn't, isn't grandmother's the tailgate of hers a red? And then she didn't go all the way up the hill. Maybe she went part way up.
I would have recognized hers immediately. And this was the top of the car, like the window section that I saw.
Okay. Because I didn't know. I never heard you specify how much of it that you saw. But in one of the when the what is it called? The droids flew by. We saw that her tailgate was red, and that always stuck in my mind. Maybe it was her, but you would have. I understand recognizing.
And Candace came down in her mom's, right? And she met me, and I know right now the whole big thing is, well, Jody Sue was bone dry. I don't know how deep that dumb bitch thinks that creek is, for starters. But secondly, anybody's paid attention to what I've said from the beginning. I was starting down in the area, where MGL and all them were like, we found drug activity. I've said from the beginning, there was a spot there in that curve that is one of two places I cannot see you on that road. And it's where druggies pull in and they use and they toss the needles out.
Is that by the shed?
That's where I was stepping down into to go ahead and go down into the creek. I heard Candace coming down her driveway. I stepped back up out of that spot and onto the roadway. I waited for a second. It is so loud who she's talking to. But I'm like, who in the hell's in the vehicle? That's a grown, it just didn't. And then she gets there, and I'm confused because there's nobody in the thing with her. I'm like, what the hell? And she was like, summer's gone, whatever. And then all of a sudden, Dawn speaks up from the phone. She's holding on speakerphone. And he goes, so you're telling me somebody took my baby girl? And I'm like, oh, there's who she was speaking to. And it is one of the moments that I wish, because I know I heard what they were talking about loud and clear. I mean, they were super loud coming down that driveway.
But what if it didn't have a license plate on it? Somebody who runs a whole dealership. Just a thought I have. All the cameras in there and they can't find this red truck. Blue Roof Dawn, the Thompsons, Fred, Jody Sue. I'm sure the Gorleys had cameras. The Redmonds had a camera. Right, Gene, if summer come for money, we'd have all the FBI and Quantico and everybody out here doing and giving us press conferences like Savannah Guthrie's mom's getting, right? But come on, honestly, I have to ask you, what if it doesn't have a license plate? They didn't need a license plate to check who purchased it. But what if it's an unpurchased vehicle, is what I'm saying to you. If somebody owns a car dealership, they have access to hundreds upon maybe thousands of red Toyota trucks, right? What if it's an unregistered truck? All right.
And I wish I could unlock those words. That there was some sort of hypnosis that worked or something, because I have a feeling those words, what was being said, is because she couldn't hear me. I was screaming up at her for I don't know how long. Well, Candace, I hear you all. I'm looking down here. She couldn't hear me because of the way the bank curves, almost like a mushroom out. She couldn't hear me.
But how do you know what the VIN number is if you can't find the truck? If it was that easy, we would have the driver of the red truck, don't you think? I mean, I'm not trying to say you guys are wrong. Of course they can find out who bought a truck once they know who drove it. Or what truck it is, or where the truck came from. They don't need a license plate to check who purchased the Toyota. Well, dang, then we should know where Summer is. Yeah, Gene, CCTV, but you have to look under the hood or under the car to see the VIN number. You have to have the actual vehicle to be able to see it. I'm so confused by what you guys think. Like, if my neighbor drove by in his red Toyota truck, I wouldn't know his VIN number. If I even got a picture of it on camera, that's not going to show me the VIN number. If it was that easy, we would already have Summer and the red, or at least the driver in the red truck. It's been 5 years. I'm sure they have that red truck on camera by now. If someone's seen it, they had to confirm it in order to call the Amber Alert about it, right? We would have the red truck if a truck driving by just automatically gave you the VIN number. That's impossible, guys. Just saying, I'm not trying to be mean.
And so I was just like, this is wasting time. And I went ahead, went to the creek, looked on the right side of the tunnel, looked down to make sure Summer wasn't there. Went to the left, started to step down in there and head towards the creek.
But what if the abductor is not from your town, Gene? Okay, cool. I'm not arguing. I just don't see how you can see a picture of anybody's car and know what it is. That's why the police ask you for help. That's why, like, in the Koberger case, they were looking for the white car. You have to find the car to get that information from it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to argue with you. It's just not that easy. They would already have the truck. If the truck drove by, they got a picture of it and automatically knew whose truck it was. You have to have the license plate or the VIN number or something on the truck, and that's small. That's within. It's not like the truck has the VIN number painted on the outside of the fucking trunk or on the side of the car where you're going to see it. Maybe I'm just not understanding what you're saying. Because if that was the case, they would have already found the truck years ago.
And here's Tim still in the driveway. But now she's all like, she was dry as a bone. I'm like, okay, miss, I noticed details. Then where the fuck is your daughter?
So was it by the shed that you can't see? That, you know, the one that's by the road? Is that where you can't see? Yeah.
That I was at?
Yeah, well, is that where you can't see really if somebody's there? Is
No.
that shed?
No. That's on the opposite side. That's on the main road. That's
Okay.
where, if you look at the video where Dawn pulls in.
So here's Jody telling you she's not by the side of the shed, that she's at Simpson. Kwan, I hope you're not mad at me. I'm just maybe not understanding what you're saying to me. I don't understand how you could see a picture of the truck with no giving information and know where the truck came from. I really wasn't trying to be rude, and don't take it that way. I just don't. That's implausible to me. They can see underneath the surface with LiDAR. You think they know more is all. Okay. If you think an image from a trail cam can see underneath the surface of a truck. I'm missing technology out there I didn't know was available. Maybe you know more than me. I don't know. I think you have to have the physical truck. Yeah, I feel like you have to have the physical truck to know who the truck belongs to. Google. Okay. Let's Google. Can LiDAR take paint off a truck and reveal a VIN number in a photograph? This sounds like some alien shit. Can you tell a vehicle color from the VIN? For nearly all modern vehicles on the road, you could be certain that the VIN does not reveal or encode the exterior color in that way. VIN decoder, some random person took a picture of my VIN number. Now, see, that's what I'm saying. You have to have a picture of the VIN number to know who the truck, where the truck came from. So, yeah, what you're saying is not true. Please Google it yourself. You can't take a fucking image of it. Like, I'm going to get angry because I'm not going to report something like that on my channel. You cannot take an image of a fucking car and say, hey, this is Joe Smo's car because I can magically see the VIN number through the paint on the picture. We would have the damn truck. I Googled it. Okay? Find OME paint code. You can get paint codes. You can, like, was there 10,000 trucks sold in the color candy apple red? Yeah. You can do it to that. How many people out of the 10,000 people bought a truck or any of them on the RSO registry? That you could do, but people, this truck came from the early 90s. I mean, late 90s, early 2000s. Has it been painted over? Was it somebody's truck they bought? Was it once brown and they painted it red? Yes. Google Earth did see something, but that Google Earth didn't tell us who that truck belonged to. And no image of the truck is going to tell you who it belonged to without either the VIN number or the license plate. Yeah, hopeful thinking. Sorry. I'm just not going to report that you can magically see a truck and say, hey, I know whose truck that belonged to based on the color. Like, that's unreal. Can we get back to this?
Don't know if it was with Doug or somebody has it up. Oh, I can't remember. One of them has it up. I think Michelle After Dark has it up. Yeah, she does. And Don pulls in some of the growth from where the tree cutters and all came through his back, but nowhere near. But Don pulls in and he says, the neighbor was there, the boys were here. That's where I was at looking. I and the other neighbor who he's talking about when he points to the left. And that's the main road. The shed's not far from where I was at that shed, the big one.
Jody, so I've got one question that, and you may have clarified this before, and I just haven't heard it. I thought originally, like Jennifer was saying, when we had the drone fly over and we saw that the tailgate on Grandis's truck was red, I actually thought for a minute, I was like, well, I wonder if maybe if Jody Sue just got a glimpse, that could have been it. And then I heard you clarify that that wasn't it.
So I'm trying to remember the story behind Grandis's car, because when Summer went missing, her car was gold or green or whatever color it was. Then after Summer had gone missing, she had left. She comes back, and the back of her car has been changed. Anybody else notice that? She said she was in a wreck and had to get it fixed. You know how we were just talking about Nancy Guthrie and her case? Did you notice Nancy Guthrie's car? The lady took an Uber that day to go to her daughter's house. She didn't even use her car. Yet the FBI and the police came to their house to take her car as evidence to search it. Dawn, Candace, and Grandma's cars have never been seized. That has always been a problem to me, that Grandma was allowed to leave the state in the last known car Summer was in without it being searched for decomposition. Do y'all remember when Kaylee Anthony went missing? They took the car, they did all the air quality tests. We see Summer sleeping on milk jugs. Did the TBI drop the ball here? Nancy Guthrie wasn't even behind the wheel of her car in over 24 hours, and they came in and seized her car to search it for evidence. But not one of the Wells cars were ever taken. Somebody want to explain that to me?
What I haven't heard you clarify, and I don't even know if you can say, and if you can't, I'm cool with that. You know, we've talked tons. Is it possible, or did you ever see that vehicle that went up the road, Candace's road, come back down?
The driveway, the flasher. That's the thing. Once my son said, and I have clarified, but once my son said, well, it's the neighbors, and then he finished checking the lines and all that, we kind of turned around, went back to the cabin, and paid it no more. Never mind.
Okay.
And
That's
then,
fair. That's fair.
Because I thought, but I don't recall hearing any gravels after that. There was still no dog barks. There was nothing that day. But
Well,
no.
The reason I was thinking was, Candace came down the driveway talking to Dawn on the phone and everything, and you had already been down in the creek. And then after you talked to her, you went back down into the creek. And what I was wondering,
into the creek area right there where the drug activity was, right?
What I was wondering though was, while you were down there searching the creek, your mind was focused on something else. Is there a possibility that car that went up could have coasted down quietly and you never paying any attention to it because you were focused on something else? Candace was
Proof Karma Mama was out here a year prior till Scott built her up and everybody seen her. There she is right there, Karma Mama, before all her shit. So Scott's question here is, could the car have coasted while you were searching? However, what Scott's doing is causing a little bit of confusion here, because Jody wasn't searching when she seen the car. The car was a little earlier in the day. Jody's going to go on and she's going to tell you about the text message where she heard something. She tells us she took a 10 to 15 minute nap and something woke her up. She heard a noise. That's what got her and her son out there searching the lines. The FBI can access databases to identify all Toys R Us purchased within a specific time frame. Law enforcement agencies can access relevant, of course, Kawana. Nobody's saying they can't. But that doesn't prove that any of those Toyotas were the one in Summer's community. I mean, you can have somebody from California drive to Rogersville and kidnap a kid. They're going to know who bought all the Toyotas, but that doesn't mean that all of those people was at Ben Hill Road. How does that identify which Toyota was in front of the Wells house? That's what you were leading me to believe. The FBI can access databases to identify all Toyota trucks purchased within a limited time frame. They can also tell you who purchased every Kia, or every Cavalier, or every BMW. Agencies can access relevant information through a combination of official government databases. Yeah. But where does that show you who was driving the red truck? You're telling me that we could see the VIN number through the paint. Right. We don't even know what happened to start with. Like, somebody's really getting mad at me because I'm telling them that you cannot tell who was driving a truck based off the color of it. I could buy a blue car today and paint it red tomorrow. Does that make sense? Some people buy them unregistered without a title. What's that famous person? David. There was just a Tesla purchase. Somebody else was driving. It doesn't mean the owner's driving that vehicle either. No, that's not what I was saying, Kawana. What I thought you were saying to me, what your original comment was, they could tell whose truck it is just by it driving by its color. And I had said to you, no, they cannot. You have to have a license plate number or a VIN number. It started because Jody Sue Brown's brother is president or owner or some big director of a Toyota shop. And I had said he can have an unregistered vehicle. There could be an unregistered vehicle. You can't tell by the color of the paint what the fucking VIN number is. That's what I said. I understand you're not mad, but it's upsetting me because it's derailing my life. Like, I'm done with it. I don't want to talk about it no more. I don't agree with you. I don't know what you're saying to me. You're saying, what did she just say? You were saying going by a picture, if repainted, the VIN number does not change. That's not what I'm saying. Nobody ever said that. I said Jody Sue Brown's brother-in-law runs a Toyota company, and there are many unregistered trucks at his Toyota company. Any one of them trucks could have driven through Ben Hill Road and picked Summer up, is what I'm saying. Well, I thought that's what you were saying, Kawana. I wasn't talking about VIN numbers changing. I was saying they didn't have a picture of the license plate on camera. This is total derailment, so please just stop.
Distracting.
Well, you gotta think, if that screen matters and it can't be like deleted somehow, or there's no other explanation, or whatever the hell happens to that, right?
Right.
If that's the point of something, though, what you have is 430, 442 to 609 when I was coming down the hill, but they don't make the first calls to law enforcement till 630, which I find weird because, anyway, but what you have is Candace, midway in between 609 and whatever, coming down the hill. I'm at just right there at the creek area, which is not far from our driveways. I'm starting to go in. I talked to her for a minute. My other neighbor comes out, the one who helped me search. He took the bank. I went into the creek. And what happens is at that point, there's many witnesses coming out, right?
Okay.
She goes to the end of Ben Hill. And if you know where that creek's at, following it like I was, with my feet in the water and things, I could still hear and see her. And there are many points I was still tracking her and her movement, and she was coming and going. And what she was doing was she was going between neighbors' houses, rushing to them with different stories. And then she says she come back into the holler a few times. She went down to the
This to me is important because we hear Candace say she was searching the churches and doing this and doing that. What you're going to hear on here is Jody Sue say she never seen Candace turn left to go to Mount Carmel. That she did see her go to the back of the holler and that she was going back and forth through a few churches. Kawana, I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstood what you were saying. I wasn't even talking about VIN numbers or colors. I don't want to keep it going. I don't want to be on here upset, but that upset me a little bit because you keep at it. And I was talking about Jody Sue's brother-in-law owning a truck company. And you were telling me, no, well, they could find out who owned the truck through the color. And that's what it felt like to me you were saying. I don't want to argue with you neither, and I get it, but if you go back up and read that and go listen to my live, that's exactly what I was saying. That's not true. You can't tell who owns the car by the color. And then somebody had said, go Google it. It's just upsetting when somebody comes on here and argues with me, and I'm not even talking about that. I was talking about the fact that Jody Sue's brother-in-law, Amy Turner's husband, is president or owner or director or some shit, general manager. It don't fucking matter. He has a Toyota shop, a car lot, in which he runs. There are many, many unregistered red trucks at that company. It's a very big possibility that there may not have been a license plate on the truck. That's what I was saying. And you said, well, they could tell the truck by the VIN number. And I said, well, they have to actually have the truck to have the VIN number. And then you went on to say, no, they could tell by the paint in the picture. And that's how that conversation got there. You have to have the physical truck to have the VIN number, is all I'm saying. All right. Now, what you hear here, let me go back, because it upsets me when people come in here and argue with me about something I'm not even fucking talking about.
609 and whatever, coming down the hill. I'm at just right there at the creek area, which is not far from our driveway. So I'm starting.
So here's something else I have to ask. Jody Sue's able to text Andy. It's 6:09 as she starts coming down the hill. She's texting Andy. How does she text him when they don't have internet? So she's going to go on to say, well, we had Wi-Fi. Well, then why was Jody Sue going to a million parking lots to do lives? It's okay, Gene. But it just seemed like an argument. You know what I mean? Like somebody's arguing with me about something that's impossible. You literally have to have the car to know the VIN number. You can't tell a VIN number by a picture. Now you can look up somebody's name and see what cars they own and get the VIN number that way. Like I could go look up, let's say E71's your last name. I could go look up Gene, E71, red Toyota, and then verify, or in different places where you could pay for that. And they will pull up a VIN number to your vehicle. But I can't just see a vehicle driving down the street and say, hey, snap a picture. What's the VIN number to this vehicle? Like, that's not possible. That's all I thought that Kawana was saying. You know what I mean? Like, you can't do that. And then I got people saying, stop your live and Google it. That's derailment. That's derailing my live to tell me to stop and Google something to prove that you're right about something we're not even talking about. We were talking about a man who owns a car dealership. who has access to unregistered vehicles. Has nothing to do with the VIN number. It means nobody owns them except for the dealership. We already know who owns the vehicle.
Starting to go in, I talked to her for a minute. My other neighbor comes out, the one who helped me search. He took the bank. I went into the creek, and what happens is at that point there's many witnesses coming out, right?
Okay.
She goes to the end of Ben Hill, and if you know where that creek's at.
Okay, so she comes out, she's saying there's many witnesses coming out. So at this point, everybody's searching. You're going to hear her say how Candace is going to the neighbors and talking, and she can hear what she's telling the neighbors, and she's telling the neighbors each a different story as she's going along, and that none of the stories are matching. I'm trying to hold my composure. Listen, it's hard to move along. When somebody comes into your chat, just let me explain this nicely without being rude. When somebody comes into your chat and argues with you about something you're reporting on and then changes the subject and make it seem like you're talking about something you're not talking about, and then says, well, go Google it. That is 100% derailment. You want me to stop what I'm doing to go Google something to prove me wrong. It's rude. When you go into people's chats and you do that and you're changing the subject and you're taking the subject off what the fuck I'm talking about, it's rude. That is how you derail lives. You come into the chat and you tell the people running the channel, go Google it. I'm not going to do that anymore. That will be the last time I do it. It's gone on too fucking long. And for somebody to say whatever, move along, sorry, get the fuck out of my chat. I don't want you here no more. I've had enough, and now I'm banning you, whether you like me or the fuck you don't. All right? I'm trying to move along. You are derailing my fucking live. Get the fuck out. All right. We're going to continue this.
Following it like I was, with my feet in the water and things, I could still hear and see her. And there are many points I was still tracking her and her movement, and she was coming and going. And what she was doing was she was going between neighbors' houses, rushing to them with different stories. And then she says she come back into the holler a few times. She went down to the churches, which aren't that far, right? And to me, it would make sense if, like, you think, well, Summers Walk Road or something, and you would go down to both. But they're not that far, a minute or two either direction. And, but I don't recall her going left in front of me to Mount Carmel. She may have gone right, but it seems like by the time cops show up, I mean, she's there. I hear her talking most of that period to other neighbors showing up. I hear her voice down there on the phone. I can see her for the majority of that. She eventually, Andy pulls in. He talks to her. I can see and hear that. Don catches me in almost the same spot when he.
Okay. So everybody wants to know Andy and Dawn pulled in after each other. She's telling you Andy pulls in. He talks to Candace first.
He pulls in. He sees I'm the boys and the other neighbors that's helping me still at that point because it's only us as adults and then the boys over there. And then, Andy's already talked to me.
So Dawn pulls in and sees Jody first. Andy pulls in, sees Candace first. Dawn's behind him, sees Jody first.
Candace is still sitting there as the first two cops come in. As I can see the boys the first cops back on Simpson, there's just no way another car came out of there and we didn't notice it. There was too many eyes by that point.
Gotcha. Okay.
But there was an hour plus timeline there, you know, that, you know.
That's the time that I'm wondering about, where your son said that, or your children, I don't know if it was your son, but one of them said, I asked the neighbors and then you didn't think anything about it. Could they have left then quietly to where you wouldn't notice?
I wonder that, because see, I went back to the cabin.
So Jody at first says she wonders that. It changes at the end. She's like, no. But truth is, could it be when Jody walked back, maybe the car seen Jody? When her and her son were checking the lines and they waited for Jody to walk back to her cabin and then quietly coasted down. Would you hear the gravel the same way you would hear the gravel if the car was on and driving? So Scott might be right here. Did the car coast back down the hill without the engine on, just staring? It's an older car, so it don't have power steering or any of the extras that it needs, and it should be able to just coast down the hill quietly and not start till it gets to the bottom of the hill. Jody Sue then says she hears a door slam.
Started getting ready. This and that, the other.
Here's basically what I'm thinking. You hear a scream between 4:30 and 4:42.
Yeah.
Candace is not paying attention to the kids out playing. You hear that muffled scream because Summer's getting put into a car. You don't know that yet because you're thinking that, it's just the neighbors, no big deal.
Well, to me, you know, I knew whatever it was, it clenched my gut, but I was trying to dismiss it and excuse it and find a reason for it.
Right.
Yeah.
You know?
That's natural, I think.
And I'm just wondering myself if.
So earlier you hear Jody say she didn't hear nothing that day. No sounds, no kids, no noise, no nothing. You'll hear her say that again in a little bit. But she's saying she didn't hear nothing. But Scott's saying, well, did you hear the kids playing when you heard the scream? Jody didn't deny that the boys were outside playing, or that the children were outside playing. It's always been my thought, if Josie's up on a hill and Candace is screaming to him, what did you do? What did you do? If Candace is screaming at outside, that would have to mean that the kids were outside playing at some point, right? Because if Candace came into the house and found Summer missing, you wouldn't hear Candace yelling at the boys inside the house. But you could hear Jody say they were outside at the top of the hill, and I can hear Candace scream, what did you do? What did you do? In her set of 16 videos. How is that possible if Candace went into the house and noticed that Summer was missing while the boys were playing video games? That means the boys were sitting quietly at the game. What do you mean? What did you do? What did you do? It doesn't make sense to me.
If you truly heard a scream, Summer was put in that flash of a car that you saw, you didn't think nothing of it. You had a gut feeling, though, and that car just coasted down the hill, and
I'd still hear gravels, because no one put BS like when he was sliding out for his 3-day bender, stuff like that. But I wasn't paying attention any longer, right?
Right.
Because to me, in my head, it's one of those. So I mean, that is a very real possibility, Scott. That I obviously missed something that day, right?
Right. Well, I'm not saying that, trying to say that you were at any fault or anything. I'm just saying, is that a possibility that could have happened? Because you saw the flash up there, and then there's all kinds of people around, but nobody ever sees that car leave. So
I
when
mean,
did that car
honestly,
leave?
I think there's a possibility other cars went up the drive that day. I mean, that I didn't see or hear. We were being
Oh,
pretty loud, you know. But and the
oh,
dogs were missing. The dogs were missing that whole day. So there's a good possibility. And something woke me up. If you look at the messages I have on my Facebook, between Andy and I that day, given my timeline.
Something that's always gotten me is you hear Jody Sue say the dog, and you're going to hear her really go into detail here about her dogs. They're going to get into a pretty lengthy discussion here about dogs, and I'll probably clip this part for a future video or live because I want you to listen to it. She's going to tell you a neighbor told her her dog was acting funny, standing at the bottom of her driveway, just staring over at the wells. And Boucher was acting funny, but LJ was fine the whole day. You're going to hear her really, really get into dog talk here. I don't think I want much further after this, so I don't know what's coming much further after this. I'm hoping this is the live where she says the animals came back smelling like hay, because somebody was looking for that clip a couple weeks ago. But I didn't hear that when I was listening, but you're going to hear some very odd behavior about her dogs that day rather than the Wells. You're going to hear about both. But these are behaviors she's never spoken about in another live. So pay very close attention to what she says her dog Boucher was doing that day.
There's a spot there at 2:40 something where I'd only been asleep for a few minutes and something woke me up. There was a noise that initially woke me up out of a 10 or 15 minute nap. And the woodcutters, as I recall, cut out just a little bit early that day. That's why I thought the door slam was weird enough to go.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Easy.
That's why I thought that
Her fake heart attack. She recovers pretty quickly. Don't worry. It's gone. Yeah, Moonshine Girl. I mean, that was actually a really good question Scott asked. Was there a chance that it could have coasted down? I'm going to say yeah. If she really seen the flash of red go up and it wasn't Candace's car, maybe they seen Jody and didn't think Jody seen them. If that makes sense.
that door slam was weird enough to go out for. I thought, who in the hell's struggling? Then when I hear the noise, when we hear the scream or whatever, I think, man, like that's so far from when we heard the door. But in my head, I'm like, oh well, it's one of the stragglers. I'm like, even you know it better, you dumbass, because there's no way they would straggle that long behind the rest of the crew leaving into that door slam you heard. You know they ain't hearing no kick no damn dog. That wasn't a dog's yelp. But I was doing anything to excuse it, and my kids were like, no, Mom, that's the kids. That's the kids. But to me, that meant the boys, not Summer. And
can I ask you, Jody, Sue, about that? Would your dogs have alerted to that at all?
What?
If her dogs, say her dogs weren't there, which is I find weird that none of her dogs were there. Did you?
So I've always been confused about that. You hear Jody say, the kids say that was the kids. No, Mom, that was the kids. That was the kids. Is she talking about the scream, or did she actually hear the kids playing at 4:30, 2 hours, or 4:42, 2 hours prior to Summer going missing? Because the kids can't both be outside and it be quiet if you're hearing them and not hearing them at the same time. So here's, like, for me, a contradictory statement. I don't quite understand what Jody's saying. Was it quiet that day? The dogs and the kids were quiet and absent? Or did you actually hear the kids outside? Because what you're telling me is that your children heard the kids outside playing.
Do you have any dogs that would have alerted to anyone hanging around?
Yeah, that's the weird part. My dogs that day kept staying super close to me. And generally speaking, if the other dogs on the other hill were gone, running amok, playing out in the creek, doing whatever, mine, if loose, were doing the same thing. Boucher and them loved the creek. They would run with the others, especially since they were partly their pups. And they weren't. They were staying really close that day, the day before they'd been acting off. But as I and my son kept going,
So we've learned about a lot of dog fighting in the area and dog breeding. A lot of that comes from Jody Sue herself. We also hear Allie and Jose at different times say that prior to Summer going missing, there was a different set of dogs up on the hill. And that Andrew, we hear Andrew say, and if Andrew, you're out there listening, you can confirm this, that they had given Candace's kids a kitten to take home. Dawn was upset about that kitten and fed it to a dog. And that dog was extremely mean. Hunter has confirmed this story somewhere along the lines. Jose has confirmed it. Allie has confirmed it. We hear Jody Sue say their dogs were my dogs' pops. My pops, they were pops. There was a lot of fighting over the little tiny black and white pit. LJ, Ellie, L, whatever. Jody Sue took that dog to the vet. She took it off of fighters. It was David Bay's dog. David kept trying to steal the dog. Fred kept trying to steal the dog. The dog kept going to Fred's house. There was a lot of discrepancy. I have the videos on my wall. Please go look at all the videos that have the dogs on it or say dogs in it. You'll get a really big understanding of what I'm talking about. You do the math. Were they breeding?
going out, Boucher and Elle would stay right at my feet, and they would look over there. And then I know that during one or 2 points, Boucher had like done his little booth towards over there, laying in the cabin floor, and it was like, but he kept being weird. Elwood was just his usual kind of dumb self, but Boucher kept just looking that day. It was rather strange. And then one of my other neighbors made mention, and I don't remember if it's not summer. We were all out on the road, and the teams were starting to pour in. But it was either that night or the night dogs had, been there. But one of it mentioned seeing my dogs down there in a place they do not hang out. But my two were just sitting at the bottom of our driveway staring over there. And they thought that it real strange because they knew them not to be like it was. There was something about my own two dogs that wasn't right that my neighbors took note of. And I don't know why. Still don't. And then for the rest of the time that, search teams, things like that were in and out. Obviously, we had ours up, so it didn't bother scent, didn't mix things, didn't, bother their dogs, that type of stuff. But they get loose every now and then, like the Rogersville Journal or whatever, the review. A couple others, they met my dogs instead of Candace's because they were put up somewhere. And they're like, oh.
So they meet my dogs instead of Candace's because Candace's dogs were put up somewhere while the search dogs were there. But the news people were out there meeting Jody Sue's dogs because Jody Sue has to cause confusion for the fucking search dogs, right? And have hers all out there in the mix. Is that to keep the scent off of Jody soon to confuse it so it looks like the dogs are coming up to play with the other dog because you don't want them to smell what you said they smelled on your fucking feet?
Oh, these are the nicest dogs. Here I am seeing my own over there. I'm like, yeah, that's why they're mine. That's why they're quiet and not barking. You've got my dogs, not their dogs. Where the hell are their dogs today? Because their dogs, for all that time, still weren't coming back and forth right. Even, I mean, when at first, of course, that could be excused by the traffic cops, the helicopters, but still not right even for them. And then after that traffic died and everything was normal for, what was going on there, they still never came back right. And they were still going to locations they shouldn't have been by way.
Except when Benny came down the hill, there was 1,000 dogs there. And when Molly and JLR pulled up and dropped off dog food, there was 1,000 dogs there. So, Jody, I would have to ask you what wasn't right about the dogs even after Summer went missing and the police cleared out. What was different? Were the pit bulls gone? The dogs didn't come back right. The ones that were the parents to your dogs? Since their dogs or your dogs were their pops, which dogs didn't come back? That's what I want to know.
Ways they shouldn't have been, including Summer's favorite, and I don't know.
How unusual was that dog activity?
Oops, something's echoing. I don't know.
How unusual was that dog activity, Jody? Because I've heard it mentioned a few times that the dogs
on a scale of 1 to 100, 100% weird.
Really?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Where could they
and
have
we
gone?
in the community noticed it and offered GPS trackers, but nobody was going for that.
J. Marie, I think you're.
You see her smug ass fucking shit? They were offered GPS trackers. Who was? The dogs? The neighbors or something. Look at her. Listen to what she said. See if you can catch on to what she said.
Even, I mean, at first, of course, that could be excused by the traffic cops, the helicopters, but still not right even for them. And then after that traffic died and everything was normal for, what was going on there, they still never came back right. And they were still going to locations they shouldn't have been, by ways they shouldn't have been, including Summer's favorite. And I don't know.
How unusual was that dog activity?
Oops, something's echoing. I don't know.
How unusual was that dog activity, Jody? Because I've heard it mentioned a few times that the dogs
on a scale of 1 to 100, 100% weird.
Really?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Where could they
and
have
we in
gone?
the community noticed it and offered GPS trackers, but nobody was going for that.
We as a community was offered GPS trackers, but nobody was going for it. Who? You, the dogs? Nobody would go for GPS trackers. Why would the police want GPS trackers on a dog? Who offered them? What do you mean nobody was going for it? Did you not go for it? Did Fred not go for it? Why would they want to track the fucking dogs? That's an odd statement, Jody Sue. And it's also you that made the statement about the answers are in the dogs. It's all about the dogs.
J. Marie, I think you're. Let's see. I think it was J. Marie is echoing. I'll keep talking. Sorry. We'll see. So that was completely abnormal comparatively. Very interesting.
It is very interesting. I'll jump back down to you. I just wanted to ask Jody Sue about that because here's the thing with me is we've got such a big timeline. I mean, even if let's say we broaden it all the way out to 2:30 when they dropped Hunter off. And then we go all the way to
2:30.
6:25 or whenever when the
As a
911.
local Scott, does it make sense to travel the way they did and do
No.
what they did after and right before dropping Hunter off to you?
No.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't. Yeah.
No.
And that milk.
Candace did go out of her way to go to Priceless prior to dropping Hunter off. But she also left Summer in the car with Hunter. So could it be because she just wanted Hunter to watch the baby while she ran into the store? We also hear she just went in to grab milk and was in there for 5 minutes. But then we hear Candace say, but they were unloading the groceries out of the car. We called the boys to come help with unloading the groceries out of the car. There's not a definitive time limit to what Candace was in the store. All of her time limits are funny. And you hear her say, well, I don't keep track of time. But your daughter's missing, Candace. It's very important that you try very hard to keep track of time. We're only the same day as, and you can't tell the police your timeline? And then you say things like, I feel like I'm being interrogated again. Well, of course you're going to keep being interrogated if you can't remember the day of where you was and how long you were there, or how long you were fixing a knee brace, or how long you went into the store, or whether did you get milk and groceries, or did you just get milk? I didn't see groceries in Grandma's truck. I seen milk. So what groceries were the boys pulling from the car? After you got home and called the boys and said, hey, come on, help unload the car. Come get the groceries, boys. I don't think that's odd. Those dogs could have went back to where they were or to where Summer went if she was lost. I agree with that, T-Talk. We just found there was that little boy that had passed away in the woods, and his dog stayed with him. A dog that only spent 5 days a year with the kid. So I agree with that. They should have had some kind of trackers or been following the dogs.
Milk, we all know you can do that Priceless, right?
Yeah. I was there today.
Y'all know how cold that cooler is.
Yeah.
For that milk. Why is there fucking condensation on that milk an hour plus later at 3:09?
Yep.
Because it was in there for longer than what they said.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can look from, if you map
from
alleys.
I didn't look hard enough at the picture to see if there was condensation on the milk. But I could leave milk out on my counter for 10 minutes and my milk sweats. I don't think the amount of time the milk, as soon as the milk comes out of the freezer, out of the cooler and hits the hot air, it's going to get warmer and the outside of the milk jug is going to condensate. To me, this is irrelevant, and this is Jody Sue herself trying to throw things in for people to look at. She complains often about people doing these things, but look at her telling people to do it. Oh, they're throwing out that picture. Listen to the things she complains about. They're all the things she spoke about. She's the reason we are all here speaking about these things.
Allie's driveway to Candace's driveway is like 22 minutes.
Yep.
We actually had people drive it.
Yep.
But
like I told them, I drive that often.
then,
Same drive to the hospital.
Y'all want to take me to court? There's another clip. We actually had people drive it. Who, Scott? Linda and Chase. Together as a team, a pair. Their group of 8. Twister was in it. He agreed to it. Who did you have drive that, Scott? Tell your buddy Linda I said hello and fuck you.
Because Scott knows if you have to come from Beach Creek in an emergency situation, you're by driving your half-dead self out of there than waiting on an ambulance.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I could make that drive, and I mean, I have a million times. I know what it takes, but the path in which that was taken and why in the hell there's condensation on milk that comes out half warm from that cooler an hour plus later, like 2:33, 2:30 to 3:09-ish. I don't understand.
And
Is
it
it
also
possible that the milk jugs were empty?
There wasn't high humidity that day either. That was a low humidity day. It was between 76 and 78 degrees that day.
Right.
Is it possible that those milk jugs were empty and not actually full? I've heard that said a couple of times. Now, if that's true, that throws out what she was doing that day. Because
I believe that brand of milk, that's not a white jug. That's actually the milk in the jug. Was it not, Scott?
That I couldn't answer and be 100% positive.
I have to look back. I think that was store brand. I'm pretty sure those jugs are clear, and that was the actual milk.
It is. It's the Prairie something brand. Because I was there today. I was at Price for Less today. The one off of
John B.
Thank you, John B.
It's called Price for Less? Oh, I thought
I call it Price for Less. It's Price for Less.
It's Price for Less.
Yeah. I think it used to be IGA or something like that.
Okay.
But why would
The
you
reason
come?
I was asking, because if you get that broad timeline from 2:30 to where they drop Hunter off, your timeline of 4:30 to 4:42 shortens that for me by 2 hours.
I did listen a little further than I thought. Scott goes on and on and on and on and on and on about the timeline being shortened because of Jody Sue's scream. It makes absolutely zero sense, and he would later change this. I actually last night was cracking the fuck up while listening to this because it makes no sense whatsoever. What shortens the timeline for you, Scott? He just wants to get on here and talk and talk and talk because he's a local, and him and Jody and Jennifer, sorry, that they're locals, and they all understand because they're local, and it shortens the timeline because they're local, and Jody Sue heard the screaming because he's a local, and the timeline's just shortened because Jody Sue made him understand because of the screaming, because of this, and when he's seen that, and because of this, like it goes on and 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 on. Some nonsensical fucking talk. How he would pull people in. Your heart hurts for Jody Sue. Mine does too, Michelle, but I also feel like Jody Sue created a lot of her own chaos. I feel like Jody Sue has said a lot of things and done a lot of things and then taking those things back and changed her demeanor and changed her things. Like you hear her today, theorizing. Talking about she thinks Dawn is 100% guilty, talking about the abuse, talking about the condensation on the milk, talking about the dogs, right? But yet now we continue to talk about it, and she goes over there and says we're all working in a big criminal fashion. I'm thrown into this strange, very strange lawsuit with her that makes absolutely zero sense. I don't know this lady. I've spoken to Jody Sue a few times on the phone. I've tried to make Jody my friend. I've tried to be friendly with her. She is fucking impossible. I don't blame her. She's cold-hearted. She's been through a lot in her life. But Jody in her past has also been a drug dealer. She has gone to jail. She has had felony criminal charges against her. She has been stayed with a drug dealer for 22 years who has been to jail several times, who can't hold a job, right? She fights back and forth with people. Jody Sue has been stabbed. She has been pewed. She has been in relationships with men who pew people while trying to hurt their own child that she claims she was trying to save. Jody Sue has had battles with her family, with Andy's family. Jody Sue is no angel, and she is a hard one to crack. You're right about that, Michelle. But she doesn't have a clean past. And she goes over on her channel today, 5 years later after this, after all of this, and plays St. Judy. St. Jody. Sorry. As if she's Mother Teresa, and nobody should be talking about the things that she herself, as I'm showing you, has brought to YouTube herself for us to speculate about. She has made us question all of the things that happen over on Ben Hill and up on the hill and what may have happened with Summer. I mean, my God, she was researching the wells way back when they went to Utah because something just had to be wrong. We just listened to her say that. All right, so I'm going to let you listen to Scott sit here and tell you why his timeline has been tightened, and you tell me what you think it is that makes her tighten his timeline, because I don't quite understand why his timeline is tightened by 2 hours. But hey, if it works for your mouth, go for it. It'll gain you some subs.
And I feel sure, because you've told us all, so I'm taking you at your word, that the TBI has seen your text messages.
I mean, they're up for the world to see. But yeah, they
Right.
have.
So
Second, like, here
that
you
tightens
go.
up those 2 hours.
But
to
that
where we
doesn't mean
really
they're
don't have
right.
to.
They may have evidence showing why that screen's deleted. You know what I'm saying? They obviously have stuff we don't. You know what I mean?
Maybe he's saying from the scream to Candace calling. Maybe I just caught that. He's saying what tightens up the timeline is from the time she hears the scream till the time Candace is calling. It tightens a 2 hour time thing. Maybe that's what he's saying, but he just goes and talks in circles and circles and circles. It's like last night I was looking at this like, what the fuck is he saying? He confuses me. But listening to the very beginning of it again, I think that's what he was saying. It tightens the timeline from the scream to her screaming for Summer, maybe.
What I'm saying, though, is there is documented record from your phone that the TBI has that shows that you were contacting Andy because of something.
Well, when I was,
and that shortens that timeline down to 4:30 to 6 o'clock.
Yeah,
So
609 is when I was coming on driveway at the top before I lost my Wi-Fi signal. I sent that last text telling him I was going down anyway. I'd see him and whatever, but it was 609. And I started on driveway. By that time, they're already calling for Summer. You know, so 609, they're already yelling for Summer.
Right.
Is it possible that the timeline of the electronics could be off because of how bad the reception is on that hill?
Not like that, no.
If you can get a text message out, you can get a ping on your phone.
You see, what mine was through Messenger because I didn't have a cell phone. Mine was through Wi-Fi.
So it would have been off of towers and satellites within.
It was through my internet service on the hill, and my phone is an auto update. So it's through Facebook Messenger, and it was 609.
Your internet provider would show up on that exactly when.
Yes.
See, that's why I'm putting so much into your communications at that time, because regardless, it shows without a shadow of a doubt that you were making contact with Andy about something at that time.
Yeah.
And, you know, like you said, everybody's seen the message and everything like that. So that really shortens down for me, you know, the period of time that we're looking at. Like, again, folks, you know, I'll jump down and let you guys continue talking. But like I said, go back. It's like I tell everybody, regardless of what you think about any of these people, Dawn, Candace, Jody Sue, Andy, Jenna, I don't care. Put aside the way you feel about the people and listen to what the people have to say. And that goes back to what I first came up here, because the stuff that Jody Sue was saying in her Facebook Lives at the very beginning, those gaps that people were complaining about that Jody Sue was leaving out are getting filled in. And not that us locals are any better. It's just we live around here. We know when certain things are said, what certain things mean.
Yep.
So there's a lot of things, you know, there's a lot of things that I think Jody Sue says that are nuts. There's a lot of things that I say that Jody Sue thinks is nuts. There's tons of stuff that we all think that Dawn says is nuts.
Oh,
but there's some stuff that we believe Dawn says is true, like Jeannie and Mary.
I want to catch you before you go anywhere.
If we look at all that stuff and we listen to what's said, we do what we should do and see if we have different sources saying the same thing. And when we've got that, then we can kind of count on that something. We've got different sources saying something about a scream. We've got Jody Sue, we've got her son. Okay, and you know, I'm not going to your other child because she's young. But then we have the other person. We've got Don saying down at the creek, he looks over to the left and sees his other neighbor. Jody Sue says she's down there at the creek with the boys and the other neighbor. Don says the boys and the neighbor. So there we've got two sources that are saying the same thing. So we can count on that as being.
Except for Dawn wasn't talking about Jody Sue because he says, I see my neighbor Dawn. Now, does that mean Blue Roof Dawn? Does that mean Dawn Sherfy? Does that mean Dawn from Syracuse, fucking New York? I don't fucking know. Okay? There's two Dawns in the area. We know Jody Sue says she was standing by Dawn, Blue Roof Dawn, searching the side while she was in the creek. He had boots on. She had flip-flops. She got in. He stayed on the bank next to her. Dawn pulls in. He sees Dawn, he says. In the clearing where the boys were is Dawn Sherfy's house. It could have been any Dawn that Dawn seen. Dawn, Juan, Schwan. There's a million fucking Dawns. Okay? But Jody Sue states she was up near Simpson, looking under the bridge where the druggies are. She jumps out of the creek. Jody was not where the shed was. She was on the other side of the clearing where it cuts up into Ben Hill going into Sherfy's home. So, Scott, you're wrong, and that didn't confirm anything.
Being true. And that's kind of what I look at is listen to everything that everybody is saying, because it's going to make a difference. Like Jody Sue said, she's trying to work out things in her mind just like we are.
we're going to hear Scott say something about, just like that first time I talked to you, Jody Sue. We used to talk all the time, or some shit he says. Now, see, we were led to fucking believe that Penny and Scott went over into squalls while Jody Sue was being interviewed. What Scott's about, I think it's in this part. What Scott's about to say is about to disseminate all that.
All are. She was there.
Yeah.
He is the only one, the only person on Ben Hill Road. Hell, for Beach Creek in that matter, that has shared any information with us besides the main suspects that were there when Summer went missing.
Yeah, that's true.
Scott, did any of your genealogy logs, did that give you any, and I'll give you a background on the family, but did it help bring closer to what happened to Summer?
Well, the reason I was interested in the genealogy is, like I said, I went to high school with the people that live in Beach Creek. Hawkins County and Sullivan County are real close to each other. There were 2 middle schools that we went to. When we finished 8th grade, we all merged into one high school.
Not only did he go to school with them people, but he's a light. We have found out Scott is related to the Lights, that his father used to go to Uncle Grady Light to get fucking moonshine. We have found out that Fred and Scott are cousins. All the things we found out along the way while little cousin Andy sucks on his eggplant. Follow Annie from chat to chat, causing reek and causing havoc and following people around and getting Linda's to drive around all Beach Creek for them while Penny sits in his fucking pocket. This motherfucker been lying since day one. He's a light, guys. He has admitted to it a million times. Little snippets you'll find out later in each chat as the years go on. Every couple months he lets something out. Oh, my daddy used to go get the moonshine from Grady Light. Oh, Fred Hill, we're cousins. TT also told me she's Scott H's cousin.
Yep. Which had people from Sullivan West, which was in Hawkins County, and people in Colonial Heights, which was in Sullivan County.
Yep.
Those merged together to Sullivan South High School.
Oh, you just answered my question that I asked you in private chat.
So
we're all Sullivan, and Sullivan babies.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm a Sullivan South graduate.
When I saw the news come across WJHL, my first thought was, holy shit, that could be one of my friends' kids. Because I've got a lot of friends in Beach Creek. I mean, I can show you my high school annuals. They're filled with Dykes and Barretts and Lights and Morlocks and Mals. Yep. Jody Sue knows every one of those names.
And see, not only does Andy's family come from there, but mine comes from there as well. Like,
Jody Sue, I've got Hills in my family that my great aunt, my grandfather's sister, married into the Hills.
In fact, because the Hills and Smiths were the first 2, they owned all of Beach Creek.
Right.
So means you are kin to Andy.
So I looked at who is Don Wells, because Jody Sue knows all of those families that have been down there. There's never been any Wells down there.
It sure does. I think she was being seen and chasing truths for a while. She had another name. I really just haven't been paying attention enough to that side, because I really, my daily habit is check Jody, check Ziggy, check Ernie. Ernie's now gone. YouTube's fucking boring. Whatever comes up on my community wall, listen to one of these 8-hour lives. If I have time, check Prayer Garden, check Benny, check Tiffany Marie. I just don't have time to check Chasing Truth and Duchess and Libby and all of the entities. Squat H Daily, Squalted, all her shit's gone. Squat shit's gone. Where'd Annie Light Saranac go? TT's still playing fuck shit games over in Jankies. I don't know if Candace has been over there once a month, twice a month. I check Jankies and Daisy. YouTube's been pretty boring. Very few of us keeping Summer's name out. And I mean, fuck, for 2 years, even though I can't stand Ziggy, I got to give her some credit. Her and I were the only two creators really covering Summer in Prayer Garden and Jody. For 2 years, Benny disappeared. Tiffany, well, I mean, they have reasons, right? But where did all the other creators go? There have been times that I've taken like 2, 3, 4 month breaks. Don't get me wrong, this shit gets overwhelming. I've had to take my channels down. I was sued. And I remember even Tiffany going, well, where's Crystal? Where did she go? She's disappeared. She goes away for 2 to 4 months at a time and then comes back. Jennifer is somebody named Jennifer Parrott, according to Jody Sue Brown today, who didn't know who Jennifer was, but sat very comfortably with her on panels back then, her and Scott. Isn't that quite funny, Moonshine Girl? Jennifer is the one that brought Ziggy and many others that I just named, like Chasing Truth and so many, into Ben Hill, and she was their tour guide.
So I wanted to find out who Dawn Wells was. So that's why I started looking through the genealogy, and I found out through marriage, through his dad, that his dad was related to Lights and Barrett's in Beach Creek. So that told me that more than likely Dawn knew a lot of Lights and Barrett's down there.
See, the Barrett's tie back in. Pleasant and all them are Andy's family, and that's Dawn's stepfather. Dawn and them are Miss Goad. Miss Goad was, Mr. Goad's, I don't know, whatever wife, but Mr. Goad is the one that had ties down there in there.
He's related to the Lights. And what Scott's not telling you is they're not people he went to school with and did the genealogy on. It's his own fucking genealogy. We'd find that out years later as he tells it and sneaks it in little chats, right? Like he's telling you his genealogy. Well, he's talking to Jody Sue. Hey, Jody Sue, we're cuz. But they didn't know each other. Could it be they did, or could it be one knew of the other? Because there's this chicken on a stick aspect and a squall aspect, which they spoke about earlier in the live we heard, where Josh suddenly knew all about squall, right? Jody was talking about something else that you all would find out about a half a year later. But Josh somehow already fucking knew about it. While Jody was working in a criminal organized manner with the criminal network behind scenes and discords and everywhere else online. Well, she accuses me and so many others of doing that. Kisses to my bitches. Fuck you, Jody.
Right. And that was Dawn's stepdad, but his stepdad's the one that, I mean, in a way, they're kin back to Andy because it starts before Ples and all them. But the Barretts and all them are Andy's family and close family now.
Right.
But Dawn and them are technically outsiders. They're not Beach Creek. And Beach Creek,
right.
I know Dawn and them mostly hang around the dope down there, not the actual people, and people down there can't really stand them, but they do the best by them because of them kids. That was it.
But what I wanted to see, to answer Karina, was all I wanted to do was establish why Dawn was in Beach Creek, because that's where Summer went missing.
Yep.
Yeah,
And I found out that through Goad, his biological mom, they were married, so that gave Dawn reason, because people go visit their mom.
Yeah.
Beach Creek. So that told me that more than likely Dawn live in Beach Creek. Hawkins County and Sullivan County and the other neighbor. Dawn says the boys and the neighbors. So there we've got two sources that are saying the same thing, so we can count on that as being true. And that's kind of what I look at, is listen to everything that everybody is.
They say his name is Scott Hunt. I went back because I want to hear what he said. He wants to find out why Dawn was in Beach Creek. Like, well, he's a goat, and listen to him. Scott and Penny are the ones that came out here with the genealogy fucking bullshit pushing it. Like goats didn't belong there, or Dawn didn't belong there because Dawn wasn't really a goat. That's odd to me. Scott, I want to know, did the feds ever search your cistern? His name is not Scott Light. They said it was Scott Hunt. I actually reached out to Scott Hunt's son, Tristan, and had a conversation with him where he confirmed that he was not Skelton, but did not confirm that that was his dad, Scott Hunt. It was very strange. He confirmed he knew Scott H, but he didn't confirm that it was Scott Hunt. He confirmed that it was not James Skelton. Does that make sense? It's really weird. But could it be Scott Light? It could. But they say his name's Scott Hunt. That's what Jody Sue says.
Is saying, because it's going to make a difference. Like Jody Sue said, she's trying to work out things in her mind, just like we all are. She was there.
Yeah.
He is the only person on Ben Hill Road. Hell, for Beach Creek in that matter, that has shared any information with us besides the main suspects that were there when Summer went missing.
Yeah.
Now, this is months into Summer's case, and you hear Scott and Jody confirm she is the only one that came out here and shared information. At this time, there was no Andy B. There was no Dawn Sherfy. There was no Fred Hill. Jody was the one and fucking only. Her own confirmation.
That's true.
Scott, did any of your genealogy looks, did that give you any, I know I gave you a background on the family, but did it help bring closer to what happened to Summer?
Well, the reason I was interested in the genealogy is, like I said, I went to high school with the people that live in Beach Creek. Hawkins County and Sullivan County are real close to each other. There were two middle schools that we went to. When we finished 8th grade, we all merged into one high school.
Yep.
Which had people from Sullivan West, which was in Hawkins County, and people in Colonial Heights, which was in Sullivan County.
Yep.
Those merged together to Sullivan South High School.
Oh, you just answered my question that I asked you in private chat.
So
we're all Sullivan babies.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm a Sullivan South graduate.
When I saw the news come across WJHL, my first thought was, holy shit, that could be one of my friends' kids. Because I've got a lot of friends in Beach Creek. I mean, I can show you my high school annuals. They're filled with Dykes and Barretts and Lights and Morlocks and Mals.
Yep.
Jody Sue.
Before he gets to the part I want to comment on, I have heard the name Snodgrass. I don't know where from, but I have. But you know what's really funny about that is there's somebody who was on Big Brother years ago, and her name was Snodgrass, and she was crazy, and she was from Virginia. So I know it's a name in the area. Damn, that's funny. That name has come out many times. I just don't know what the context is around it, Moonshine Girl. Why do you ask? That's odd.
Knows every one of those names.
And see, not only does Andy's family come from there, but mine comes from there as well. Like,
Jody Sue, I've got Hills in my family that my great aunt, my grandfather's sister, married into the Hills.
In fact, because the Hills and Smiths were the first two, they owned all of Beach Creek.
Right.
I got the Hills in my family. He told us that long ago. Later on, he'll tell Fred, hey, we're cousins. Out here with a chicken on a stick. And a squall.
So means you are kin to Andy.
So I looked at who is Don Wells, because Jody Sue knows all of those families that have been down there. There's never been any Wells down there. So I wanted to find out who Don Wells was. So that's why I started looking through the genealogy, and I found out through marriage, through his dad, that his dad was related to Lights and Barretts in Beach Creek. So that told me that more than likely Don knew a lot of Lights and Barretts down there.
Not mom, dad. Now, when Miss Goad came to Kingsport, it seemed as though she already knew many people, and Clyda Trent was one of her best friends before she married a Goad. I believe this because I've seen signs of Dawn's dad also having family from the same area. Not just Dawn, but Candace with the Marcos connection. Marcos was there, I believe, prior to Candace living there. So they already had all these connections to Tennessee in a place where people say Dawn wasn't local or wanted. But here we're listening to Scott tell you he wants to find out why Dawn belonged there. Because my family, the Hills are down there, and I ain't never heard of a damn Wells. Right? Scott, here's Jody Sue. Well, that means you're kin to Andy. With a smile on her face. Well, Chicken on a Stick also through those same connections as kin to Andy. TT also told me she is kin to Scott. Scott being out here is very worrisome to me. Scott being so involved with the marathon, being John Q's main local connection. Scott and Chase being friends and then enemies. Let's real quick go check. Man, I didn't even get halfway through this yet. Is his channel even gone? No, there it is. This is Scott H's channel today. Scott H had hundreds of lives and videos. Scott H hasn't posted anything in 2 months. He only has 2 things up here. Why do these people take their content down? The only thing I can think is they have something to hide. Not only Scott H, but who did Scott come out here with? Or at least who did he defend? Hold on. To hell and back. This is not our squall tip. I don't think. Let me check. Oh, yes, this is. Because she posted this because of me a year ago. Exactly who's moved next. Innocent until proven guilty wrote, which is odd. And now she has just a little P. But there's no content. On her channel. Just strange shit. What do y'all have to hide?
Well, see, the Barretts tie back in. Pleasant and all them are Andy's family, and that's Don's stepfather. Don and them are Miss Goad. Miss Goad was, Mr. Goad's, I don't know, whatever wife, but
Right.
Mr. Goad is the one that had ties down there in there.
Right.
And that was Don's stepdad, but his stepdad's the one that, I mean, in a way, they're kin back to Andy because it starts before Plez and all them. But the Barretts and all them are Andy's family and close family now.
Right.
But Don and them are technically outsiders. They're not Beach Creek, and Beach Creek,
Right. I know.
Don and them mostly hang around the dope down there, not the actual people, and people down there can't really stand them, but they do the best by them because of them kids. That was it.
But what I wanted to see, to answer Karina, was all I wanted to do was establish why Don was in Beach Creek.
So it's not that Don didn't belong there. He was a local there. Jody Sue tells you. Don lived there for 30 years. He's been there since the 90s with his ex-wife, Pam. His mom's been there. They have cousins there through daddy and mom. Probably how Miss Goad met Mr. Goad. Right? Hey, DJ, how are you? I see your channel's doing a little good. Everybody sub up to DJ. Got a good thing going over there. But Don absolutely was a local to Ben Hill. He wasn't an outsider, and you just heard Jody say that. It wasn't necessarily that he was an outsider. He belonged there.
Because that's where
he just hung out with the druggies.
Summer went missing.
Yep.
Yeah,
And I found out that through Goad, his biological mom, they were married, so that gave Don reason, because people go visit their mom. So by going and visiting his mom, because he says in one of his interviews, he said, hell, I've been going down there for 25, 30, 40 years. That tells me that he knows a lot of, even though, like Jody Sue says, he is an outsider, he's kin to, through marriage, all the people that inhabit Beach Creek.
Yeah.
But that told me why Don Wells was in Beach Creek. That told me why Summer Wells was in Beach Creek.
Yeah. And
I'll tell you why we're missing there.
I have a question.
In a trailer, and from the older neighbors, I learned that it was the same pattern of behavior with like his oldest son. That's had a, now the oldest ones that were taken with first wife. They.
So here's Jody telling you about when Dawn lived down there in the 90s, 30 years ago. Because did you know Dawn's oldest son is as old as me? He's in his 40s. Like Dawn is in his 60s. Do y'all get this? And what's really gross and should tell you that Dawn could possibly be a pedo is that Candace is more than 20 years younger than him.
Him and their mom lived in their trailer about where the shed is now, the big one.
Right.
I know, same pattern of behavior. They didn't live there too long. I know that he come back here at one point when he was running for a parole violation, early 2000s. And I know that Miss Goad was weird enough not to have contact with Lita. Out of all the decades I was familiar with that property, down there on Ben Hill and otherwise in Beach Creek, Miss Goad was considered a little strange herself. I never met the lady but like twice. Didn't even know Don existed until we met him a couple of years ago. I mean, like, they're strange. You just don't understand how weird that is for Beach Creek. It's strange.
Right.
Auntie M, what are you wanting to say? Auntie M, are you? She has her hand up like she's.
Here we are, Ziggy the Big Mouth today, who never shuts the fuck up, has not spoken the whole fucking 2 hours. By the way, this is cut from a 6-hour live. The whole live is completely interesting. I haven't listened to the whole thing, but this really is a really good live to go back and listen to. This is probably one of the lives where back then Jody Sue gave the most information that she was willing to give at the time. This is when Jody Sue theorized. This is when she was friends with everybody. This is when she agreed with the marathon, even though on YouTube she did. Although I don't know, we're not there yet. I haven't heard this part. You okay? Oh, my husband spilled cold water. He made a noise that scared me. Anyways. But look at the difference. Look at the demeanor in Jody Sue. This is after they moved her around everywhere with Chase. This is after the marathon, but before Fred, before Andy B. This is when Jody Sue had the whole show to herself before others came in and took her spot, in my opinion.
Like she's in high school.
Okay, Claudia, did you want to say something?
Yeah, well, thank you. Hi, Jody Sue.
I have a question for Jody Sue.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Okay, I think you're lagged really bad. And I'm gonna kick her real quick because and let her come back because I think she's lagged. Go ahead.
Now, mind you, she was over on YouTube being friendly and nice, but she was over on her Facebook at the same time, motherfucking the same people. Very two-faced. she would be over there talking about Scott. Like really fucking bad. But over here, her and Scott are buddies, and he's seen the LiDAR, and he heard the scream test behind the scenes, and they've been talking, and they're buddy, and now they're family. He's Andy's family. The things nobody paid attention to.
Go ahead, Claudia. Sorry.
I'll go ahead and jump down too, and that'll clear your panel, so it'll go a little faster.
Hey, Scott,
Thank you, Scott, for coming up here.
before you go, were
People
you
love-
seeing it? Because they messaged me and told me they were just going to send the stuff on to you. And that way they have to go digging for it. Did you get it? Or at least some of them?
Somewhat.
The messages we were talking about a few weeks ago.
No.
Okay. Well, I'll send them on then, but they told me they were going to send them to yourselves because they had the whole Discord.
Right.
But yeah.
Well, you left my comment, and then I left you my email, and I never saw nothing, and I thought, well, that's fair, so.
Oh,
And one of the other parties in that Discord said that they were going to send you the whole Discord and turn it over, and said they had to you to save me time. So I took them at their word, and okay, that explains some things, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
Hey, Scott.
What might that explain, Jody Sue? Why is Scott getting a Discords and you and Scott all buddy? Why is Scott listening to the screen test? Jody Sue? With the PIs? Why are you and Scott working behind the scenes, Jody Sue?
I'll put my email here in the private chat.
Okay.
And then you can just grab it. Jody or Ziggy's got it either way. But I'll put it in there.
Mine's in the private chat too. So I'd like for you and Jody Sue to grab it.
But Jody Sue, I appreciate you. And Ziggy, I appreciate you. And everybody else, Jennifer, Karina, it was nice to meet everybody.
So now Jody Sue is talking to Jennifer, who's probably also in the Discords too, by the way, with Ziggy. Many Discords. Chris McDonough's, AB's, Tiffany Marie's, Penny's, Scott's. Michelle, they say it's Hunt. I'm not sure, though. I don't believe it is. Something in me tells me that's wrong, but it could be. But you see here's Jody working with Jennifer Parrott, who she attacks, and Scott H. behind the scenes openly. My fucking God. I'm working with this criminal organization, ain't I, Jody? Because I was in them Discord sending them along with you, wasn't I? Well, Scott's on panel saying we've had people drive from the Wells to Hunters, like Linda, who was also in them Discords at the time with you, lady. Right? You ain't running no game on nobody out here, Jody.
I enjoyed it, and I'll be in the background in the chat listening to you.
All right, well,
And that LiDAR is important, Scott. Keep it pinned somewhere.
I've got another one, but the format, and this is just my fault because I'm technically challenged.
Oh. So now Scott has a copy of the PI screen test.
we're working on, we can change the format on it, because the way that it was sent to me, I can download it to my computer, but then when I try to share it, it's a format that won't let me, the .exe or whatever.
Get back in touch with the person. I promise you they can send you that in the format you need.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
Scott, I'm an IT tech.
You're going to what?
I'm an IT person. I work IT.
Oh, okay.
So if you ever have any questions, holler at me because I've been doing IT for 21 years.
Okay, great.
I'd let the person that sent you that send it to you in those.
Okay.
So now Jennifer Parrott probably got a copy of the screen test too, that proves Jody can hear the screen because the PIs did the screen test. And they're all sending it through the Discords in an email to Scott and to Jennifer Parrott. Like, you've got to be fucking kidding me, Jody. Did you think that this shit wouldn't fucking resurface? So that we could hear you working in a well-organized criminal organization that you accuse so many others of working in. You literally are sending him shit from the PIs. Right? Let me go to my YouTube real quick. Let me see if I have this video out. Dude. The more and more I listen to this, the more and more I go back. Hold on. I'm looking for the conversation I had with the PIs. Give me 1 minute here, guys. I'm just going to play it on fucking edited, like, fuck everybody. Oh, I don't want to mess that up. Hold on.
CNC Investigations. This is Chris. Can I help you?
Yeah, hi, Chris. My name is Crystal Sims. I'm a YouTuber, and I'm just curious. I know you're covering the summer. You can't give me details. I know you guys take tips, and I thought that I would turn into you that I am very, very, very concerned about Scott H. and his relationship with the people in that area, along with that squall tit. I found some information about rooster fighting and meth labs and things of that nature in that area. And Squall's real name, from what I can see, is Rebecca Crawford. She's related to this Marlena Crawford and all of those things that are involved. Like, all these people are ganging up on YouTube, I'm sure you know. And I don't know if you're looking into this, but Scott H. emailed me about you, saying he was friends with you for 20 years. And I find something fishy, and I just want to make sure that you guys are looking into them, because I know you're looking at every aspect of this case. Something's just really bothering me about that guy.
Well, Scott H. and I did work together in the past for another company. But anything that you have, we would welcome. and I would prefer if you could.
Is your Facebook in working order? Because I actually have a video. I privated it on YouTube. You know what? Probably through email. Can I get an email address for you and I can share this video with you? It gives a lot of information.
That was what I was going to ask if you could do. Is there is a email? It is on the family website, and it is Summerwell's Tips at charter.net.
Well, I'm just going to write it down because that website drives me nuts. You just need to fix that. It's like not ads, but it like pops up and it's weird. It don't work for me real good.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have nothing to do with the family website other than just having them put that email link on there.
Yeah, so it's Summerwell's Tips at charter.
Charter.net.
Okay. So, can I ask you a question? Is Scott H in the crime, like his work? Is it, because I've seen him personally on a secret meeting they did, and he doesn't look like he would be law enforcement or credible, in my own opinion.
I don't know a whole lot about Scott H, and I'll just tell you that it's not like we were, best friends, ran around together. We were acquaintances.
Okay.
And so I know little to nothing about Scott H.
Okay. I have some information I think will blow your mind. So I think you should see it. Nobody else will cover it. And it seems like the locals are protecting this information. Like I was attacked for putting it out there. And it was pretty bad, So I figured, like, I called in all my tips to TBI. If I'm being 100% honest with you, they didn't even open my emails. So I called TBI, and TBI told me send my information to emails. It was some information about these locals and the harassment that they're doing to Jody Sue. And I don't know where you stand on all that. I know you can't really talk to me about it, but I'm blown away by these people. I am. And I just get a really sick feeling in my stomach about those two YouTubers in particular. You know what I mean? Like the Squall and the Scott H. And I know that they're involved. It's the Crawford family. And there is a ton of illegal stuff that I personally dug up. I don't know if you looked at that, but it's pretty disgusting. Like I'm telling you, bears' heads cut off and skulls being boiled, and you're going to be blown away when you see this. It's almost unbelievable. It feels like it's a movie. You know what I mean? And the name Connect. I did not edit this, or this is edited, but it's a rough draft. I made a video where I left a lot of this out. The name connected is Renfro. That was my chicken video we were talking about. Thank you, Michelle. I was extremely attacked over that chicken video, and it started with Scott. As you hear the PI, Chris Cobalt, tells me he don't know Scott. But we're literally listening to Jody Sue tell us that her and Chris or somebody gave Scott the PI's scream test that Jody Sue was so fucking excited about because it proved you could hear the fucking scream. So what we just heard is Scott working with the PIs. And the PIs telling me, oh, they're just acquaintances. They don't know each other. They used to work together at Lowe's. That's why I put this on, because what this is a fucking lie. The dude is Renfro, Renfro. She's actually a Crawford. Renfro is her married name. But she's related to the Squall Tit and Squall comes back to me as a Rebecca Crawford, and she can't prove that she is not that person, and no Rebecca Crawford ever came out to deny my claim. And it's just Squall admitted to being this person. Jody admitted Squall is this person. Kathy, the friend, admitted Squall is this person. Squall said it herself. She took everything down. I have 6 or 7, 8 lives of Squalls. They're all 6 to 12 hours long. I don't have enough time to find them and go through it and find where Squall said it. I've also lost some lives due to the people playing their fucking games out here. I have taken my channel down, put in my channel back up, rebuilt my channel. When I took my first channel down, I had 4,000 subscribers, almost 5,000 subscribers. I've been working for 2 years now, 3 years, to make it back up to just the almost 2,500 I have. Please stop, hit the like button. Support me. I do my research. Doesn't mean my research is always correct, and back then it wasn't always correct, but it must have been pretty big. Now, the other thing I caught them doing, I'm sitting here calling this fucking man about Squall, right? Only for TT to write me later and show me that this man's wife is having 3-way calls with Squall, her, Chicken on a Stick, and sometimes Amanda Athey. I mean, they were confusing. Amanda Athey and Chicken on a Stick and Squall. There was a big story. It's in my TT videos, many, where you could see the actual 3-way call with the PIs, TT, and Squall. Now what you got is Scott working behind the scenes with the PIs. Jody Sue admitting that the screen test is going, instead of to the authorities, to a YouTuber like Scott H. Sick shit, man. Sick shit. Let me put that back on. Let me let you guys finish this. I don't know how much of it pertains to Scott, but I want to get back to that other video. You'll see when I send you this.
Well, like I said, we welcome any tips. If you can send it through that tips email, that would be preferable.
Okay.
And that way we can vet that stuff. We already have quite a bit of information, but at least we can look at it and vet it to what we have.
Okay.
And if you want to go ahead and send that,
okay.
And then that way, if we find credibility in that, or we find things that lend to have relevance to the case, then we can forward that on to our contact here locally with law enforcement.
Okay. I mean, like, I don't know if it's relevant to the case, but I know it's connected to Marlena. And I don't know if you know something else too, because I know the Marlena aspect of this is out there. There is a man by the name of Earl Taylor Jr. that passed away. This is why this worries me, okay? The day after Summer went missing, he was murdered. And his wife was having an affair with Marlena's brother. And that concerns me. You know what I mean? Like the exact next day after Summer, it just all seems pretty weird. So if you want to write that name down and look up the obituary and the newspaper articles about it, I think that that's something that might go in some sort of direction. Like, I don't know what truth is. Like I said, I know you can't tell me stuff and I don't expect you to, but if I can lend any information, I'd be glad to help.
Well, we certainly appreciate any information that we get. Like I said, at this point, you know, we're looking at everything. Correct. And trying to make sense of this. So yes, if you want to send that,
this is the craziest case. I don't know. You guys took this on. I give you mad respect. I really do. I don't know how you're deciphering all of this. I've never seen nothing like this in my life. Like, I'll tell you what, I give you guys a lot of credit.
Well, I will tell you this: this has been a unique case for us, also. But bottom line is, at the end of the day, it's all about Summer.
It is. It is. And they're turning it into something like these. I created my YouTube page in November, and I really was like trying to go after the facts. And I got lumped into this group, and I started noticing some like really weird things going on behind the scenes, and I kind of broke away from them, like the bashing of Jody Sue. It's horrible. Like, I understand this woman might have something to do with this, if that's even what law enforcement is looking at, because according to Andy Bernard last night, the police haven't even questioned him. So that makes me believe that they don't suspect them. And I like it's so, like, you teach your kids, don't bully. You know what I mean? And these people are on there like, I never seen anything like it, with their children in a room. I'm saddened by what has transpired because of this missing little girl, and she needs to be found.
Well, I agree with that, and it seems like sometimes when you're trying to do the best things for the best reasons, the worst seems to come out in people. So we'll keep praying for Summer and keep working towards getting an answer.
Okay, and I'm going to send you guys this video if you get a chance to look at it. I think it would be helpful, at least to show like what kind of crime is going on in that area, because it's like all about rooster fighting. It's pretty crazy. So, rooster fighting and meth labs.
There's a lot of both around here, that's for sure.
Yeah, I live in the city. I'm in Pittsburgh, so I don't know. We don't have stuff like that going on here, thank goodness. I guess. All right. Thank you so much for your time and for talking to me.
Well, thank you for your call, and we'll be looking for your email.
Yes, sir. I'm going to send it right now.
All right.
Bye-bye. At this point in time, I was willing to get any tip I wanted to get to TBI to anybody who was willing to listen. After I called this man, again, I was extremely attacked. Even further, the lawsuits started coming. Benny recently was on my live and said he believes that Cobalt's out here for clout and there was something wrong with him. Benny was close to Chris. They had a relationship. That's odd to me that somebody who once wanted to help Summer, well, who still wants to help Summer, I believe Benny does, had a relationship with the PI who he also thought would be good and there for help because, my God, they donated their time. Right? And then you got Tennessee Twister, who I don't know where he went. I hope he's okay. I haven't seen him in a couple weeks anywhere, and that's odd for Tennessee Twister. But he also came out here and stated that the PIs were playing games and that he had even felt in danger. The same way I have. Tennessee Twister, admittedly, went searching for Summer with them. Well, I showed it. They were throwing skulls, and I outed that the PIs were with them only because you could accidentally see Chris Cobalt's face pop in the frame in one little part of the video. And I caught it. You also have Chase, the whole Chase aspect of it. I haven't heard anybody come out here and say anything good about these PIs. That's troublesome to me. Hubby fell asleep on my cot where I sleep. Good thing I slept late. If you hear him snoring, he's not yet, but I'm sure he will be. All right, let's go back because we are way off topic here now because of stupid Scott. Let's go back and finish listening to Scott's involvement with Jody Sue in a well-organized crime organization behind the scenes in Summer Wells' case.
Thank you, Angie.
There's my email there in the private chat. Thank you all again.
Hey, Claudia, did you want to say something? Gosh, my wrist is really hurt.
Well, yeah, I'm super happy to meet you, Jody Sue. Kudos to you and for everything that you're doing. You too, Ziggy. You have such a fantastic reputation, and we've started. I loved all the love for little Miss Summer Wells and the dogs, Jody Sue. I just watched a thing where you were like, these dogs will tell this story. And I 100% agree with you. I do want to know some of the dogs' names, but I also wanted to let you know that I'm in the dog business of 38 years, and this whole story is so tragic. And the things that you've brought to the forefront and other YouTubers have brought to the forefront.
I'm smoking and now I'm coughing. I reacted. I haven't seen you in some time. I hope you're well. That's what I'd like to know, right? So Dawn Wells says in many places, actually, I think even on the news, that the PIs have talked to the feds, but the feds don't want the PIs' information. I'll find them clips somewhere one day. But I was laughing. She really fucking said, Ziggy, you have such a good reputation. I guess marrying the suspect just a couple years later is a great fucking reputation. Oh my God, I'm sorry. That made me laugh. I told you I haven't listened to this part. I don't even remember all of this, if I even heard all of it way back then. I remember being mad at Ziggy back then, and I would ignore some of her shit because we had that fight about the stupid fucking deed that JFK sent me, and I went on Ziggy's and outed it before Ziggy quit, and Ziggy got fucking pissed off. Pretty much is what happened. I stole Ziggy's spotlight, not knowing that she thought she had something. So Ziggy's been pissed at me ever since. She's blocked me. She just she's fucking wild, dude. We're all a little bit wild. We're strange. We wouldn't be out here if we weren't. Every single fucking one of us. There's no such thing as fucking normal. But my God, Ziggy is one of the psychic garage selling baseball cards. That's the newest. Now she's bagging baseball cards, not even in protection leaves. She's putting them in sandwich baggies and listing them somewhere. She won't tell her audience where it is, but she has a website now she works on and does psychic readings. She told you in some of her recent lives, but hey, she got a fucking fantastic reputation. Donna Serafina's wannabe. All right.
Front are horrifying for us moms, grandmoms, women everywhere. The signs, the symptoms. In the video I just watched, I think who just put it out, where they just a little clip of you talking about the dogs will tell you the story and the last time you saw Summer.
That's so, me personally. I know something's wrong with the dogs. Obviously, I think others feel differently, but I know the dog's favorite day. It's not just, oh, the dogs are off running. There's something. It's so weird. I mean, look, everything about that day and the weeks leading up to it's a perfect storm. It really is. Or I don't think she'd ever be gone. But
no, why would you think that?
So Jody references that a lot, and what's really odd is I started this live out talking about Jackie Dobbs, but not really wanting to talk about Jackie Dobbs unless they brought him up later in a live, and I have to a little bit because I'm going to make some content out of the Jackie Dobbs stuff and that little clip from here. I have some content in my mind that I'm planning on, that I want to get some stuff out, and some of Jody Sue's old Jackie Dobbs stuff, and I want to go over if I could find Jackie Dobbs' channel with him and his dog. Listen, I pray Jackie didn't have nothing to do with Summer. There is the Georgia aspect where there was a pill clinic busted in a James Light bust, which these people were a part of. Jody Sue, Andy, Fred, Karen Elliott, they all had ties with James Light, like big fucking ties. So much so that Jody, Sue, and Andy went down in a smaller operation that brought down James Light prior to James Light going down. Now, there's a name for the operation, even. I have to go find all that information again. But it's just odd to me that you hear, man, I forget what I was saying. I went off train of thought. But this shit's just, you see that they're all connected now, whereas back then they were just like, hey.
I mean, why would
think
you?
either that perfect storm of events that would lead.
Perfect storm, Jackie Dobbs. That's what I was getting ready to say. Jackie had referenced Jody Sue saying it was a perfect storm as if they were trying to set Dobbs up for something. Could that be a possibility? They had gone to Baileyton looking for Dobbs that night. Even after he left, they wanted to know where the fuck this man was. And he was like, fuck that, I ain't going to no hotel, they say. That's scary, sort of, not in them words, but that's what it sounds like in his interview. So instead, he went to the Roadway Inn, where he says he was on camera all day. He spoke to neighbors next door, and all throughout the day, he had gone to the Marathon gas station twice, but 2 different Marathon gas stations. He was on the phone with attorneys and lawyers all day about the land from the hotel. So he pings in the hotel. He said he left on the 16th, and that was his biggest mistake. He said he felt like he shouldn't have left because it made him look like he was guilty, and that's how they were able to bring it here. So at least that's what he said in his interview with Dawn B, and we'll go over all that soon. But in that interview, he references that he felt like he was being set up, and it was Jody's perfect storm is what she was stating in reference to him. That they created the perfect storm. It was just the feeling he got from her.
Leading up to that for weeks, the things that would either help cover it or help the predator come in there. And there was so much abnormal going on, and visitors and property sales and woodcutters. And if it hadn't been for all that, we could have told you what ant pissed in the middle of the road on any given Tuesday at 2:00.
And with that statement, I'm going to go back. Aren't James and Grady Light brothers? I don't know. I never looked into Grady's family, Moonshine Girl. I just looked into the ones that live around there now. Oh, yeah, James and Grady. They probably are brothers. Or cousins, to say the least. I know there was big Light hauler ties. So probably, but I never confirmed that. I can't say that's a yes or a no. What was I going to say? Hold on, let me go back and listen a minute.
Tell this story, and I 100% agree with you. I do want to know some of the dogs' names, but I also wanted to let you know that I'm in the dog business of 38 years, and this whole story is so tragic. And the things that you've brought to the forefront and other YouTubers have brought to the forefront are horrifying for us moms, grandmoms, women everywhere. The signs, the symptoms. In the video I just watched, I think, who just put it out, where they just a little clip of you talking about the dogs will tell you the story and the last time you saw Summer.
That's so, me personally. I know something's wrong with the dogs. Obviously, I think others feel differently, but I know those that the dog's favorite day. It's not just, oh, the dogs are off running. There's something. It's so weird. I mean, look, everything about that day and the weeks leading up to it's a perfect storm. It really is. Or I don't think she'd ever be gone. But
the property sale. Someone much earlier in my chat had said, but didn't Jackie buy the property without looking at it? Jody says that. No. Jackie states he was there twice before buying the property, and that actually he wanted to buy a property in Mississippi first, down south, and then he picked that property. He said he was there the June 1st, looking at the property, and that's when the sale went through. That's when he decided to buy it. Jody knew Jackie was there. Jody put tires in the road because she didn't want Jackie coming. In the video Squall put out that I show all the time, Jody said, we were waiting. We knew somebody had bought the property. You hear Jody in statements like this state, we were watching, we were looking, we were hyper vigilant, we were waiting. Jody knew exactly what went down. I just wish she would stop screwing around. Me too, Michelle. Me too. And I hate when I attack her because I don't think Jody had anything to do with Summer going missing. And I don't completely dislike Jody Sue, but I do. It's hard to explain. It's this, we've had this lawsuit against each other, and Jody and I can have a conversation and sit on piano and, fix each other what we're saying, and we can do that, but we can also attack each other. And that's not what my intention is. My intention is to get answers for Summer, and if Jody Sue is innocent, I want to prove her innocent. However, there are things that come out to me. I don't know if it has to do with Summer or with the money or with the billboards. I do believe she wanted to prove her innocence. And I think that the PIs and lots of people played fucking games with her, like Chase, because who the fuck are the PIs to do the screen test? They're not fucking Quantico. And here they are passing it around all over YouTube. They're in the wrong. But Jody Sue, as you can see, is helping it. Now, is it because she knows what happened to Summer, or is it because of greed? That she's over there now stating she had nothing to do with, right? Like they were all the wrong ones. They did nothing, trying to point the fingers to everybody. When you can clearly see, listening to her old shit, that she had her hands in the cookie pot. Way further than anybody the fuck on here. I mean, come on, Scott. Didn't you get all the Discords that were sent to you? Did you get the screen test? Connect with them people that gave it to you in the first place, the PIs. Like y'all just heard what the fuck I heard, right? Well, she's literally sitting out here saying Scott built my fucking channel. Bitch, was you fucking helping him to do so? To set me up for that lawsuit? Was that a planned lawsuit, knowing that it was going to be dropped the whole motherfucking time between you and your sister's best friend, chicken on a fucking stick? Like, all I see here is a bunch of fucking bullshit and fucking games. So yeah, I'm a fucking attack. I'm about done. I don't care. I want Summer found. If this is what I have to do to keep her name in the forefront, this is what I'm going to do. Guess what, Jody Sue? You're it.
No, why would you think that? I mean, why
think either that perfect storm of events that was leading up to that for weeks, the things that would either help cover it or help the predator come in there. And there was so much abnormal going on, and visitors and property sales and woodcutters. And if it hadn't been for all that, we could have told you what ant pissed in the middle of the road on any given Tuesday at 2 o'clock. It would have narrowed down immediately to, okay, this is a Boswell situation, or there would have been nowhere near as many, like what if. There would have been, there'd been no question about, like, it would have been this or that, and not a million other things, There wouldn't have been shit missed. I mean, even I missed something and I don't know how, man.
What you weren't looking for it. And I know that you're so convicted by it. I mean, it shows, and that you promote people not making money off of it. I have a grooming salon, and we're all making Little Miss Summer Wells. And I saw one video where one of the puppies' names was Lucky.
Tiffany Marie put a candle out with Summer's face on it, and Jody Sue was all about it. Jody Sue was all about the billboards at one point. Jody Sue was all about the reward fund at one point. Jody Sue still has. Some of them work, some of them don't. She has excuses for everything to say why they ain't real and why this one was hacked. Which one? Benny just recently went over. But I've gone over it in the past, and she gave me reasons why it wasn't real. But Lil's artwork, merch shop, Cash App, a new part of the fight. That's a good one. You could put that on there. Little's Christmas list. Little's 2025. She hasn't updated them. But she for sure, just like Ziggy, got all these links. Now, there was a Patreon on there. She took it off, I guess, since Benny came back and showed it. But they denied her, saying she was fraudulent. She had a reason for saying why she wasn't, and I just let her go and quit talking about it. But I actually forgot about it. And then Benny recently brought it up, and now it's gone. But when you sit on here and say Jody Sue ain't about making money, let me go to my channel. I got my Instagram. I make nothing on there. My Redbubble. I think I made $1.19 and like, oh, hold on. I think I made $1.19, and I've had my Redbubble since way before I covered YouTube. I just put it on there. I got my son's YouTube. I got my crime group that is no longer in existence, and some old Facebooks that are no longer in existence when you see it. But what you don't see here is Cash Apps and Amazon wish lists. And I'm not going to lie, there's been a couple times I do craft and I wish I could sell my shit. People don't buy my shit like they buy Ziggy's. Maybe I'm a little jealous of it, but I really don't care, because I'll just go to a craft show here at one point when I have enough done. But I make my own crafts. I make necklaces. All my jewelry you see me wearing is usually my own when I have it on. I don't come out here like, hey, buy my shit. And actually, I've even offered my shit for free to people as a thank you for being a sub to me, but nobody ever wants any. I did get one request, and fuck, I think I forgot to send it. Oh, Mama Bear. But she never sent me her address, so I didn't send it, but I was going to send her. Where the hell is that one? Oh, I love this one. I'm glad I didn't. I'm keeping it because fuck Mama Bear. I was going to send her that one. But I mean, I craft. I do resin. I do I'm not out here with my Nightbot and my chat. Let's go to Ziggy. Jody Sue is no different. Oh, Ziggy's live. They're getting a refresher on Wild Bill. I'll have to watch her live later. I'm going to bet if I clicked on it right now with no sound, you would see her Nightbot. She got her Amazon wish list. Wow. Ziggy actually has less than Jody Sue in her links section. Isn't that funny? But I bet you if you go to her live.
Because they was.
There's Nightbot. That one's for Messenger. You can go to her Amazon. More Amazon. I'm shocked I don't see all the shit we usually see in there. Maybe she's getting a little better. She's been live for about 2 hours going over Wild Bill stuff. But I mean, Jody Sue is no better than any of these creators out here that collect money. Jody Sue even went as far as, and I found the clip, actually, we're going to go over that. I have to find it again. I put it in my massive folders, but I found it and uploaded it, where Jody Sue's offering, oh, it's in the Chris McDonough thing. That's right. We didn't finish that. But Jody Sue is offering her shirt. Hey, you can have my shirt. She offers it for DV. It's supposed to go to Summer. She offers it for this, offers it for that. And then when they fucking sell it for like 11 or 16 bucks, something like that, she absolutely loses her fucking shit. She says they're lying and she wants all the money, and that's when everybody was stealing money from her. Candace was taking gift cards that belonged to her, even though Candace is the one with the missing child. Like, why is that shit deserved to you, Jody Sue? You request a cool set of hanging scales? I could probably make them. Those are them stupid, my granddaughter, my daughter-in-law. I ordered these for my daughter, and when she moved out, she didn't take them. She didn't take them with her. You know, those little ironing beads with the perler beads is what they're called. But you put them on these things, and they take fucking forever to do on the bigger ones, not the little ones. The little ones are pretty easy. Look, I made this Hello Kitty one. Ain't they cool? But you iron them and they flatten. I'm going to make some magnets for my fridge for the summertime. I'm thinking about making some really cool ones, but I got really fucking addicted to it and made a whole bunch till they were gone. Look. I got this. These are all the scoop. This is for my YouTube. I'm keeping this one no matter what. This is going to go on my keychain. It's all my Scooby-Doo. I made all the little Scooby-Doo characters. Ain't they cool? All right, we're going to leave that alone. Look, I'm just sitting here chatting. It's been a comfortable night here, and I'm not even ready to go yet. I'm willing to listen to all of this because I slept yesterday. All right, and hubby's sleeping, and he's going to get up and work a 12-hour shift, and that's when I'll go to sleep.
That, and we're asking everybody to donate to the Humane Society as they start to turn in dogs and get them neutered and spayed. But we have made Little Summer Wells an official awareness leader of the Paw Patrol, Summer Wells, and Lucky Paw Pack. Wait, I said it wrong, but that's part of it. Is that it's a tongue twister, and it makes children giggle, and it makes everybody giggle. And we don't want Summer just seen in a negative light. She was an innocent 5-year-old child.
So here's Ziggy promoting somebody on her channel, making packs that don't have Summer's face on them, but she's gonna fucking make money off of them, selling them, exploiting fucking Summer Wells with Jody Sue right on the motherfucking panel. Let's see what Jody says about this. Holy hell. And Ziggy's all good with it.
That has touched the world very much like Gabby Petito. She's going to bring awareness everywhere. And I'm praying that when Dawn said the other day that that child, she's still alive. And I know, Jody Sue, I know you said that Candace was so sincere that day. Do you still feel?
No.
You no longer feel that she was that? You think it was part of a...
No. And law enforcement kept trying to tell me that.
Nothing about this lady gonna make money off of Summer Wells. We're making these packs. We're gonna buy this shit. We're gonna put this in there, and we're gonna name them the Summer Pack after Summer Wells because she's touched me so much. Blah 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 blah. And then here's Jody Sue. She's changing. If you would have just seen Candace's face, she's innocent. I know she didn't do it. Redacted static. I swear I have not watched all of this. I've seen bits and pieces. I remember clips, but I swear I haven't seen this in particular whole live. Like the whole like I haven't watched the second hour of it, and we are now into the second hour. So that's why I'm sitting here yapping at the fucking mouth, because it's all like, holy fuck, she said this, she did that, she did this, and she literally, this is when she's changing her tone about Candace. So Candace was so sincere, but now Jody Sue's going to tell you no. Nope, she's not. Let me change my mind. It's probably after the phone call with Squall again.
And I was like, nah, I feel like not. And I was like, look, guys, I know their cons, I know their faces throughout the years. I get it, but I feel like the coloring on her face this year. I was like, but I still kept, within with what I seen the other day. And I knew the whole Mary and all that and acting. And I told her, because we still lived there at that point when they pulled that particular bullshit. I was like, Candace, that makes you look like crap. She was laughing about it. And then she was like, oh, yeah, mask back on. Yeah, I know, but Dawn made me do it. I'm like, oh, whatever. But then that last video chat with me where she tried.
So what might have been a message to Mary that Donnie made her do, that Chris McDonough brought to YouTube and shouldn't have, you're going to tell Candace it makes her look like trash. It does. It absolutely does. However, just because you're talking about it and I got time. To me, this hoax call sounds like something that could be true, especially when Ziggy and Jody Sue and everybody constantly reports on Knoxville and trafficking and all of this other shit, right? And then you got a Jamie Wilson out here who Jody Sue also attacks constantly with me. I brought that out, right? She'll attack me, but she'll agree with my research all the time. Now, here's my problem with this hoax call to Mary. This shouldn't have came to YouTube. This should have went only and directly to the TBI. Candace mentions storming the Capitol. I didn't know about nothing about Donnie and the cartel and the Mexican mafia. These are all extreme possibilities to why this kid might be missing because of Dawn's activities. You hear Jody Sue say Don always has money and that he travels to Knoxville and comes back with money. He's not broke. An addict would come back broke, right? So, what would that make Don? A dealer? He wants Fred to go to Knoxville with him to see their dealer. Been trying to send you a super chat. For some strange reason, it ain't going through. Aw, it's okay, Michelle. I'm good. I don't know what that's about. My monetization should be on, but they may have taken it off. You never fucking know. It ain't a big deal. I ain't here for the cash, but I appreciate the thought. Thank you so very much. That's very kind of you. I'll have to go check and see. Yeah, a mule. Right. Redacted static. Fred's the one that has all the information on Playboy and all of the bad people and all of the players, right? The police put Fred in Knoxville. Do you think there's a reason for that? Aw. Thank you, Michelle. I don't know why it wouldn't go through, but you're good. I appreciate you very much. Mwah. All right, so let's listen to this hoax call because what I hear is something that should have went to the TBI for the TBI to investigate without Chris McDonough's interference.
Hello? Hey, Mary. Hey. What's going on, Candace? They just took Donnie away. Who did? The police. They did? How come? I don't know. They wouldn't tell me the reason why. But they're flying him out to Boston, Massachusetts. They're flying him off to Boston? Yeah. Really? Oh my gosh, Candace. They didn't tell you.
What if Boston, Massachusetts was code for summer might be in Boston? This cartel's in Boston. Donnie owes somebody something in Boston. What if?
Why? No. So what they do? They just knocked on the door and came in and cuffed him and took him? Yeah. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Candace. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I wish they would have told you the reason why. They didn't tell me anything. They just said they had to take him because of all that Jeannie said or did. Oh, really? Wow, Candace, I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry, Candace. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, honey. I feel so bad for you. I wish I was there. I wish I could hold you, Candace. He's never given me the kisses wrong, ever. He's always been. That's all I know. Federal. That's all I know. Federal. She's not. From the Capitol. That's all I know. Wow. Over the Mexican mafia stuff. Did Donnie ever come into some money that you knew about or anything? About $80,000. $80,000 over the Mexican mafia. No, unless. They're gonna kill him. Huh? The Mexico, they're gonna kill him. The drug cartel, is that what you said? They're gonna kill him, they're gonna hurt him? Yeah. Well,
Somehow I messed some of this up, but you can hear it, and there might be some pieces I left out of other things that were said. I have another video of this made with better. This was my first making of this. I went back and listened to it, so some of it's wrong. I'm not going to say it ain't, but you can get the gist of it. If you hear it, to me, it sounds like code. It sounds like Candace and Dawn wanted to get this to TBI. Chris McDonough put it out here. Could this have been a cry for help? At the same time, on the same night, Fred is claiming Bill Benton is up on the hill beating the shit out of Donnie. And one of the interviews was Ziggy. The day after this, I'll have to look for it. Let me see if I can find it. But what you have, I can't find it right now, but I've talked about it plenty of times for those of you that will remember with receipts. The day after this, what you have is Chase waking up early in the morning, driving through the mountains, looking at the thing, talking about the hills have eyes, Mr. Wells, right? The neighbors seen what you did. We're having an interview with the neighbor, and then they go try to kidnap a little old lady somewhere that lives down there. And Chase ends up getting fucking pulled over. Penny sits on panel for 100 hours trying to get Tiffany to help her with the stream that's not showing up. They end up on Tiffany's panel, or they were going to go to Tiffany's panel at some point in the night. Chase gets arrested, but Penny hides it. Penny doesn't tell you that. She tells you Chase was in a car accident. Jody Sue and I talk about it in a phone call where Jody Sue tells me what really happened. Jody didn't live there. Oh, yes, she did. She just said she did. We just listened to her. But what you hear in this hoax call, in my opinion, is information that was supposed to go to the TBI and not to YouTube. Whereas, in my opinion, Chris McDonough hindered the case at Candace and Dawn's cry for help. My opinion. I'm speculating.
But you ought to know that these hills and these hollers have eyes and have ears. And you know, pretty much when you act a fool late at night, you ain't the only one seeing it.
But if you stand behind him. Over there, Johnny said 20 children.
Somewhere always standing there behind him. Tim Mullen, the PIs. Just speculating.
The mafia cartel. The children network. The funeral. Okay. They're mad at him. They're very mad at him. No.
What Donnie was in the background saying was they can send that to TBI. I might letter and cut off. Tell them they can send that to TBI.
He said 20 children out of the mafia. And they're mad at him. I guess, I guess, I don't know. Somebody, one more FBI. Yeah, it's same because of the Mexican mafia. They asked him. I just want my husband and my kids back. Yeah. I don't know anything about Donnie or whatever went on with the cartel. I don't know anything about that. I've never heard anybody come out. Right. Donnie tried to save 20 children. And he's working with everyone. They're killing him. They're trying to kill him. Hmm. Yeah, Candace, he hasn't said nothing to me, so I don't know what's going on. I mean, I did read about that, about him owing money to people, but I just thought it was just another rumor, you know? It's top secret, I guess. I didn't know that either. Oh, I know where my babies are. Don't worry about your boys because your boys are safe, you know? And try not to worry about Summer because she's out there. I believe she's still out there, okay? Where is she? I don't. They flew to Boston. And quit his cell phone. And they're beating him. They're beating Doc up. The cops are beating Donnie up? Is that what you said? Yeah.
She did say that. I missed a part. That's what I was saying. There was parts in there I missed. I didn't put in when I was really new at editing when I made this. And I was having a hard time and there was little parts I skipped. So that's what I was trying to say. Not all of them are correct, but I have other videos on here that show this. This was just, I think, one of my first ones made, and I had fixed those mistakes that I had made. I just try to keep my content out most that I can, things that aren't struck or have to be taken down. But not everything in this was correct. You're right. You're absolutely right. And that is what she said. That's why I shook my head at that part. No, that's not what she said, but there was another part where she said something else I had written, but it just wasn't in the video. But I do have another video where those parts are in it with the correct wording. And if I don't, I'll show you and make a third. I think I have 3 or 4 of these fucking videos made. I don't know. Because I listened to this thoroughly. I really never thought this was a hoax. I feel when you hear wording like the Mexican cartel and the Mexican mafia, and you know that Don has ties to places like California where his mother ran a hotel, and you hear stories. Oh no, but you can. Please check me. I need to be checked. I like the criticism. It betters me. If you hear something I don't, I want to make sure that what I'm putting out is as factual as it can get in most cases, especially something like the hoax call. So I don't take offense to people correcting me. Not at all, even if you weren't or were. I'm just letting you know. But anyways, you get the point of this. This really could have been a cry for help that should have went to the TBI. Like I said, you hear Donnie chime in the background and says, and tell them they can send that to the TBI. Why would he say that if he didn't want this going to the TBI? You also hear, aw, thank you, Michelle, for being here. You've been a charm. And have a good day. But you just hear all this, and to me, it just feels like something's wrong with Chris McDonough putting this out. It's all for money. It's all for clout to build their channels. In my opinion, this hindered Summer's case. This should have been kept under wraps. It shouldn't have went to Dr. Phil, where they're later going to ask about the cornbread mafia. I'm going to bet based off of this. All right, let's go back to this because there ain't that much left. We got 344 and we are at 311.
Tried to get me to change part of my story, where she's doing what she's doing.
Oh, look.
Calling in the call to the Fed, you know, it was bullshit, all that stuff she was doing. Right before Dr. Phil came out, knowing that money, international attention, all that was going to start flowing. And I seen the tears and the theatrics that night that were even greater than I saw of her the day that Summer went missing or any time since. That told me, and I knew that she was acting with me on that video chat, that last one we had. I knew it was a con, I knew it was a lie, I knew something was up with it.
Now, she spoke about this earlier in the live. At the beginning of my live, right after we talked about the Jackie Dobbs stuff, Josh had come up on panel, and you hear Josh automatically tune in that he knew it was squall. He didn't say that, but he brought the squall up. At this point, Jody Sue's not telling us that it is squall, but Josh knew, because you know what Jody Sue was doing, working in a well-organized criminal organization behind the scenes with these YouTubers, just like she accuses me of doing. Meanwhile, duh, it's right here in front of your damn face, but hey, I wasn't in them Discords, Jody. I didn't even have a YouTube yet.
Because of what she was saying, doing, trying to get out of me. I knew she was playing me from the get-go on that one at the behest of somebody else. And if she could do that, and with greater tears and acting ability than what I seen that day when Summer, the first few minutes, she was lying to me that day. Summer went missing, and I no longer believe that face.
So you're saying even law enforcement thought she was faking?
And they told me I was
They said it to Don too. That's what Don just said in the or who said, somebody said it, that they law enforcement said, we have information that you've I can't even say the words. I can't even say the words.
It was a they're like more like your guts run. I was like, man, my guts are good. I was like, I understand they're cons. I've seen them throughout the years. I know what they are, guys. And they were like, look, I mean, like, you know, and I was like, nah, like straight F off, you know. I was certain ish, you know, at least almost positive she didn't. But I would have maintained that, but what I seen the other day shows me different, and that they did and were able to make me believe for all this time that was genuine and sincere. And watching them target me for the past few weeks, be responsible for the hoaxes involving my name, trying to discredit, trying to do whatever, bringing very real harm and trauma to my own children, while they're sitting back laughing at it with keys and everybody else who they're helping weaponize against my children and I, putting us in very real harm's way, having no problem with my children being hurt, docked, potentially kidnapped.
I agree with Jody when it comes to this. And it wasn't Benny that brought shit out. It was cracking cases that was bringing out this old man in photographs stating it was Jody's son up in the fucking woods. Guy had a flannel on. He had to be in his 40s. The dude looked older than Jody. Yet they had people convinced all over the internet it was Jody's son in the woods stalking the wells. Number one, in an area he lives and belongs. But something real funny that happened that day or around that time period, yes, redacted. This is very old. Something that happened around that time, though, was Jody had to be wheeled off in an ambulance and felt like she was having a heart attack or a panic attack because of the harassment that they were doing. She was coming down into her driveway and they were stopping her car, and it was just a whole lot of shit that was going on. And then Jody gets out of the hospital and comes back, which Jody has never spent a night in the hospital. Like, every time she goes to the hospital, she comes right back, and you've seen her in this very live fake a fucking heart attack. Hours later, she's fine. An hour later. Those are the theatrics Jody Sue would put on back then. As they cried for money, she was getting on, I don't know if it's in this live, I'm trying to remember. I hope this is the Cabin Live. I, for some reason, think that happened prior to this. Jody was on Ziggy's panel a lot back then. It's just odd. This was December 29th, I believe, of 2021. Redacted static. So she's on a panel with these people, acting like they're friends, giving them the story, laughing, flirting with Josh, smiling with Scott, admitting she's working behind the scenes with Scott, right? But then she's going over to Facebook and motherfucking the same people. Fucking odd, man. I don't even think Jody made her YouTube at this point. I think her YouTube came the month after.
After anything else, but what they're
Also, this is like a week prior to Ziggy going and meeting Fred.
doing, what Keys is doing, all that, and PG, who's most certainly got Hill's weapon too, right along with Squall. I know that to be true. To weaponize all those people against time, because why would you do that unless you want me to shut up, discredit it? But why?
Okay.
What do I fucking hope?
So in this live after Josh is when she announces it was PG and Squall that were in on this call, were Candace, which means PG was on a face call. That means Dawn and Candace know exactly who PG is, right? Well, everybody goes around and says they don't know who Prayer Garden is, and this, that, and the other. They're on face calls together, asking Jody Sue to change her story. I think it was the timing of the screen they wanted her to retract on. But how can you do that when you've already spoken to the police? How could you even ask somebody to do that? However, I don't know if it's going to come out in this live, but in another video I have labeled Red Truck somewhere, go into my search bar and put Red Truck in. What you hear is Jody Sue pissed off because Candace outed her mother's red truck. It wasn't really because they asked her to change the timing of her scream. It was because Candace came out and said, and guess whose mother owns a red truck? To Nerdy Addict. Jody Sue Brown. I think it was Nerdy Addict. She said it too. That's when Jody lost her shit. But she'll tell ya it's because Candace asked her to change the time of the scream, which is odd. Does that mean Jody Sue was in on something? Why would they be comfortable enough to go to Jody Sue and ask her to change the time of the scream?
That you like are so, I don't understand. So obviously there's something here I'm not that right. And the more they push like that, the more I'm going to push back. The best thing they can do is step the hell off.
Didn't we see a really shit horror show when she pulled that prank on Mary. That then showed me, she can pull a stunt unbelievably. Auntie M, you've been dying, go for broke.
If she can hear us, I don't think she can hear us is the thing. It's lagged so bad. I don't think she hears us.
I want to know, did Don? I can.
Okay.
I may be. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Oh
I do.
All right.
Did the police show up at Don and Candace's house before Don?
Oh.
Did the police show up before dawn?
Yeah.
Yeah. From what I recall, I hear the 2 engines from first 2 police cars coming in, and they were pulled in back, and then I believe that's when I looked down, and it wasn't. I mean, it was kind of like right with each other. The cops, Dawn, Andy, all just kind of right there in the same moments. But from my recollection, like either they arrived just seconds before.
So I don't know if she was putting this in order, but earlier in the live, she said Andy came in first, stopped and talked to Candace, and then Dawn came in and seen Jody Sue. Now she just changed it to Dawn, Andy, the police, Dawn, Andy. I don't know that it matters. I don't know if that was supposed to be out of order or in order, but she gave the complete order earlier in the live stream.
4 seconds after one another, but it was right there, kind of colliding with each other, sort of thing.
Even if we have a look at some of the stuff that happened that day, looking at it all together and then the 30,000 feet view, I think that you've come out with some very insightful things. And Jody Sue, I'm so sorry that your kids got dragged into this shit show. It never should have been one iota part of your children. They would have been traumatized seeing that kids will be, particularly if you believe the Don rhetoric, that someone was up there just taking kids. And I mean, that would have frightened the hell out of your kids. It would have frightened anyone in their right mind.
We're sitting there listening to helicopters every day. We're going through our own domestic violence. Our abuser is using Summer's situation to further traumatize us. He's sleeping just fine, and here we are, and I'm trying to protect children. I'm sick. I know for a fact at this point Dawn is some sort of predator, especially after his sisters come out. Then
She knows for a fact Dawn is a predator. Andy's tormenting them about Summer's case. I'm going to bet part of that is seeing Summer's dead body comments with Andy yelling at the son as the daughter walks up and overhears the conversation. I've covered that. We could do it again. They were not all in the cabin. They were outside of the cabin at the time. Andy and his son had almost gotten into a fist fight over it. Andy didn't want Equisearch there. That's what they were fighting over the day that Andy had made that comment. Now Andy will go into chats and agree with PG and say first it was he was dreaming. He even said it on my panel. It was a dream. But now he'll say it was more than a dream. He woke up, the music playing, the taps were playing. And he agrees with Prayer Gordon that that grave, somebody's family member, somebody's loved one, should be exhumed and looked under. All of this has taken place in my chat. Years of it. People weren't paying attention because I was attacked. Look, I get 27 watchers. I bet Ziggy has 100. She probably went live over me on purpose because they don't want the information I'm going to speak about out. It's so fucking odd. And it happens all the time. Andy, in my opinion, is sick. Per Gordon, in my opinion, is sick. Anybody who would want to dig up somebody's dead body when there are cameras pointing at that cemetery that worked on the day Summer Wells went missing because the shirt or the blue roof Dawn, the mother got out there with JLR and pointed to the camera and said there's a camera they can see. That the feds took the footage. They said that to JLR. Sickening to me. Just gross.
And I'm like, well, there's the damn news we've been waiting on to kind of prove what the hell we've been thinking since Utah. And then you think, well, hell, once this cop leaves the road or this super predator that may have taken Summer, what if they come back and they sneak in here at night? You think all these things, and then you realize that that hill has also had a mass amount of SA and predators on it. You never know who the hell's coming and going. You know, other things are taking place there that I've still not said publicly that have us all like, you know, and then here you have people like, I mean,
I live in a suburban neighborhood where you'd kind of notice something sticking out, but not like you guys. So it was like this little secluded spot where it would have been really difficult for anyone to just rock up there. And I know that the sale of this recent property did sort of bring out that moment of people turning up there. But I mean, at that particular time, there was no reason for just randos to be up there. If we stick by the time of around between 6:30 and 6 that Summer went missing, according to them, no one would be up there looking at a property at that time. No one would have been around, you know. There would have been no reason for anyone to be up there.
Well, see, they still kept coming till sale was closed and the land name changed over, and obviously this happened so even after Dobbs had finally showed up before the switch was made public on public deed and, you know, accessible, they were still showing up hoping the land sale would fall through or, you know, this and the other. I mean, and it was always out of staters. I only remember a couple locals ever showing up, but it was always out of staters. They were showing up even late evening. At first, they had it wrongly listed as 125 instead of as a parcel. And there was.
Here's what's really crazy about this. That land was literally on sale for 4 months. There was a house across the street from me for sale for about 2 years. I live in the city and I never seen anybody come look at the fucking house. It didn't sell for 2 years. A house, not a parcel of land in the middle of bumfucked fucking Egypt that nobody fucking knows about. Jody makes it like there was 100 people coming to look at this land every day and they were trashing through her shit. There is no way fucking possible this little piece of land in Rogersville, fucking Tennessee on a fucking cliff that had 1 million crimes on it in the past. At least 2 big crimes where people have died. There's no fucking way all these people were coming to look at this fucking land the way Jody Sue from April to fucking June, March to June. It wasn't listed that fucking long. She'll complain about the drug activity at the bottom of the driveway. At Dawn and Candace's, there's been comments. I've called my neighbor and Dawn has confirmed. Even our neighbor called us to see if that's our traffic sitting down there. That was said on Voices Behind the Wall. Jody has said, I called Dawn. I've showed that clip a million times about the traffic sitting down at the bottom of the driveway. People would sit down there, but them motherfuckers were not there for land. It wasn't a party. And yes, people do come look at land at 6:30 in the fucking evening. Especially if it's someone driving up from Georgia. And you also hear Jody Sue say, well, and we were waiting for the person to show up. Dobbs. He bought the land on the 1st after he came to Tennessee and looked at it. But Jody will tell you she's seen every person that looked at the land. Well, she missed fucking Dobbs then. Because he was there. He says it on Dawn B. We're going to go over that soon. Told you I was tearing it apart. I showed you.
Absolute puffery. I mean, to con-ass territory. What was done to people in Atlanta wasn't right. And it's why we took such a damn exception. They were conning and lying to somebody in a bad way. They were robbing somebody blind with that land sale. And it wasn't right. And I mean,
Dobbs paid $12,000 for the land. He went over, he took his life savings. That's what he said. And he paid $12,000 for it. He was only looking to pay $8,000, but he really wanted the land. He thought the land looked nice for Elvis to run around. He wanted to put a little cabin on it. He had enough money saved up, he was going to put a sewer on it. Or he paid $8,000 for it, but put $9,000, $10,000, $11,000, $12,000, $4,000 into it. Or something. Then he knew Jody Sue's flags and no trespassing signs were bullshit because he already had the markings. He also paid somebody $100 to go out and survey the land, and they ripped him off and didn't fucking go out and survey the land and look at it. It's a lot. We got to listen to that interview. I got a really good listen last night, and I really took time to listen to every word he was saying. He truly thought Jody Sue and Andy set him up. He thinks in his interview with Dawn B that Jody Sue and Andy had something to do with Summer going missing. That's his theory. He felt threatened by them.
and it was like Dobbs even tried being nice to him. I'm like, dude, you've been screwed in such a way that if you complained, even though it's as is where is sale, you could literally get out and see the shit out of somebody, but he wasn't listening. He was too much of an asshole. That's the thing, the 44 photos that exist for that realty thing. If you see them, and I have them all, and the way it was initially advertised, man, it's so misleading. But because of the time of year they take those land sale photos, what they did was they trespassed on ours and then made ours and Candace's blend together. And you could absolutely see the door over there and where Summer would play. You see the bus, you see all these
Oh,
things.
jeez. So you could actually look into their property and sort of get a scope for how their land.
You could. But it wasn't that noticeable. You couldn't see Ben Hill Road. It did look like the land and property rolled together and there wasn't a road there. However, you could clearly tell it was a separate property up on a hill. And only Jody Sue Brown would notice the pictures in these images. I believe this is the interview where she's going to complain. You can see the corner of her cabin in it. And They took pictures on her land. We already heard that. Like, this to me is just a bit too much. When somebody's selling their land, I ain't never heard of nobody having a fucking fit because somebody put pictures on a realty site. Like, Jody Sue was scoping out this land from the very fucking second it went on sale. She was watching it. She was monitoring it. That's not normal behavior. They have acres upon acres upon acres of land. Her and Andy. Big garbage piles on it. It actually goes from Beach Creek coming down into the Thompsons' land all the way around. Like, they literally got like football fields upon football fields of land. And Jody Sue is worried about this little tiny 2.2 fucking acres of land that sits on a hillside. Is it possible? Could we speculate that Jody Sue knew Dobbs was coming? Didn't Dobbs post on his Facebook the day before he was leaving for Tennessee? I don't remember, but I vaguely remember.
Mapped out. Oh, geez, I was.
Yeah, he did. Because his post was something on the lines of he was going to have a new life. She already knew his name, in my opinion. Yeah, it was at the, well, there was redacted static. There's 2 driveways. What are you talking about? Let me make sure I have the right question. But what I was going to say is there's 2 driveways. And one's an old driveway, one's an old new driveway. They put it in because the landowners before who actually Dobbs bought it from a Morlock. He tells you that in that interview with Dawn B too. But they had it surveyed and had to build a new driveway already because this was a fight prior years ago with the landowners that owned it. Now, Fred somehow knows everything about this land. I've asked him about it. I believe it was in my chat or on him and Ziggy and Andy or Ziggy and Andy, Fred and Andy. Maybe it was in their interview where they were talking about the land and Fred could pinpoint the driveway, tell you the story about it, tell you everything about that land. He tells you he has trail cams on Dobbs's property. Fred was monitoring Dobbs's land as well as Jody, Sue, and Andy, which is really odd because Fred lives all the way down at the other end of the holler. Like, it's a little bit of a drive. It's not like an easy walk. Oh, you're welcome, redacted static. I don't know if it's true, but I mean, based on common sense, the things I'm seeing, there's just something wrong with the picture here. Like, who monitors land going up for sale this closely?
It was kind of like a lying in wait kind of thing. Anyone could have used that.
And the thing is, in this area, there's a lot of out of state people moving into this area. A lot.
That should be, Beach Creek needs to be shut down like it was. The land sale stuff and the greed going on down there is just too much from the heirs. It's bringing in outsiders. It's opening up a place that the very things that make Beach Creek vulnerable also what make Beach Creek. And people are moving in there for the unrestricted land. But they don't.
She's right about that. I researched that. They're making a lot of this land where it could be used for entertainment purposes. That's how the ranch came in from Utah. That they keep secret that children aren't allowed out at off of Beach Creek Road. Frontier, what the fuck? Elite Frontier something. I've covered it. Search. It's up behind David Britt's and Crystal Spencer's home. I've had phone calls with them and everything. But she's right about that. They're selling this land at very high prices, unrestricted. And actually, Ryan finds truth ended up on this, like, what do they call them? A compound. And it's religious somewhere up there on the hill. And I have questions about that. I wish Ryan would tell us more about it, since that's what he did, if he wants to show any kind of fucking true shit. But there's this religious thing up there that bought this land. There's lots of entertainment going in there, and Jody's pissed about it. However, like, fuck you, maybe some city folk just want to come out there and have land. But it seems to me, you hear her say, well, the heirs got greedy. They realized they could sell this land for bigger. What they're trying to do is fix the area, Jody Sue, because your road, your man, you, Dawn, and Fred Hill are making the area bad. With your Loratabs, with your marijuana, with your meth, with your heroin. So people might be trying to clean it up while you're trying to still hide secrets on Ben Hill Road. Why don't you mind your business? You want to keep your land, keep your land. You have a whole hauler down there to keep it country, but why don't you mind your business about what people want to do with their fucking land? That's 2.2 acres between your house and Blue Roof Dawn's house. What the fuck could they put there? A marijuana grow plant? I mean, Andy already fucking does that. Oh, maybe a dog fighting ring, like all your other fucking neighbors, right? Maybe they could fight some chickens and buy some blue fucking barrels. Would that keep you fucking happy? Would that keep it all in the fucking area? You can move more Fred fucking Hills in, right? You're the greedy heir that wanted to keep that property for yourself because it was supposed to be folded back in. Your words. You're the one fighting the sale of the land. You and Fred.
Don't understand, they're destroying it.
Yeah.
The very thing that they're moving there for is destroying it, and it's going to take the very real homes away, life for all these others that have lived there for generations away, and turn it right into a damn HOA, and it's horrible.
Yep.
I'm not concerned with.
And I know that the land is cheap by out-of-state standards.
It is.
And that's what these snooty out-of-staters keep telling us. Well, you just don't understand what land costs. Well, yeah, I do understand what your land costs, but what you don't understand is you're still driving up taxes for everybody in here.
Yep.
You're going to force property sales. You're going to end up in a damn HOA. You're destroying this place as is. And you're being screwed, too, because you're buying offline and all these other things. So, no, you don't understand, you know.
Yeah, 'cause
And you just can't make them understand that.
We have people from out of state that are just looking on Zillow or Realtor, looking at pictures, and that's how they're buying the land. Because my grandmother had property on Horton Highway, and I know Jody knows where that is. It was 11 acres on Horton Highway, and a couple from California bought it. They never came and saw the house. Not once did they walk in the house. Not once did they walk the property. They paid cash for it, and that's what we have going on in this area.
And then they come in and want to tell you how to mow your fucking yard.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they wanted to buy the damn lawnmower that was promised to us because we were mowing the yard while the house was up for sale because they didn't have a damn lawnmower because they were moving here from California. And I'm like, no, that's
and they're
not.
like, why are your dogs running loose? Why is this happening? And oh my God. And I'm like, please take the hill back to whatever out of state you ran from freedom.
What's
Hold on.
What's well water? What do you mean you don't have city water? You don't have city sewer? What the hell?
Right.
You got to have it pumped.
And that's it. Like on this particular land sale, they had advertised it to these out-of-staters as having hard internet and sewer and all this other, and then we were laughing.
Hard
and
internet?
I know the realtor is a dirty son of a bitch. Personally, all of Beach Creek can't stand him the realtors and Andy's family have a very real problem with him, and he has a problem with them because he can't ever beat them in land sales. And that's the reason we didn't even know about the property sale until the last couple of days. He says he put up signs and stuff. No, he didn't, because they didn't want anybody like, shot.
A place where I could go. I'm a recluse. I didn't know how bad. Before that, I was looking for a place where I could go. I'm a recluse. I'm a recluse, Dad, Don.
Yeah.
Before that, I looked at a place in Mississippi, East Mississippi, an old trailer there.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, I wanted to get away and make a fresh start. And kind of disappeared into the woodwork. I went and looked at that trailer in the East Mississippi. I forget the town it was on. The starting bid on it was, it's 2 acres with, the starting bid was 10.5.
Oh, okay.
And so I should have maybe bid 15,000 on it. But it don't matter because I didn't.
Yeah.
It don't matter what I didn't do.
Yeah.
But I just take. They asked 12 grand for it. They was asking 12 grand for that land.
Yeah.
The Morlocks were.
Yeah.
And I bid 11 to 5 on it, and by the time all the additional fees, I got about 12 grand in it, and it's probably worth it's probably worth 8 or 9 grand.
Yeah.
I wanted it real bad.
Yeah. But you didn't know how bad though, did you?
I've been up there 3 times. I went up there with Wilbur High in May to look at it.
Yeah.
I closed on June 1st, and I stopped. I was up there in Rogersville asking them how to get an address for it, and I said I got to put a structure on it first. So
Yeah.
I dropped by on the 1st and go on it for just a little bit, look around, load back up the truck, and go home.
Yeah. I'd like for you.
He was there 3 times. He was there closing in mid-May. Oh, would that have been when Jody Sue made the video about the guy coming to look at the land and his greedy, grubby little self, and he's going to build a thing and fall right off the fucking edge? Anybody remember that live in May? Squall showed. Dobbs comes up to look at the land, and Jody Sue flips the fuck out about somebody coming to look at the land. Then he came up on the 1st and closed on the land. Jody Sue knew damn well who he was way before he moved there, at least a month. Listen to that clip again. So for those sitting on that panel saying Dobbs just went and bought the land without looking at it, that's a lie.
I've been up there 3 times. I went up there with Wilbur High in May to look at it.
Yeah.
I closed on June 1st, and I stopped. I was up there in Rogersville asking them how to get an address for it, and I said I got to put a structure on it first. So
Yeah.
I dropped by on the 1st and go on it for just a little bit, look around, load back up the truck, and go home.
Yeah. I'd like for you.
They are. But Dobbs's little two piece of land he wants to put a little tiny trailer on and have room for his dog to run around on isn't going to cause that. He was there 2 times prior. Jody said he wasn't. Look at the dates. of the videos she put out about the land. Isn't it odd? There are the times when Dobbs was there. But she's going to tell you, instead of her, Andy, Dawn, and Fred's drug dealers and the hauler, that it's people looking at the land.
Not trouble, you know how it goes. And so, anyway, and they want to be able to screw out of staters for bigger prices, and that's what they're doing. But I was like, you realize it's not the school, we don't have Wi-Fi here. When I called him personally, he was like, oh, you don't? And I was like, no, idiot. And then he takes it down because he knows he's caught. Man, I try to find a way I can make a comment.
So when did you call him personally, Jody? Before he moved in to the land to tell him there wasn't Wi-Fi there, while you were harassing the realtors trying to sell the land for the Morlocks? Because Sarah just couldn't do it. And what was the realtor's name? I have his information. Kim or something. I have it. But you were harassing all of them. The owners, the buyers, the realtors, for weeks, months, since the land went up for sale. And what you're saying about Dobbs on this panel is a bold-faced fucking lie.
Anything on half of those.
Not only did he look at the land there, but he drove to Mississippi to look at a land with a trailer on it, and he should have bid 15 grand on it instead of the 11.5, because somebody else got it, and then he took your piece of shit land that you're fucking crying over.
Sites. You can't. It's wrong. They should be able to open up comments something so like people like us can tell the truth about these land sales that are going on and keep people from getting screwed, but they don't want that.
I want to stress that I've watched people where I live where they're all moving from other states because we have a lot less COVID, and you need a clear test to get over the border to where I am. And I'm not disturbed by people coming in and out. I think the part that bothers me is when people start thinking that they have a right, the people that have been here longer, that they have a right to sort of supersede that and then say, well, we've been here the longest, so anyone coming from out of state shouldn't be here. I moved, I'm a little bit nomadic, and I've had to move around a little bit with my family because of education, and I had to move them closer to a big city, but without the cost attached. And that's what I
other countries, including yours, have a nicer, you have less in a way of what we have here. And what that is like when somebody moves there from somewhere else, they're not necessarily like here. We have a very real problem somehow still left over from like the dumbest wars ever, where people want to come and they think they're better than, and they're gonna tell us dumb hillbillies what the hell we're gonna do and how we're gonna live after they come here for exactly what makes us us. And when you're living,
not only were they waiting for Dobbs, but they were ready for him. There was a whole gang of those dumb hillbillies at the bottom of the hill 15 minutes after Dawn called Andy B. I showed you at the beginning. After Dawn talked to Dobbs, on the 14th. And Jody told us that Dawn never talked to Dobbs. But Grandis and Candace were at the bottom of the hill with the gang of hillbillies down there trying to fight Dobbs before the police got there. But Jody left that out of her 16 videos. She didn't tell you who was all there. She didn't tell you it was a whole gang of people. It took Dobbs to tell you that. I can't throw rocks at her for that jump scare. No, I can't neither. I get it. I get it that you want to keep your land and your property sales, but to me, Jody went a little overboard. You can't help what somebody else wants to do with their land. That land didn't belong to Jody Sue and Andy Bernard. That land belonged to the Morlocks, and they wanted to sell that land, and Jody Sue tried to take control of it. Even to the point she was ready to harass the whole community, was ready to harass whoever bought that land that people have died on, have been shot on, where real crime has taken place. It really ain't nothing to fucking brag about, poor Dobbs. Which, by the way, Dobbs comes from the sticks of Georgia. It's not like he's not a hillbilly too. And he tells you that in that interview. He understands that way of living. He's not big city folk like Jody Sue is telling people. He's just not from the country of Tennessee. He's from the country of Georgia. Pennsylvania has country. Arizona has country. California has a countryside. Connecticut. Every state does, Jody. Tennessee's not the only fucking state in America that has a fucking country. And by the way, yours really ain't country. It's more like hills.
Next door on property that belongs to my great grandmother, and then you have freaking audacity to tell the 95th generation how they're going to mow their lawn. That's a good way to end up in a hole here.
Yep.
So, you know, it's a little different here than the way you all operate and function in other countries that are just.
I agree. Redacted static until you get to the point that there's missing money. They didn't want the sale, and there's fights within neighbors, and Andy going up on the hill, and marijuana being grown and sold, and you have Laura tabs and the meth dealer at the bottom of the hill. So was it really because it was the land grab, or was it really because they were trying to keep something private? And two, did they really, because somebody might have owed money, try to set Dobbs up for something they were doing to Dawn and Candace? Like, there's a lot of lanes and a lot of ways Summer's case could have gone. Did they really want Dobbs there not that bad that they would set up a kidnapping gone wrong? I don't think it's that. But it is a lane. And I think that Dobbs was harassed by JLR, where people were showing up at his ex-wife's house where he no longer lives. And I think that all the calls to him and the hate, it's sad when this man really was just a loner, getting a divorce, trying to get a fresh start, moving on to a piece of land where he can retire and his dog could die. He's a vet. Much like now, Jody Sue's son, he's somebody who's fought for our country. I mean, how low can you go? Could it be why Summer's gone? They didn't want the land sold and they wanted to hide their activities? It's a possibility. Is it what I think happened? No. But I think Dawn, Candace, Jody, Andy, and Fred do. I think they know why Summer's gone. And I think it's money and drug related.
So we a bit nicer to each other, but I do love your use of the C word, which is frowned upon here. It is, however, one of my favorites, but you're looked at real funny when you use it.
I think
Yes,
though,
guys, I'm still here.
the bigger the community gets, I think that it might actually expand It might stop all that whispering of the hill. Like when you think about it, like there's a lot of covering up on that hill. There's a lot of people not saying a lot of things that
We
they
like
know.
our privacy. We
and
don't
should
like
have-
neighbors. We
Beg
don't
your
want
pardon?
neighbors. I mean, that's the thing, though. I mean, it doesn't matter if it opens up the less whispering in case of a next crime. We live there and we live in places like this because we do not want neighbors.
Yep.
We live here because we do not want to be bothered. We don't want noise. We don't want people. Like, literally go on to Ben Hill and it's one of those, like, until summer vanished. I mean, like, if you visited, it was because of a sickness or something like that, or a Christmas card, and even a polite conversation, or like, you stay off of my hill and I'll stay the hell off of yours.
Yep.
Like, and we like our neighbors, but it's like, stay the hell to your own. And we mean that.
It's even the same way.
Genuinely, if you have an emergency or you're hurt or you need food, we will reach out and we love you. But stay the hell on your own property and don't bother us. We do not want neighbors. We
That's
want that way of life.
That's why
We
you move out
want
in the country.
the secrecy and the sense of community. We can live with both things. Being packed in on each other is also not going to.
It's not sense of community when your neighbor can't knock on your door and say, hey, do you have a cup of sugar because it's snowing out? You're literally saying, we hate neighbors, stay the fuck off my property. That's not sense of community, Jody. That's you being a fucking bitch.
Stop the next crime.
And you also hear, let me see if I can find this other video. And I don't believe that your community, not that this guy's a good guy. Oh, look. This might actually be a good video to listen to. But if you listen, your neighbors thought you was a royal bitch.
She's having chest pains. This is bullshit. It's done. We know what's going on. I have no doubt in my mind that they're involved in it.
God bless you.
But we're tired of it. Let the law do their thing.
Absolutely.
I'm ex-law enforcement. I know the guys that's working the case. Let them do their job. That's all I ask.
We respect
you
that.
Come up here. You've been over at the cemetery where my family's buried at. We're tired of it. Just get in your vehicles and leave. If not, I will call the law.
God bless you. They will.
Yeah.
And I appreciate your opinion.
All right.
Thank you. Hopefully, we get answers.
You don't get no answers, man. Absolutely not.
Do you talk to them?
No, they're not allowed on our property. We don't go on theirs.
You live right there?
My grandmother, my mother.
Yeah. So they drove around. No disrespect yesterday. They're just.
I just got through putting more cameras up. So
Yeah.
If anybody's up through there, you will be prosecuted if I can put a tag on them.
No, they're not. They have no.
So you hear Jody's correct in telling you, you stay off my property, I don't go in there, they don't go on mine. And like, these people are some ignorant ass fucking hillbilly hick motherfuckers. Like, I don't even care. I'm gonna get out here and say it. Y'all ignorant as fucking, that ain't sense of community. And I wouldn't want to live in a fucking community with people like you. I like the smiles and to say hi and to know who my neighbors are so that I know they have my back if somebody comes to give me a home invasion or something in the city I live in, where we worry about things like that. This shit is ignorant as all fuck. And you know what? Your son's a fucking pedo too. So you're down there fucking hiding shit, talking about people like, don't come down here. No, stay off this. You're down here doing this. They ain't do shit. You pulled up there. Is that what y'all did to Dobbs? Was you there then, you fat fuck? Why don't you go get your pedo ass fucking kid? But you're going to hear him talk shit on Jody, Sue, and Andy. This is what that community in that holler is like. They're all pieces of shit. Where is fucking Summer Wells? Excuse me for saying the F. Where the fuck is Summer Wells? How about that? Y'all be getting petty because somebody drives down your street. Which one of you motherfuckers got mad enough to do something to this baby?
evil intent, nothing like that. They're
Time to
just,
leave.
they're just trying to find someone.
Doing, but it's been almost, 8 months now, 9 months. They've got leads. I know Ronnie Lawson, he's got leads.
Yet this fat fuck got up on Prayer Gardens panel and put his fucking Cash App up, right? How many times he go on Prayer Gardens? 2, 3 times. He don't want people down there. He don't want nothing, but he wanted the fucking clout by going to a fucking prayer garden. Dumb hillbilly hick motherfucker. I'll say it. I don't give a fuck what it sounds like. Pedo ass hiding bitch.
Leslie Earhart from TBI, she's not released anything. So please, just go on, let them do their jobs. It's turning into another Evelyn, and we don't want that. So I ask you to leave. Very nicely.
Moonshine, we mind our own business in the city too. But we ain't ignorant to each other. We also embrace our neighbors and look out for our neighbors' children. We don't want our children to go gone. We don't want to, I don't want, and in our cities, we do that too, inner cities, everywhere. In the suburbs, there's gunplay, there's this, children are dying. You know why? Think back to your grandmothers and the parties your grandmothers used to have. Think back to your great-grandmothers and the entertaining and the welcoming your families and block parties, and think of how life is different from then till now. When you act like that, you're not going to have a safe community. Nobody's going to want to look out for one another. My opinion. And I don't mean that in any way. It's fine that you like it like that. But it's not healthy for your children. It creates enemies and chaos. I believe you should know who your neighbors are. I'm the neighbor that when somebody comes in, here's the apple pie. That's what my grandparents taught me. My grandmother's best friend, her neighbor, would come over and put curlers in her hair every Friday night. Irene and Wheezy. Best friends. You can't have that when you want to be a loner and stick to yourself and not have a sense of community. People didn't know who Summer was and didn't look out for Summer because you like minding your own business. It should be if you see something, say something. You wouldn't have a missing child. That's just my feeling on it. I get it, people like that. And you should mind your own business. You shouldn't be in my bills. You shouldn't be over here knocking on my door every day, asking me every single day for something. I get it. But there's a missing little girl. There's no time to mind your business right now. Anybody else's child could go missing. You should know your neighbors. That's just my opinion. See, I just grew up different. And I feel safer knowing who I'm around. I don't want, like now, for instance, we have this house, somebody I loved dearly. We had his dog even for a year, lived in this house across the street. He got sick with diabetes, lost his foot at first. His name was Rocky. We had to take his dog because they had a house fire and had to move, and they had to move far away, and we had their dog for a year. They had to figure it out. A couple years later, he's passed away from his illness, but in the house he lived in now, we have disabled people that we don't know nothing about, just a few doors down from the park, like people that can't be taken care of by their family. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but are any of these people on the Megan's Law list? Is it a halfway home? What kind of people are these? We don't know nothing about it. That's how children get assaulted. You got to know who your neighbors are. That's unfortunate. I hope you never need their help one day. That's all. But hey, I get your way of living. It's just not mine. I disagree with that. I'm not saying I want to get in my neighbor's business. I don't call them up every day or anything, but I want to know who they are and that they're safe. And if my kids are out playing, that they're not on a Megan's Law and they're not a crack house, and I'm not going to have to worry about meth addicts coming in and out and hurting my kids or kidnapping a kid off the playground 4 doors down from my home. That's the politics of your community. It's not community when you live like that. It's actually very far from. And it's, in my opinion, a reason why a lot of communities go to shit. But anyways, let's listen to this, because really what I want to hear here is him talk about Jody Sue and Andy and how they don't get along, and how Jody Sue's a bitch to everybody and came to his house with he had to pull a gun on her.
Yeah, they're just gonna leave dog food there and then they're gonna leave. You don't think of kidnapping then?
No, I don't think she's in there.
Did anyone see Candace go back there that day, like in the holler?
None of us did.
No
She
one.
said she drove like a bat out of hell out of here on the June.
My name's Jonathan, by the way. My name's Jonathan. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
And
Thank you.
no ill intent.
Yeah, no ill intent.
But all it's going to do is it's going to create more problems up here.
He just shot something up.
Oh, he ain't afraid to shoot people.
Yeah.
We've had shootings up in here. That's why I'm armed.
Yeah.
Because I don't know who's down here.
Yeah.
If he comes up and starts shooting, I will shoot back.
There's a
And
lot
if
of
people live right up here and start shooting, I'll start shooting back.
Yeah.
So these two don't get along.
Oh, they don't.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he hasn't blamed them yet.
Well, he has.
Oh, yeah.
He's blamed everybody.
Is that
else.
Andy up there?
Who?
Andy, or is
Yeah.
that yeah?
Is the woman?
Oh, she's gone. He run her off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I mean, these guys here. Have you ever like?
The lady that used to live up here, all she do is harass everybody. She come to the property up here, harassed us. I ended up drawing my gun on her.
Yeah.
So to leave. I wasn't putting up with it.
Yeah. Exactly. So.
But now he has blamed Fred.
Yes.
And Fred done put the word out to him. You say my name again, and he'll kill him.
Yeah,
Fred
'cause
shot a man right here in this room.
He's the one that I was talking to when he dropped his name.
Yeah. So I mean, I know.
All right. Well,
Yeah, we'll go on our way.
Yeah,
Thank you for
we're gonna-
talking.
I appreciate it.
No, we appreciate you coming out and dialogue. No.
Threatened some people that she was going to shoot them, blow their fucking head off.
I'll put it past her.
You wouldn't put it past
No.
her.
I mean, if everything's been going on, people's been blaming going on, it wouldn't surprise me for shoot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have you heard this? Yeah.
Oh, you heard screaming up there?
They argue all the time.
Hopefully Lawson does everything. All right, God bless. We're out of here. Thank you.
I'll be back up around here in case I can.
Mailbox. It was not like that yesterday.
Yeah, here.
There's only a little more to that, but you hear him. I had to draw my gun on her because she came down to my house harassing me. These people and those people don't get along. You hear Jody Sue in this interview we're listening to saying she's been, I mean, you're not really staying to your business if you're researching Dawn and Candace when Dawn goes to Utah, right? That's really not minding your fucking business. You're finding reasons to get Dawn and Candace the fuck out of there. You say all the time, I can see how this kind of thing could be annoying. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm not for all the YouTubers going down there. That should be minding your business. What I'm talking about is people that live in the same community. Redacted static. I don't think the YouTubers should be down there at all. I agree with that because it brings more, and you can see how that community lives, and they don't want it down there. You're only going to have and bring more problems if you're bringing outsiders that don't live down there down. But what I'm speaking about is the people that live down there, the neighbors that know each other, that should be looking out for each other. All you hear about them is they fight, they don't get along, and Jody's constantly trying to control the situation of all the land and everybody in the neighborhood. And look how far up the hill that driveway is. It's catty cornered to Jody Sue. Jody Sue is like her driveway is even bigger. I have video of her driveway. I don't feel like looking for it right now. It's even bigger and further up. Like, how much of a bother can these babies be that she's in videos saying, I can hear them scream, and the one boy and the one dog, and oh, it just has a noise. And like the way she complains about her neighbors to me is just outrageous. Even the Sherfies, who I also don't fucking like, I think that whole holler, the people that have come out, is shit. You hear a lot of talk about Light Hauler and where Frank Light's from and this, that, and the other. The only people I see from Light Hauler out here is Karen fucking Renfro and Laura White, who lived on Ben Hill Hauler. They're like the dirt balls of the fucking area. I'm not saying Beach Creek as a whole is bad. But Ben Hill Road, there's something the fuck wrong there. When you drive up Light Hauler Road, it's pretty. It's clean. You don't see all of the junk in the cars and that. Sherfy Jr. said he lost his phone on the 15th on a Facebook post. Are you serious, Pam O'Connor? I never seen that. That's kind of interesting to know. But as I was saying, when you drive up Light Hauler, when you look, I haven't driven up Light Hauler, but from the videos, when they drive up Light Hauler is well kept. Ben Hill Road, the whole fucking road is fucking trashed. Is that like Andy's house, Fred's trailer house, Dawn and Candace's house here in the city? That shit would have been condemned. You would have been fined and they would have knocked your shit down, boarded up. That's it. Bam. They are unlivable fucking conditions. Just my opinion. And their township is allowing it. So you know what? Sell the fucking land. Because it's fucking gross. And you need new people. No wonder the Redmonds and the Thompsons who keep nice land are fucking complaining. I'm not saying the whole hauler, because the Redmonds land is nice. The Thompsons land is nice. Those are the ones that these people are talking about. But yet they're all the fucking dirtballs out here with condemned houses, in my fucking opinion, talking shit on each other, and you got them two with the clean houses. Like, I ain't saying fucking shit. I'm
looking at the kids that go missing in big cities where they don't even know each other.
That's true. That is entirely true. I just think that it sort of has this adaptation of thinking that I don't know, like it's like this really closed off in area where outsiders are frowned upon it, and I don't know if you really want that, particularly in a case like this.
Well, look at it. Summer's the first missing from Beach Creek, so obviously it did something until summer. It kept all the children for generations safe in there. Summer's the first.
Well, she said that. But then her, Fred, and Dawn also said this. Damn it. Hold on, I gotta find it. I forget what I named it. I can't believe how long I've been doing my lives lately. And sorry for not coming live yesterday, because all I really wanted to do was make these videos. But I'm realizing it's easier just to come live and show you. I just feel like I'm stealing everybody's content, which is why my lives are coming out so long, because I want to put my own content in it. But Jody Sue just said That was the first girl to ever go, the first child to ever go missing in Beach Creek. That's a far cry from what she said here.
At a certain point, Fred told me that another little girl, same age as Summer, looked exactly like her, sort of, in description from Fred. And even he said that. But that she had been taken, or she had just vanished. Out of the back of the holler, out of the woods. And she belonged to meth cooks. All of them were moving around inside the woods to different areas and taking goods in and out, and food, and shit to cook with, and all that shit. But they didn't report her as missing or vanished. Because, well, obviously. And she, somehow much like Summer, was not yet in school. But they had such camp that they were actually living in the woods. They weren't just visiting and or coming and going. They were actually living in the woods with the cook site and being moved around by others during periods. When it's time to move, goods taken in and out to them, as they needed help moving the cook locations inside of the mountains, such. But anyway, it starts with it's why my initial watching. But damn, there's no way to tell with so many looky-loos and online crazies going real life. This was right after they firmly took off all full-time and part-time guards / copped into the road and all these other things. But of course, looky-loos, like I said a minute ago, part of my initial watching was to see return of predator or person, if anyone else other than those last known to be with Summer were involved. Something like that would indeed come back to revisit. Damn near bet on it. Couldn't tell though, for all you fucking Fruit Loops out there in the world who thought you just had to come into Ben Hill. Like I said, thanks a whole fucking bunch. So anyway, hey, but y'all got footage of me in my nightgown with a machete moving my cameras around in the middle of the night and put them out on psychic channels. Thank God that really helped Summer Wells. Whereas if you just stayed the entire shit fuck out of there, that might have helped Summer a whole hell of a lot more. Somebody to have actually been identified, if not for you assholes. Yeah. Good job, guys. Anyway, see, it's problem with y'all going to all these fucking places where all these events happen. See? Do you see the fucking issue? Yeah. Hey, but it's no big thing. You're just driving in the road. It's fun. It's fun. No harm, no foul. You don't, get out of the car and pet the animals or anything. Nah, it is a problem. Because with crimes like this, chances are really high probability of revisiting the scene by those responsible. Can't tell for you assholes that do this around every case. You just gotta have the TikTok footage and the YouTube footage, don't you? Don't you? Hell, on all the anniversaries and shit y'all visit here? Every year, every 6 months, every time those, it's fun. Every time dumbasses come here, get attention back, others out here like, oh shit, I didn't know about this case, let me go visit Ben Hill, and those writing all this shit, right? Every time you do this inside that community, just know, especially on anniversary dates and certain times, that could hold significance for the person or persons responsible. And they may actually be visiting or coming in at those times.
I absolutely agree with her. It isn't like Ben Hill had all these visitors prior to Summer going missing. And now you're trampling on what could be evidence with all of these neighbors, especially if there was another child that nobody knew about, that somebody had at home, a home birth. Never registered, never gone to the doctors. This is what Fred and Jody Sue have said, that has been being trafficked and moved through with the meth cooks. Admitting there's meth cooks in that area. But Jody Sue just told that man, she just told us on Ziggy that no other child from Ben Hill had gone missing before. So is that true or is that not true, Jody Sue? Because Fred came out, Dawn came out, and you came out with the same exact story. And there's more to that, but I would implore you to please go finish watching the video for yourself and give me a view, because this is the only way I make money in Summer's case. Okay. Back to this.
There are areas here that are bigger that people move in. There's Johnson City, which is one of the, there's a lot of out-of-towners that move into Johnson City, and it is more of like a city. We have all the city living. We have the HOAs. We have everything that they're looking for. But in the country is where we want to move out to. That's where us locals.
Families are from. It's family land. That's
exactly. And then when you have a big field behind you that the families own for hundreds of years and they sell it.
And some dope-head tweaker heir thinks, ooh, money, and sells it off to somebody from out of state, and they want to tell you how to mow your lawn. That's a problem.
That's a big.
Do you think families don't own houses in the city and land in the city or in the suburbs or in little towns? Or do you think, I come from a little town where it's all family? Glassport, I've been talking about it. Everybody's connected to everybody, just like Rogersville. It's not the fucking country. Where do you get this idea that families only own for hundreds of years houses and land in the fucking country? What? I don't have a family. My husband don't have a family. The neighbors don't have a family. Pam, do you live in the city or country? Or do you live in a town? Do you have a family? I mean, I'm pretty sure almost every fucking human on the earth came from a fucking mother and has a father and a grandfather and a grandmother. So I'd really like to know where you get your sense of fucking thinking that people in the city don't give a fuck about their houses the way people in the country do. Honey, this is America. Let me see if I could play a song. I'm going to look for the lyrics. Hold on. What is the name of that song? Hold on. Yeah, that's it. I gotta look for a lyric video. If I get cut off, I'll be back. You ready? Fun fact. You guys are gonna say, no fucking way, but you can look it up. The drummer for that band, I married into their family with my first husband. He's a cousin of my first husband's adopted mom. She's a bitch, but his name's Jeff Aronoff. John Cougar Mellencamp is fucking amazing. My father could jam them and played all their fucking songs. And that had to have been, yeah, I love StreamYard too. It costs a little more, DJ, but and I understand it. But anyways, John, I needed that little music break. Back to Jody Sue. We have been on here forever.
So I have family land over in a place called Nundle. It's this tiny little piece of land in New South Wales, and my family were the original part of how that community started. And piece by piece, I watched that grow. Now, I remember my mother saying to me a few years ago, you couldn't marry anyone from there because there's a good chance that you would be related to them, and that was quite frightening. And then I started to see that my family had donated land for the cemetery and all that kind of thing. And my uncle always said to me, why don't you come and move over here when you want to retire? And I said, because I don't want to be in a place where everyone sort of knows your name. I want to be in a place where no one knows where I am and no one knows how to find me. It's just a lot easier for me. You know, my uncle is still trying to convince me to move over there, and he thinks I'd enjoy like 1 petrol station and 2 pubs and no grocery store. But yeah, I don't think that sounds appealing at all. You know, that's what parts of Australia are like. You know, it's pretty rural. I don't know what it's like over there.
I have a question, Jody Sue. I was stalked, and I lived on a lot of property and liked it by my, the same scenario where I just didn't want neighbors. But after being stalked and, the whole, my dogs, they would crouch down. I mean, it was a bad scenario. I'm not able to live in that.
You know what? You know what's a really good example? There was a woman connected to the Summer Wells case through her daughter from Ohio who moved to Beach Creek, wanted to create a better life for her daughter. Does anybody know who I'm talking about yet? Who has paid attention to my interviews? She buys the Beach Creek market. She buys her children horses and chickens and doggies. She wants to give them a better life, but you know what happens? A man named Daryl Bernard from Beach Creek, who also fed Laura White, made this young woman named Crystal Spencer addicted to drugs. Linda Pizziazzo, I can't say her name. Her son Earl was murdered just because she wanted to move to your shitty ass fucking area, Jody Sue, and give her children a better life. Your people drugged her children and killed them. How's that for Beach Creek? Land of the free.
That kind of rural area anymore. Do you think you're going to be able to move forward?
Right
And
now, I'm not there. I'm a little bit more where neighbors are. But I don't particularly. I would do better in the middle of nowhere again than I would.
You would
somewhere, but it's because my PTSD even before going there was pretty bad. It's why I kept.
Actually, some names that Fred mentions often ran her down, took her walking ability. She lives in a wheelchair now. Glenda Head stole gas, $9,000 worth in a short period of time as she gave Glenda Head a job. Put her in debt. She had to sell the land. She gave it to David and Crystal. It was unattainable because they didn't take care of it because Crystal was all fucked up by then. But that's what your community did to an outsider that just wanted land of the free, to give their children a better life. That's the truth about Beach Creek, in my opinion, of course.
Things so quiet wherever I was, and I was always kind of on alert was because of domestic violence, but because of the PTSD I'd already had. And for me, I can hear and sense people and see tracks, and I'm more comfortable away from people and neighbors and things than I am with them. And I can let dogs run to where they're gonna rip somebody's leg off, as opposed to like here, I'm gonna, my dogs are, but
If Don and Candace were involved, even with the perfect storm, do you think this would have happened?
I can let my dogs run to where they're going to rip somebody's leg off. Boucher's kind of a dangerous dog. He's loose. He goes to the bottom of the driveway and stairs. The day of and the day before Summer goes missing. You hear a terrible scream, Jody, soon, and neighbors see something really weird with your dogs. According to you in this stream we're listening to right now. Any chance your dogs could have attacked Summer? I mean, you moved out of there, chained the dog in your mother's shed. It lived there alone on a very heavy chain. I've played video of you and your dogs and you talking about your mom feeding the dogs raw meat. I mean, that's what you feed fighting pits, right, Jody Sue Brown? Boucher. Heckin'. Ain't that his name? I mean, it's Elaine. Something about them dogs.
Anyway?
to Summer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And I
It's
don't
an
know who's
interesting
involved, and I
thought.
still can't. That's the thing for me. I'm not going to say outright that it was them. I mean, they're damn sure making themselves look guilty. I'll give them that. But I have since day one. I'm like, man, y'all got to chill. Like, what the hell's wrong?
Here's the problem with that. The dogs hit, cadaver dogs hit on Fred's driveway. But you know what we hear? The dogs are key. That's what it is. You know what we hear often? Fred thinks he was being set up, and that Dawn stole Haskell Ryan's dog and took it to Fred's house, and that your dog, LJ, or whatever, the black and white pit that Andy stole from you, would often run to Fred's house. Did Boucher run to Fred's house a lot? Could Summer have been outside and Boucher attacked her by Fred's house on the driveway? I'm not saying that's what could have happened, but you and Fred both have admitted that the dogs ran to Fred's house quite often and that Fred was pissed off. LJ, Elwood, is that what you called him? What was his name? Her name? It was a female. I have a video about it, but we're like really into like 6 hours and 16 minutes here.
Thank you, people. I'm like, why don't you just, and I said the same thing to them. I said to you all, y'all make yourselves look like shit. Why not just come out and be like, yeah, we're like this, but help us find our daughter. And I ain't never did anything good, but
Yeah, the more honest you are about everything, who cares? Who cares if you did this, that, or the other? Be honest about it. That's it. And if you show honesty, then we see honesty, then people are going to believe you. But if you hide things.
I think Jody Sue is both. I think Jody Sue is honest because I think Jody Sue is innocent. But I think Jody Sue knows something about the people on Ben Hill Road that would have and could have and probably did lead to Summer's disappearance. In my opinion, I'm speculating. We hear Jody Sue say things like, Andy, I say this all the time, hid big bags of math in the bay at work. And he found big bags of math bigger than people would just drop. And he made him take it to his mom's house. And Jody has said things like this. You can't say things, Jody, and then retract it. What's true and what's not. I think Jody gives truth and then takes truth away and then says things in riddles so people hear it. I think she's holding a lot back and it's bothering her. I think Jody Sue probably doesn't want death or something bad to happen to her kids. But I think Andy leaving good the final punch and Andy's parents evicting Jody, the grandchildren, off their property, even though Andy's gone and left, he's no longer there. They want Jody gone on land they barely come to. They don't want their grandkids to have a home. I say Jody's kids are in a much better, cleaner area than they were living on your property. I mean, we are going to skip just for a little bit here. Jody came out here as if the wells were a problem, right? Their property was a problem. They didn't take care of anything. Ah, shit. Where is it, Ryan? If I can't find it, I can't find it. But we all remember, where is it? When Ryan and his wife, where's all your Andy B content? Here it is. Oh no, that's only about the polygraph. Hold on. That's odd. Ryan took some content down. I don't see it. But we all remember when Ryan and his wife went up on the hill and they were excited and Andy B ran in the dolly and what that house looked like. It was 100 times worse than the Wells. It was unfucking livable. It didn't have walls. No wonder Jody Sue was staying in the cabin. She needed a safe place for her and her children. The house was inhabitable. Buckets of shit. She's worried about Dobbs and his septic tank and where he's going to put it, and she's letting shit run down off the fucking hill into the creek where the kids in the neighborhood play.
And you lie and you lie and you lie. That's their whole problem. That's it right there.
The saddest thing about Summer,
all that could be on purpose to me. I think some of that's on purpose.
True.
You can hide behind that many lies. It's harder to decipher and find the truth through that many fucking lies.
But I don't know. I think Dawn's starting to drop a lot of hints, like you said, and there's a lot of
running out of people explaining that.
Possibly, but he's starting to find a whole new audience, I think, because he had that phone call yesterday. And personally,
for instance, Jody Sue will go back and say, I meant weed. But no, if you listen to the whole conversation about Jody Sue talking about Andy B sedating the children up on the hill. She tells you, and more of them weed. She says that. And then she'll take back that she said it. Why? Why do you do that, Jody?
I listened to it, was the same shit that he's already said. You know, you need to look at this people. You need to look at the meth heads. Well, you know.
Notice what you're seeing in chats, those that certain name he's circling back to again after not sticking for where we at now, 7 months, almost like he's regurgitating and he's targeting again through the trolls, through PG, through all of them. They're putting it out in chats, doxing this person. Other creators don't realize, especially the new ones, this has already been regurgitated.
This is her sticking up for Fred. They're doxing Fred. She's talking about Fred. But here we are 5 years later, and Fred's out here married to Ziggy. Him and Laura are both on PGs all the time. So it's as if they were that much in contact with PG back then. Dawn was talking to PG. PG came out on Ziggy's channel. And here's Jody sitting on Ziggy's channel complaining about PG. And about them doxing Fred on PG's channel, who ended up being friends with PG. Right? Laura come out, did these interviews, had all these recordings. Hold on.
Recording of that I can bring out. You and Fred, or did he visit other people inside of it?
He was coming to see somebody else in there because he didn't come up there to the house at that time.
Okay, so he was in there seeing someone else. Do you know who?
But no.
You don't know who the someone else was?
No, but we have seen him coming off of the hill down there, and he said that he come from down there.
You've seen him coming off of Don and Candace's property?
Yes.
And
there you have Laura and Fred go in the prayer garden before anybody. And Jody Sue's complaining because they're doxing Fred, who they shouldn't be doxing. She's defending Fred at this point on prayer garden.
Here they are doxing an innocent person and targeting again at the behest of that damn hill and Dawn and Candace.
Yep. Yeah, they just recently doxed.
And here's Jody saying doxing an innocent person. Fred's absolutely fucking innocent, but only he's been questioned for 2 unalivings. He's been put in jail, set up by the police, accused by the police. Pruitt says you can't keep any weight in anything Fred Hill says. But here's Jody Sue telling you Fred Hill is absolutely innocent. Boy, what changed?
PG Doc Ziggy in some weird article.
And then takes it down because she knows it's legal.
The goal of these people, they know no boundaries. They've got no
a week before Ziggy would have her first interview with Fred Hill. About a week or 2. Here's Jody Sue on panel saying Fred's innocent. Jody, did you get Ziggy in touch with Fred Hill? That's odd.
fame in their game. I tell you now, Don and Candace, if you can hear me, my God, get your act together and get your damn kid. There is no reason for this type of messing around in this kind of thing. If that was my kid, you would be seeing my face everywhere out there going, look, you can call me names, you can attack me, but find my damn kid. But I don't hear that from either of them.
Right.
They would rather, it seems like, roll around on YouTube all day. And I know I'm here. I see the irony, but Summer's not my child. I'm not her mother, and I'm not her spokesman, right? But when it seems like all they want to do is roll around on YouTube, get fucking high, and pretend like they're being victimized. But they could literally be sitting in front of the damn police station going, hey, look, I know we don't have the best pass. Yeah, I've done whatever to my sister. All these things exist. But please help us. Please do whatever. Please. You know, I don't.
I noticed in one of your lives that you go through the timeline too. Don is very funny with his timeline. He doesn't really have a straight timeline. And anything he does say, it doesn't match up with Candace some of the time too. They can't even keep their story damn straight. So for two people who think they've figured it out on how to be the perfect criminals,
I agree with this lady, and let me tell you why. Don couldn't even tell us whether it was 5:30 or 6:30 when he called the police. He doesn't even know what time he called the police, or what time Candace called him, or what time he got home, or what time he met the police at the house, or what time he went to the shed. If your child went missing, my opinion, I don't know how I would act if one of my children went missing. I would like to think that I would go on every news agency there is. I would like to think that I wouldn't be getting high and drunk. And I mean, listen, when my son needed his second heart transplant, it was like really fucking hard for me. And there was a couple nights that I had gone out with my friend while my son sat in the hospital, and I had a few drinks. You can't down a parent for drinking or reacting to their child being missing, but when you see a parent who has several other children and those children get taken into the system, and these parents aren't cleaning their act up to get their children back while they have a missing child, they're not even showing that they want their other children there. So do they really, in my opinion, care if Summer's there? Because a parent who wanted their children back would have been to all of the classes they were supposed to go to. They would have went through rehab if they were supposed to. They would have gotten their house together if they were supposed to. I've had to fight for custody of my son who had his heart transplant. I had to fight tooth and nail for custody. Now, that's not a child that's missing, but I couldn't imagine myself not doing that, not going to the courts and saying, that's my baby. Like, give me my baby. I won. I didn't lose. Dawn and Candace should have won custody of their children too. You understand what I'm saying? Like, they shouldn't have been at Kathy, the friend's house. Dawn shouldn't have been drunk driving and going to jail after his kids are taken, and he's supposed to be going to these classes and sobering up. And Dawn, I showed you, lost his children because he was drinking online and going to Knoxville to be the crack fairy. He wasn't home taking care of business the way he should have been. They didn't lose their children because Summer went missing. But once they lost their children, they didn't fight to get their children back, but yet they used him and the PIs and everybody else to bitch, cry, and complain. CPS took my kids. There is literal recording of Candace saying, they told me if I leave Donnie, I can have my kids back. The fact that you didn't fight for the 3 kids you know are here and alive and were in your home after Summer went missing tells me that you don't care about if you find Summer or not. You're enjoying this life without your children. It must be nice that you can give your children to everybody else in the state to take care of while you sit there bitch, moan, and complain that your children were kidnapped and you couldn't even get your shit together and get sober to go fight for your boys. That pisses me off.
Refer back to idiots that do crimes like this together are sitting in cells. I hope that they like what they've created, because I'm watching them and I'm hoping TBI is watching all of their lives and then listening and watching their catch-ups. Because I can tell you now, those little boys needed a mummy and a daddy. After someone went missing, those boys needed a mummy and a daddy to go looking for their baby sister, because they had the thought too, hey, if they come to get Summer, why wouldn't they come to get me? They weren't even reassuring those boys that they were safe. And can you imagine the language that those 3 little boys would have heard? They would have heard, oh, you know, you could just go missing, you know, at any point, because playing outside is dangerous. And that sort of thing. Like, they really didn't care about
not even playing outside, but the safety of the inside of their home, since they're saying Summer went down to the basement. I actually agree with this lady deeply, and that's what I was saying. I'm sitting here listening to her, and I'm agreeing with her. Dawn and Candace should have did what they needed to do. They should have showed their children that they wanted them. My heart breaks for them 3 boys. I pray Josie found a home by now. I think it's sad that they got him out there like a lost dog in an adoption agency at the pet shelter. And that people use that to exploit it and put it all over their lives. And show his face. Here's Josie, the brother. Imagine how fucking embarrassing that's going to be for an adult Josie. My heart breaks for them boys, and the weight of the world must be on their shoulders. They must be really curious because they're all old enough to remember their family, their sister, what happened, how they were there and present, and how even loving them couldn't get their parents sober enough to go get them. My heart breaks for them boys. Hey, Tim Mullen, all your CPS shit that you continuously put out even still today, fuck you.
Who was going to be impacted by their actions. Worse than that, now we've got 3 little boys that are traumatized forever as well. And I swear to God, if anyone tries to discuss about what those boys might know, no. I want the authorities to do it, and to do it properly, and to make sure that they are in therapy for the rest of their lives. It's awful.
Do you think they're covering a ring? Is that?
And then even like to think about, I've had to go through with my own children because my brother, when he was 10 years old, assaulted my children while my mother was supposed to be watching them. And my mother wasn't watching them. My mother was a very bad mother, and I should have known better. But I was pregnant and not feeling good, and I needed a nap, and I asked her for 30 fucking minutes, and I woke up and caught my little brother essaying my children. He was 10. It came out in court later that he essayed somebody. But I remember when all of that had happened, that we had to go in for one of those forensic interviews when I pressed charges because my mother wouldn't go get my brother help. So we had to go in for one of them forensic interviews, and I got to watch it through the glass. I wasn't allowed to hear it or what they were saying to my kids, but I got to watch it and watch their demeanors and make sure my children were okay. But you could tell it was an intense, loving approach. The way they question your children, they go at it like therapy, but they really do, when they do them forensic interviews, they really fucking, they can get the answers out of your children. There's no way all three of them boys would have been lying and come up with the same story. Now, something that bothers me is Ronnie Lawson. He had said the lawyers are in the way, they're stopping us, CPS. So it was CPS stopping law enforcement from something with the boys. Now, we don't know what that is, but it put a dent in the case, according to Lawson. And I can find those clips. We could play them. But if Josie did something this summer, he would have been arrested by now. It would have come out. The two younger boys would have said something. If Candace was really on the hill screaming, Josie, what did you do? What did you do? After Jody telling the authorities that, or even YouTube that, my husband's making weird noise in his sleep, I apologize. They would have questioned them boys about that. They would have deeply questioned Josie. Well, did your mother ask you? What did you do? What did you do? What did she refer to that when they said that? If you think that the feds didn't question them boys, they absolutely did. And we hear Dawn even say they took the boys for forensic testing without them. They weren't allowed to go. That's because the parents, in my case, I wasn't a possible perpetrator. Now, the parents are suspects. So maybe they did it separated from the parents because they don't want the parents to know what the boys said. They want to keep them separated and see if their stories match up. I can guarantee you they didn't question them boys together. They questioned them separately. If them boys would have seen or heard something or lied, they would have known. I'm just saying, those boys are innocent.
That part of the reason why they're so deceptive, because Don, then I don't know. I know that he's got prison mentality. And I know that if he thought that he gave people up and he winds up in prison, that there could be problems. And I know that I've heard, I don't know anything, that
They
he
put them in special units now. They kind of, they make sure the predators are kept from being predated upon, unfortunately.
And then they're randomly meeting people like Benny Keys, like he's gonna, help get Summer back.
Does it make sense to you all that fella goes around?
You guys, I
and
have
he says he's about Summer, but here he is, and he's protecting him. He's doing whatever the hell it is this hill since just a few days after Summer vanished. And he doesn't really mention Summer, but then he says he's about all these children and helping whatever. But here he is, helping very much terrorize death threats. I mean, also,
that's not true. She's saying just a few days after Summer went missing, Benny Keys was on the hill, but that's not true. Benny didn't even start covering Summer till like July. He was still on the boys' case. And he went to Cher to talk to Dawn. They met on panel, and here's Jody Sue lying, blatantly saying Benny was on the hill just a few days after Summer went missing. What do you mean by that, Jody? Because that's not true. Benny didn't even cover Summer's case a few days after Summer went missing.
their stuff to us, children and family, all this, and posting our very real location or how so others can recognize, putting them in very real risk of kidnapping and all these other things, and doxing their faces and talk. That's not something you do to children if you're on a true crime community that's supposed to be about children, right? And here he is talking about the Petito case while doing what he's doing to me. I mean, very real domestic violence situation over here. How sick is that? But he's all about Summer. He's all about Karen. He's all about whatever the hell. And Pete.
He's all about Summer. He's all about Karen. Renfro? Jody Sue? And I do agree, Benny was really attacking Jody, and I didn't like it. That's why I stepped away, didn't do the Google Meet, thought something was funny with it. Started to stand up for Jody Sue a little bit. I got attacked for that. Holy hell, like the whole community. Look, I got 19 watchers in here due to it. I had 400 watchers in my chats back then. Because I wouldn't bully Jody Sue. Actually, Penny even had I have a video about that somewhere, where Penny had a whole ass live about how she didn't like Chris McDonough because Chris McDonough refused to bully Jody Sue. She said it on a live. If you didn't bully Jody Sue, you wasn't in the cool kids club. You couldn't sit at their lunch table. You got attacked. Now, I'm not attacking Jody Sue. I have legitimate questions about Summer being missing, and I look at all possibilities. However, I think Jody Sue's a beautiful woman. I don't think she deserves her home broken into. I don't think she deserves people driving past her home. I don't think her son needs to be pictured as an old man put in the woods. However, I think if she's out here on YouTube, we have a right to question her. We could do that without attacking her and sending her threats. We don't have to get on there and talk about Sparkler Pussy and Andy's broken dick and all of that crazy shit that people talk about on here. Although Jody sort of brings that on herself too, because she has many lives herself where she talks about how Andy came home, gave her a disease, his dick didn't work, she had to call his sister to get it looked at, and so she brings those things out, and then people give her attention. They come out and they give commentary on it, and then she says they attack her, and then it turns into a real bullying situation where people are fighting because Jody Sue pretty much picks the fights with the people to the point where the people can't stand her so much that they bully her. Now, I've been on the receiving and back and giving end of this. So I know how that feels, and I know coming from Jody Sue, I'm not talking about the other creators at the moment. I'm talking about Jody Sue. She's a very confusing person. She'll get on your panel, she'll talk to you, she'll be your friend, she'll give you so much information, and then she attacks you for talking about it. It doesn't make sense.
And the rest of them, look what they're doing and participating in, but they really care about children, domestic violence. Summer, are you kidding me? What the hell is that?
What is it? What is it? What do you think it is? Do you think it's just for the attention?
Ziggy, what's up? You trying to say something before?
And another thing is that probably about this time, don't quote me on the timeline, but probably About this time, Jody Sue was agreeing to meet Benny in the mountains somewhere with her kids and do an interview with him. So that's what I mean. She'll talk to him. And then you notice, like, after Benny had gone down, they had that conversation I've covered. And she'll talk to you like she's your best friend, like, but Keys, And then she'll attack you. After, like, she's so fucking hard to talk to. It's not like either you like somebody or you hate somebody. It's almost like she wants you to be her frenemy and in her pocket so that you make content about her so that she could stay relevant. And when she's not relevant, she does what she's doing now, which is disappear for a little bit, which is actually odd for Jody Sue, and I'm happy. Like, it has made YouTube for me boring because she's one of the first people I check because that's the lane I chose when I come here when it refers to summer, and that's based off of her funky ass Facebook lives that she did back then, again, begging for sympathy and clout. But she would come to YouTube and tell a different story than what she was doing on Facebook Live, which is what she's doing right now. She was on Facebook at this time making content attacking the same people she's talking to. It never fucking made sense to me.
Huh?
What were you trying to say before?
Oh, I got a call. I guess since I've been so quiet for the past like 10 minutes, one of my subs just called in to make sure I was okay. Like, are you okay? Like, have we ever
I've
heard
hijacked Ziggy's channel. My bad.
Yeah, well, they sent me a recording of the things I guess PG was saying, and they thought maybe I was upset. I haven't listened, so I have no idea. So yeah, I haven't had a chance to listen to see if I'd be upset or not. I'm afraid to listen
I'm
now.
gonna stop hijacking your channel, Ziggy, and I'm gonna drop back down into chat.
All right, you're fine though. But thank you for coming up here and answering questions. Appreciate it. Appreciate you.
No problem. No
It's always
problem.
beautiful seeing you.
Appreciate you having me. I'm gonna get Scott's email there real quick, make sure I have it, and then I am dropping back down.
You can grab mine, Jody Sue. Mine's in the private chat.
Okay. I think I got the things a minute ago. I want to make sure though that I got everything. But anyway, I appreciate it, Ziggy.
Yeah,
and
have a good
sorry
night.
for taking over your chat.
No, you're good. I like listening.
It was good to meet you.
Sometimes it gives me a break.
Beautiful, Joe.
So there it is. The people Jody attacks today: Scott, Yennefer, Ziggy. There's what you had. This is a week prior to Ziggy meeting Fred, and her whole demeanor on Jody Sue changing just because she met Fred a week later. You can't make this shit up. I hope you've enjoyed tonight's live. Not many in chat. That's fine. I hope many will come back and watch this and listen to the change and how Jody Sue used to theorize with the creators. And she would accuse Dawn, and she would put SA on Summer. She would tell you her feelings, and there wasn't no Andy talk in this. I liked that. But she was defending Fred. Just a lot of oddities to me. But anyways, I'm going to go. I'm shocked I lasted this long. It's 4. My husband got to get up in like an hour and a half and go to work. I'm going to head to bed. I'll be back. I am actually going to go over some of the Dobbs stuff, I think, although I did cover, I touched on it a little more than I wanted to tonight, so now maybe I might give that a break. I actually found I haven't listened to it yet, but a J is for Justice, and it popped up in one of my thumbnails on the side here at the beginning. Video that I want to go over real soon where she talks about how they were bringing out Candace Bly's oldest daughter, Candace, who was in the foster care system and taken away. I think that's a good something to talk about. And I am going to go over a lot of the Dobbs stuff coming up. I have stuff to tear apart and put together, but you know what, give me a little bit of time since I covered some of it, because what I want to do with that is make some videos. I have a lot of stuff to go through, and I want to find Dobbs's lives he did. If you can remember, he had his own channel for a while there, and he played guitar, and I don't know. I don't think the guy took summer. I find it funny he's from Georgia. There's some things with Fred that throw me off a little bit, but when you listen to the land sales and how much Jody Sue hated it, I don't know. And I hope you enjoyed the song I picked tonight. It probably took my monetization off, but that's fine. John Cougar Mellencamp's worth it. All right, guys. I might have to take that out. I might take it out. We'll see. If I do, hey, go listen to Little Pink Houses after the live. If you're in the bush, you're coming back. Replay crew. All right, guys. Pez amore. Peace and love. I'll see you sometime later today. Good night.